Chapter 1. Young Master. The Master is critically ill and ordered me to bring you back, no matter what. The Master has no heir, and now he's seriously ill. You are a direct descendant of the Su family, the helm of the family. Only you can support the Su family. At the foot of the Heli Zijuan building in Jiangling City, Su Yang stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his face indifferent. What does his critical condition have to do with me? For years ago, fearing I would threaten his position, he drove me out of the Su family and left me wandering in Jiangling City. Now I've married into the Shen family and become a well-known good-for-nothing. Where was he when I suffered the scorn and indifference of others these past 4 years? Now that the Su family is without a leader, he wants me to go back? Does he really think I, Su Yang, have no backbone at all? Young Master, no matter what, the Master is your uncle. For the sake of the Su family, please reconsider. Uncle, do you think he deserves that title? When my father died of a serious illness, he worried about me taking over and used every scheme to suppress me. Now I pose no threat to him, so please go back and don't bother me. Su Yang ignored the group beside him and strode into the building. For years ago, Su Yang had fallen from grace in the capital and arrived here with nothing. It just so happened that old Madame Shen was critically ill. To improve her fortune, old Master Shen arranged for Su Yang to marry his granddaughter, Shen. Unexpectedly, 3 days after the wedding, old Madame Shen passed away. Su Yang, originally meant to bring good fortune, instantly became the scapegoat of the entire Shen family. Within this second-rate family of Jiangling City, Su Yang had endured endless scorn and grievances for the past 4 years, but he had always tolerated it, never retaliating verbally or physically. Even if the Su family held absolute power in the capital, it had nothing to do with Su Yang anymore. Now he was merely a live-in son-in-law who could be bullied by anyone in the Shen family, even a dog. The cleaning company on the 23rd floor of the Heli Zijuan building, although a Shen family property, had fewer than 10 employees. Because there wasn't much profit to be made, no one wanted to stoop to working there. In the end, the patriarchal old master Shen sent Shen Xianyao to manage it. Su Yang's duties at home, besides serving tea, doing laundry, and mopping the floors, included riding his bicycle to pick up and drop off Shen Xianyao from work. As Su Yang entered the cleaning company, several employees started whispering, "Look, the cuckold is here again. It's truly pathetic for a man to live like this." Don't say that. If he hears you, won't he fight you? What's there to be afraid of? If he had the guts, he wouldn't just stand there smiling while so many clients send flowers to Manager Shen. Su Yang heard these words, but he treated them as mere flatulence, having become numb to them over the past 4 years. Arriving at the office door, Shen Xianyao opened the door and walked out. This beautiful and capable woman was Su Yang's wife in name only. Because of the marriage to Su Yang 4 years ago for the sake of old Madame Shen's health, Shen Xianyao, who already had a low standing in the family, became the laughingstock of everyone. For the past 4 years, although they shared a room, they slept in separate beds. Shen Xianyao, from the bottom of her heart, looked down on this cowardly and useless husband. Despite seeing the indifference on Shen Xianyao's face, Su Yang still asked with a smile, "Xianyao, are you tired after a day's work?" Shen Xianyao didn't even glance at Su Yang. She said coldly, "Su Yang, today is grandfather's birthday. After we get there, it's best you don't speak. Because of you, my parents and I have endured their scorn. I don't want to be the subject of gossip on this joyous occasion." Su Yang remained silent, only nodding to indicate he understood. Shen Xianyao felt extremely resentful. Every time she saw Su Yang like this, she wished she could kick him. Although her father, Shen Ran, was born from a concubine and didn't have the same rights as the legitimate sons in the family, he was still a direct descendant of the Shen family, even if he wasn't well regarded. And her veins flowed with the Shen family's blood. But for the sake of improving old Madame Shen's fortune, grandfather had married her off to a good-for-nothing. Every time she thought about this, Shen Xianyao felt incredibly indignant. Su Yang was well aware of Shen Xianyao's coldness. To her patriarchal grandfather, Shen Xianyao was nothing more than a tool. Forcing two people with no emotional foundation to marry was unfair to both of them. Downstairs, Soo-young got on his bicycle and pedaled to the Shen family's old residence. The two entered the living room, which was already crowded with Shen family members and relatives. Soo-young didn't like showing his face in such places. From the moment he married Jingcheng, he had become a laughingstock of the Shen family and the entire Jiangling city. In such situations, there were naturally many people who wanted to bully him and see him humiliated. "Oh, Qinyao, you're finally here? Riding a bicycle again? I was wondering why you were so late. We were about to start eating without you," Shen Mingzhi said with a sarcastic smile. He was old Master Shen's eldest legitimate grandson and the most favored among the Shen descendants, the most likely to inherit the Shen family business. Although he was Shen Qinyao's older brother, he looked down on her branch of the family and often found opportunities to mock and suppress them. Shen Qinyao retorted with a cold smile. "Today is grandfather's birthday. It's not time yet. Why are you so eager to eat?" "Oh, you know it's grandfather's birthday today? Where's your gift? Don't tell me you're planning to perform magic for grandfather?" Shen Mingzhi laughed heartily, drawing laughter from the crowd. Soo-young smiled but said nothing, squinting as he watched the scene unfold. Shen Mingzhi turned and went to the table where various gifts were displayed. He picked up a gift box, weighed it, and said with a smile, "Do you know what's inside? This is a monk's relic I specially airlifted from India. Do you know how much it cost? Over 500,000. A monk's relic. How impressive." Soo-young chuckled, glancing at the benevolent-looking old master sitting in the seat of honor, wearing Buddhist beads. Although the old master was a devout Buddhist and appeared kind, Soo-young knew he was extremely biased, his patriarchal attitude bordering on obsession. He didn't even favor Shen Qianyao, let alone him. "Of course, you've probably never seen a relic before, have you? Today, I'll let you, good for nothing, bask in its glory. Take a good look at what a monk's relic looks like." Shen Mingzhi held a high position among the younger generation of the Shen family. To him, Soo-young, the live-in son-in-law, was a bug. He didn't hesitate to call him a good-for-nothing, even in front of the elders. "Shen Mingzhi, have you had enough?" Shen Qinyao's face darkened. She disliked Soo-young. That was true, but she was very unhappy that he was being called a good-for-nothing in front of so many people. Soo-young was also slightly taken aback. In the 4 years he had been married into the Shen family, he had always been subjected to Shen Qinyao's disdain. He hadn't expected her to speak up for him today. Chapter 2. Shen Mingzhi sneered. "I don't want to stoop to your level. Today is Grandpa's birthday, and you come empty-handed? Aren't you ashamed? I don't know how the Shen family let your branch in the door." Shen Qianyao was so angry she couldn't speak. Their branch indeed held a low status in the Shen family, but they were still part of it. Seeing Shen Qinyao's fluctuating expression, Shen Mingzhi knew his taunt had hit its mark. He said no more and presented his gift box to the old man. When the box was opened, revealing a luminous, egg-sized relic resembling a glass bead, Soo-young leaned in for a closer look. This simple action instantly enraged Shen Mingzhi. "Soo-young, know your place. Who allowed you to come forward?" Soo-young glanced at the relic and smiled. "Cousin, relics are crystallized remains of a monk's bones, hair, and ashes after cremation. Normally, a monk leaves behind many small relics of varying colors and shapes. Even if a centenarian monk's relics were combined, they wouldn't be as big as an egg. Many people, for profit, place glass beads and ashes for a few years and then sell them to the uninformed as relics. You know today is Grandpa's birthday, yet you give him a glass bead stained with someone else's ashes. Are you trying to bring bad luck to Grandpa on his birthday?" Soo-young squinted, a faint smile playing on his lips. Under his voice, the hall fell silent. Everyone stared, shocked, at this formerly bullied live-in son-in-law. Shen Mingzhi glared at Soo-young, a flicker of panic in his eyes. He still blustered. "What do you know, you good-for-nothing? This is a genuine relic. I got it from India 6 months ago, through connections. Then you've been scammed. You spent 50,000 on a glass bead worth less than 5. Soo-young, this is the Shen family. You can't just spout nonsense. Brother, this is the Shen family, but I'm married to Soo-young. He's part of the Shen family too. Why can't he speak? Shen Mingzhi snorted, lifting his chin. Shen Qianyao, strictly speaking, you shouldn't even be at Grandpa's birthday. Don't forget, your family is illegitimate. Letting you stay in the Shen family is already a favor. You, Qianyao, just drop it. The relic Mingzhi gave your grandfather looks real to me. It must be real. I've seen these relics on TV. They can be auctioned for over $1 million. Could Qianyao actually like that freeloading Su Yang? She's even speaking up for that useless trash. Has she forgotten how she got into our Shen family? Su Yang remained impassive. He knew his status in the Shen family was lower than a servant's. Faced with such doubt, he didn't argue. His father, a devout Buddhist, had been gravely ill. Su Yang had spent a year chanting scriptures at an Indian temple, hoping for his recovery. He knew more about Buddhism than anyone present. Shen Qianyao stamped her foot in frustration. Seeing Su Yang's silence, she turned to the old man. Grandpa, is this relic real? Shen Mingzhi sneered, a sliver of worry in his heart. Old man Shen held the relic to the light. The joy on his face vanished. Shen Mingzhi panicked, as did those who had just supported him. The relic was indeed, as Su Yang described, a glass bead coated in ashes. If the old man exposed the forgery, Shen Mingzhi's standing in the family would plummet. He might even be expelled. Su Yang remained calm. The truth would out. The old man set down the relic and looked coldly at Shen Mingzhi, who stumbled. But the next second, the old man turned to Su Yang. This is a genuine relic. Do you think the Shen family would stoop to such deception? Surprise flickered across Su Yang's face. The relic was clearly a glass bead. Anyone with basic Buddhist knowledge would know, let alone the devout old man Shen. Trash is trash. He can't even handle a simple dinner. If this got out, we'd be the laughingstock of the city because of this waste. The ignorant fool acts so self-righteous. Shameless. Su Yang, you slandered Mingzhi. Apologize instead of just standing there. Seeing the support, Shen Mingzhi smirked. Faced with the scorn, Su Yang finally understood. The relic was fake, but the bigger problem was old man Shen's protectiveness. He could tell it was a glass bead, but he wouldn't let his grandson lose face for an outsider. The insults intensified. Su Yang's breath quickened, his fists clenched. Su Yang, haven't you embarrassed us enough? Shen Qianyao slapped him. Tears welled in her eyes as she looked at him with disappointment. Seeing her tears, Su Yang's fists unclenched. Shen Qianyao's family had always been marginalized and ridiculed. After he married into the family, the whole city knew Shen Qianyao had married a useless man. For 4 years, they had endured the scorn and taunts. Now, these people were mocking Shen Qianyao through him. He lowered his head. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have presumed. Shen Qianyao snapped. You should apologize to Shen Mingzhi. Su Yang turned to the smug Shen Mingzhi. I'm sorry. I was wrong. I must be hearing things. You're apologizing to me? I don't deserve it. This relic is for Grandpa. Apologize to him. Su Yang's fists clenched again, his dignity trampled upon. Apologize. Hearing Shen Qianyao's voice, he went to old man Shen and bowed. Grandpa, I'm sorry. Chapter 3. No need. Go back to your seat. Don't get involved in such important occasions in the future. As Su Yang walked past Shen Mingzhi leaned down and sneered in his ear. See? In the Shen family, you're just a good-for-nothing. Even if I pointed at a pig and said it was a dog, Grandpa would side with me. Not you, a freeloading waste. Su Yang was well aware that the Shen family didn't like him. Although angry, he was helpless and could only accept this reality. Shen Qianyao also heard Shen Mingzhi's words and realized that their family was insignificant in the Shen family. Her grandfather was biased. Even if Shen Mingzhi killed Su Yang right now, her grandfather would defend him, claiming self-defense. Su Yang and his family were arranged near the entrance of the hall. This table was mostly occupied by relatives who weren't particularly close to the Shen family. After returning to their seats, Shen Qianyao looked at Su Yang with a hint of apology. Before the dishes were served, everyone discussed the previous incident. To further mock Su Yang, Shen Linglong, Shen Qianyao's second uncle's daughter, walked up to old Master Shen with a gift box and said in a coquettish voice, "Grandpa, this is a golden Namu wood bracelet I specially prepared for you. Although it's not as expensive as Big Brother's, you won't find a better one." Shen Linglong then looked at Su Yang provocatively and asked, "Do you want to authenticate this bracelet too?" Su Yang remained silent. He had recognized the reality of his situation. It was better to avoid trouble. Shen Xianyao let out a bleak laugh, making Su Yang's heart ache, almost shattering. He clenched his fists again and muttered, "Xianyao, I'm sorry." Shen Xianyao sniffed and turned her head. "You haven't wronged me. You've wronged the entire Shen family, and so have I." Thinking about the past 4 years, Su Yang said resolutely, "Believe me, today is the last time. I won't let anyone look down on you again. I'll make you the most respected person in the Shen family, and you'll never be looked down upon again." "Don't dream." Shen Xianyao didn't take him seriously, shaking her head with a wry smile. "You have no weight in the Shen family, and although I'm a member of the Shen family, I'm not much better than you. We'll never be prominent in the Shen family. As long as you believe in me, for you, I can make everyone in the world look at me with new eyes. As long as you're not as cowardly as you used to be, I'll be satisfied." When the dishes were served, everyone had already presented their gifts to old Master Shen. Knowing that Su Yang had come empty-handed, Shen Mingzhi mocked, "Su Yang, where's your gift? Don't tell me you're actually going to conjure one up?" Everyone's gazes turned towards Su Yang, their faces filled with disdain. Feeling the weight of their stares, Shen Xianyao lowered her head in shame. Although their family wasn't doing well in the Shen family, they had prepared a gift. However, in their haste, they had left it at the office. Just when they were at a loss, the assistant who took care of old Master Shen's daily needs hurried in. "Master, some people came just now saying they brought gifts." "Gifts?" Oh, old Master Shen was puzzled. Everyone he had intended to invite to his birthday celebration was already present, so he couldn't imagine who he had forgotten. They didn't say, only that it was a betrothal gift for the young lady, but they didn't specify which one. Looking at the list in the assistant's hand, old Master Shen asked, "What did they bring?" The assistant unfolded the paper, cleared his throat, and slowly read aloud. "A string of prayer beads held by Tsongkhapa, the founder of the Gelug school of Buddhism. A copy of the Amitabha Sutra translated by Kumarajiva himself. A relic of the Indian monk, Elder Dhammananda. A betrothal gift of 10 million and 1 yuan, symbolizing 1 in 10 million. After the assistant read the list, everyone was shocked. Even old Master Shen, who had initially remained calm, revealed a look of astonishment. Not to mention the price of the gold, the Buddhist prayer beads and scriptures were unique in the world. Any one of them could be a museum's prized possession. Who would be so generous as to give away such precious items? This was not something an ordinary person could do. For a moment, various voices rose and fell as people questioned the authenticity of these gifts. However, when the assistant ordered the gifts to be brought in, everyone stared at the mountain of banknotes. This was real money, and everyone's breathing quickened as they widened their eyes. No one questioned the authenticity of the gifts anymore. However, when everyone looked at the irregularly shaped and colored relic of the eminent monk, they all turned their gazes towards Shen Mingzhi. Someone who could casually take out 10 million in cash wouldn't resort to counterfeiting. Compared to the relic Shen Mingzhi had given, anyone could tell at a glance that his was fake. Old Master Shen quickly recovered from his shock and hurriedly asked, "Which prestigious family sent these?" They didn't say, only that they were from the capital, and they didn't say which young lady they had chosen. They just left the gifts and left. Old Master Shen nodded, looking at the prayer beads and scriptures, his old hands trembling with excitement. But when he realized that everyone was looking at the relic of the eminent monk, he remembered his earlier bias. To cover it up, he feigned composure and asked, "Mingzhi, did your friends send these?" Shen Mingzhi was still thinking about how to explain himself, and with this opportunity, he quickly said, "Grandpa, I'm completely baffled. I do have quite a few friends in the capital, but I can't recall who it could be right now." Old Master Shen sighed. "Your friend is incredibly generous. These gifts combined are worth more than our entire Shen family fortune. If they really are from the capital, the only family capable of such a gesture is probably the Su family. The mention of the Su family caused an uproar. There was only one person with the surname Su in the Shen family, but no one suspected Su Yang, as he was already recognized as a good-for-nothing by the entire Shen family. The Su family of the capital was a family of immense wealth and power. While the unmarried young ladies were excited and the men wished they could instantly transform into women, only Su Yang had a subtle smile on his lips. These betrothal gifts were all prepared by his mother before she passed away, never having seen him marry and have children. Big brother, your friend is incredibly generous. You must introduce us later. My younger sister's lifelong happiness depends on you. Big brother, I'm obedient and sensible. Ask your friend if it could be me. Humph. As the Shen sisters began to bicker, Shen Linglong snorted coldly and said, "Is any of you as beautiful and well-figured as I am in the Shen family? Why are you so anxious when I'm not even married yet? These betrothal gifts must be for me." Sister Linglong, you're right. You're the most beautiful and elegant in our Shen family. If you marry into the Su family, you must introduce some high-status husbands to your younger sisters. It's a pity, though. We can rely on Sister Linglong to rise to prominence, but some people marry to good-for-nothing and are doomed to a life of mediocrity. Chapter 4. Shen Xianyao knew they were talking about her, so she pretended not to hear and just sipped her tea. Su Yang's face was grim. These gifts were clearly sent by the Su family to compensate him for the grievances he had suffered over the past 4 years. But in Su Yang's eyes, they were worthless. Seeing the chaotic scene, old Master Shen slapped the table. Enough. Stop talking. It's not even settled yet. What's there to fight about? Put away the betrothal gifts and let's eat. After the birthday celebration, Shen Xianyao drove home with her parents, leaving Su Yang with a bicycle. Shen Xianyao's mother, Han Ling, and father, Shen Shikong, had also attended the birthday party, but because Shen Shikong was born out of wedlock, he had always been insecure. He not only had no say in front of his brothers, but he couldn't even hold his head up in front of the younger generation. Today, Su Yang had humiliated their family, and Han Ling and Shen Shikong wished they could find a hole to crawl into. Back home, Shen Xianyao was about to go to her room, but her mother, Han Ling, dragged her to the living room. When Su Yang returned home on his bicycle, Han Ling couldn't help but explode. "Su Yang, tell me, what else can you do? Do you think our family hasn't been humiliated enough at the Shen families? Do you have to completely lose face for our family? Don't you know what kind of person Shen Mingzhi is? Even if he sent a broken stone, old Master Shen would say it was a relic from a high monk just to save face. How do we end up with a useless person like you? Look at their betrothal gifts, and then look at you. When you married Xianyao, you didn't contribute a single cent. Do you know this has become a joke in Jiangling City? Mom, Grandpa protects Shen Mingzhi because he looks down on our family. The entire Shen family doesn't like us. This has nothing to do with Su Yang. It's entirely our own problem." Shen Xianyao couldn't stand it anymore and retorted. Han Ling was already angry, and Shen Xianyao's words added fuel to the fire, making her completely lose it. It has nothing to do with him? How could it not? If it weren't for this good-for-nothing marrying into our family, would we be like this? If I had known he would only cause trouble, I would have given my life to prevent you from marrying him. Shen Xianyao wanted to argue back, but Su Yang said softly, "Xianyao, don't say anything. Let Mom talk. She's not in a good mood right now. I can take it." Shen Xianyao stopped talking. She thought Su Yang had changed after his speech at old Master Shen's birthday banquet, but unexpectedly, he returned to his submissive self back home. After enduring almost an hour of Han Ling's verbal assault, Shen Shikong finally dragged her back to their room. When Su Yang returned to their room, Shen Xianyao had already closed her eyes and fallen asleep on the bed. Without waking Shen Xianyao, Su Yang tiptoed onto the floor mattress and fell into deep thought. For 4 years of marriage, everyone treated him like a pushover. Su Yang knew he couldn't continue like this. He wanted everyone in the Shen family to know that he was no longer the bullied live-in son-in-law. "Su Yang, don't take what my mom said to heart." Shen Xianyao's voice echoed softly in the silent room. "I won't. Mom is just upset. It's fine for her to vent her anger by scolding me. Su Yang smiled faintly. If Su Yang had complained, Shen Qianyao would have felt better. But his indifference made her feel even more guilty. What happened today will definitely be their topic of conversation for the next few days. Qianyao, I'm sorry you were wrong, but I promise this is the last time. I will never let the Shen family look down on you again. I will make you the most respected person in the Shen family. It's getting late. Go to sleep. Shen Qianyao closed her eyes again. Su Yang's words didn't have much of an impact on her. Some words, if said too often, become empty promises. To achieve them, one must prove with actions that they are a man of their word. The room fell silent again. Su Yang opened his eyes and looked towards the bed, seeing Shen Qianyao's long, jade-like leg peeking out from under the blanket. Although they shared a room for 4 years, they slept in separate beds. The appearance of this leg made Su Yang's breath quicken. The next day, Su Yang rode his bicycle to send Shen Qianyao to the Heli Zijuan building. After watching her go upstairs, a group of people walked quickly towards him. The middle-aged man from yesterday said respectfully, "Young master, I delivered the betrothal gifts last night as instructed by the master. Are you satisfied?" Su Yang's expression remained unchanged. "Do you think I would go back like this?" "Young master, please come back with us. Seeing you like this makes me feel uncomfortable," Su Yang said firmly. "Uncle Zheng, you've been with the Su family for so many years. You should know my temper. They kicked me out of the Su family. Do you think I would go back so easily?" Zheng Feng asked tentatively. "Young master, what are your plans? I still have some unfinished business. I wonder what business young master has." Su Yang fell silent. In order for Shen Qianyao to live an enviable life, he needed a home first, because living with his in-laws was indeed very painful. "Have there been any high-end properties for sale recently? I heard a top-tier villa in Yutian Mountain Manor is being auctioned today." "Yutian Mountain Manor? Get it?" Su Yang muttered. He knew this place. It was said that only the elite of Jiangling City could afford a place in Yutian Mountain Manor. Yutian Mountain Manor was located in the area with the most abundant dragon veins in Jiangling City, and therefore, the prices were extremely high. The cheapest villa cost at least 50 million. Zheng Feng gulped. "Young master, the master said that before you return, you cannot use the Su family's money." "Use? Don't I have this kind of money?" Su Yang snorted disdainfully and took out a black gold credit card from his pocket, handing it to Zheng Feng. "Send someone over tonight. No matter the cost, get this villa for me. Remember, don't reveal any information about me." "Understood." Su Yang straddled his bicycle Xiaosada and rode off. Zheng Feng sighed. The person beside him asked in confusion, "Housekeeper Zheng, what is the young master thinking? After being driven out of the Su family 4 years ago with nothing, and living so miserably at the Shen families, there's probably not even 100,000 in that card, right? What do you know? Do you know why a tiger remains motionless when hunting? It's because it wants to kill with one blow, giving its prey no chance to breathe. What does that have to do with the young master?" 4 years ago, a company called Sunset Group appeared out of nowhere in Jiangling City. This group immediately named the Su family as their partner. Do you know why it's called Sunset? Chapter 5. The man shook his head. "Because the Yang sun is young master's Yang, but the evening is the old master's setting sun." "Are you saying that the setting sun group was built single-handedly by the young master?" Zheng Feng didn't say a word, his grip tightening on the black and gold card, his gaze growing profound as he looked in the direction Su Yang had left, a gratified smile appearing on his face. All the newspapers and news headlines in Jiangling City that day were about the auction of the villa in Royal Sky Manor. The expert's initial estimate of 80 million had, under public speculation, risen to 90 million, and the transaction had to be in cash. That afternoon, Su Yang rode his bicycle to the Heli Zijuan building on time. Due to his mother-in-law, Han Ling's demands, Su Yang couldn't eat dinner at home. So every time he came to pick up Shen Qianyao, he would grab a bite at a small restaurant nearby. For the past 4 years, Su Yang had done this without fail and had become acquainted with the restaurant owner. After finishing a bowl of noodles, The owner smiled as he collected the money. "Brother, your complexion looks good today." "Yes, some things have reached a point where a decision needs to be made." "It seems you've made up your mind." Su Yang nodded with a smile. "Boss, the first time I ate here, your cooking wasn't this good. Now it's on par with a five-star chef." "You weren't a chef before? Were you? How did you get into this?" "Forced by life. For one person, I gave up an entire city." Su Yang remained silent. This owner seemed to have a story as well, but Shen Qianyao had already gotten off work, and he didn't want to waste too much time. As usual, neither of them spoke on the way home. Back home, Su Yang went straight to the kitchen to cook. Zheng Feng sent a message, which contained only a few words: acquired. 110 million. Su Yang smiled. 100 million was nothing to him. As the president behind the Setting Sun Group, his liquid assets exceeded 10 billion. Although he couldn't compete with the Su family, buying hundreds of Shen families was more than enough. He immediately replied, instructing Zheng Feng to tear down all the existing interior decorations and to release news to Jiangling City, seeking a capable decoration company to renovate the villa. After the news was broadcast on television, the entire city of Jiangling was in an uproar. The next day, the first thing everyone on the street said to each other was that a mysterious buyer had acquired the Royal Sky Manor Villa for the astronomical price of 110 million. This news made many people excited. Although they would never be able to earn that much money in their lifetime, it was still quite exhilarating to talk about it. More importantly, the news of seeking a capable decoration company also made many businesses eager. Royal Sky Manor was an extraordinary place, inhabited by prominent figures. If a company could secure the contract to decorate this villa worth over 100 million, that decoration company would skyrocket, instantly becoming a star company in Jiangling City. At this moment, in the Shen family villa, the managers of all the Shen family companies had gathered in the living room. The Shen family's business was diverse, including a decoration company. Today's family meeting was to discuss how to secure the decoration contract for the Royal Sky Manor Villa. Su Yang didn't belong to any management team, so he had no right to participate in the meeting. Because he had ridden his bike to bring Shen Qianyao over, he could only squat outside. Old Master Shen sat upright on a chair and said in a deep voice, "This time, the mysterious buyer of Royal Sky Manor has released the news, and the whole Jiangling City is buzzing. Although we don't specialize in decoration, if we can win this contract, our Shen family will become the talk of the town. Grandpa, we don't even know who this mysterious buyer is. I'm afraid it will be difficult to secure the contract." "Yes, Dad, Mingzhi is right. Someone who can spend 100 million on a villa is no ordinary person. They probably already have a company in mind. All this fuss is just to promote that pre-selected decoration company." Old Master Shen slammed his hand on the table and scolded, "You bunch of useless things. How do you know there's no chance before even competing? Even if we can't get the contract, we must still make some waves." Everyone looked at each other, no one daring to speak. To cooperate with someone who could casually spend 100 million, probably only those top-tier families could step forward. Although the Shen family members were all eloquent, at this moment, no one dared to breathe a word. After all, the identity of this mysterious buyer was unknown, and the Shen family were all face-saving people. To rashly go and bid would definitely invite ridicule. Old Master Shen angrily scolded, "Why aren't you saying anything? Tell me, who should we send to bid?" Shen Mingzhi saw Shen Qianyao sitting absent-mindedly in an inconspicuous spot, his eyes darting around. "Grandpa, I think we should let Qianyao go. The cleaning company she manages hasn't brought much profit to the Shen family, and now is the time for her to prove her ability." Seeing that the hot potato had been successfully tossed away, everyone began to echo Shen Mingzhi. Shen Qianyao was so scared she didn't dare to speak. She had always been in the cleaning company and knew nothing about decoration. If she really went, she was bound to make a fool of herself when discussing the details. Urged by everyone, old Master Shen asked, "Qianyao, what do you think?" "Grandpa, Shen Qianyao was about to decline when she heard a faint cough from outside the door. She instinctively looked over and saw Su Yang standing outside, nodding firmly at her. The meaning was very clear. He wanted Shen Qianyao to agree. Shen Qianyao didn't even know why, but at this moment, she actually believed Su Yang's words and nodded. Grandpa, I can try. Shen Mingzhi sneered and taunted. Qianyao, you answered quite readily. Do you know what kind of person you'll be negotiating with? If you fail, our Shen family will be the laughingstock of Jiangling City. What do you want? To prevent the entire family from being dragged down by you. If you don't get the contract, you will voluntarily leave the Shen family. Shen Qianyao hesitated and subconsciously glanced at Su Yang. At this moment, she instinctively regarded Su Yang as her only support. Under Su Yang's firm gaze, she nodded heavily. Fine, I agree. But what if I succeed? Succeed? Do you want to make me laugh to death? If you succeed, I will call you Annie in front of the entire Shen family, and you can use my Audi A4 for a month. Okay, with so many witnesses, you can't go back on your word. Chapter 6. After the meeting, Su Yang rode his bicycle with Shen Qianyao on the back, leaving under the disdainful gazes of everyone. Back home, Han Ling and Shen Shikong had already learned that Shen Qianyao had accepted the task. As soon as the two returned, Han Ling started ranting and raving like a shrew. Qianyao, have you lost your mind? How could you agree to such a big thing on your own? Someone who can casually pull out over 100 million wouldn't bother cooperating with our branch of the Shen family. You're clearly trying to get us kicked out. Yes, Qianyao. If we're kicked out, we won't get a single penny. Shen Shikong had always been timid and ineffectual in the Shen family. He just wanted to wait until the old man died and get his share of the inheritance, so he could live out the rest of his life in peace. But if they were kicked out, he wouldn't get a cent. Shen Qianyao asked discontentedly, why don't you ever look on the bright side? What if I succeed? Then we won't be bullied so easily in the Shen family. Succeed? Do you really think this is child's play? A villa worth 110 million needs at least 50 million in renovations to be worthy of such a mansion. There are so many decoration companies in Jiangling City, and plenty are more capable than us. What do we have to compete with them? Faced with her parents' questioning, Shen Qianyao's heart also wavered. She knew that whether she agreed or not, this task would be forced upon her. But the reason she agreed so readily was her inexplicable trust in Su Yang. Now, calmed down, she began to feel nervous. If she really couldn't pull it off, they would have no place in the Shen family. Su Yang, who had been silent, stepped forward and stood beside Shen Qianyao. Mom, he said, things haven't even started yet. Why don't you believe in Qianyao and insist on thinking about the worst-case scenario? Shut up. When is it your turn to speak about our family matters? I'm married to Qianyao. I'm part of this family. What are you? You dare talk back to me. If it weren't for you, Qianyao would have already married into a first-class family in Jiangling City, living the life of a rich wife. We wouldn't be crammed into this tube house, ridiculed by others. Su Yang said resolutely, when we rise to prominence in the Shen family, I will let you live the life you want. You? This good-for-nothing? Don't you know what you are? Such big talk. I remember Qianyao went to the old man's place with you, right? Qianyao? Did he make you agree to this? I agreed on my own. It has nothing to do with Su Yang. Han Ling froze for a moment, then roared almost hysterically. You really agreed? How dare you? Do you think anyone will believe you can secure this contract? Shen Qianyao was startled. This was the first time she had seen her mother so agitated. Su Yang quickly stepped in front of Shen Qianyao, shielding her. He said word by word, Mom and Dad, even if no one else in the world believes in Qianyao, I will. What are you? Han Ling, enraged, raised her hand and swung at Su Yang's face. A cold glint flashed across Su Yang's face. He grabbed Han Ling's wrist and said darkly, I said if Qianyao says she can do it, she can do it. Before the results are out, no one should question her. Han Ling was a little intimidated by Su Yang's gaze. For 4 years, since Su Yang married into their family, he had been weak and incompetent, a lump of clay that couldn't be propped up against a wall. But at this moment, this lump of clay was so assertive that she started to feel apprehensive. Su Yang also realized he had lost his composure. He had intended to quietly be a good-for-nothing, but he wouldn't tolerate anyone insulting his wife, Shen Qianyao. Shen Shikong, sensing the seriousness of the situation, quickly grabbed Su Yang's arm and tried to smooth things over. All right, stop it. The bidding starts tomorrow morning. We'll have the answer then. Su Yang took the opportunity to let go. Han Ling snorted coldly and pointed to the kitchen, rubbing her wrist. What are you standing there for? Go cook. Do you want us to starve? I'll go cook, Su Yang said, walking into the kitchen. After dinner, when Su Yang finished washing the dishes and returned to the room, he found Shen Qianyao already asleep in bed. He turned off the lights and tiptoed to his floor mattress, afraid of waking her. After closing his eyes, he heard Shen Qianyao say apologetically, Su Yang, my mom didn't mean it. It's okay. Mom was just worried about you. I understand. Shen Qianyao felt a warmth in her heart. She felt that Su Yang was changing, no longer the cowardly and incompetent man he used to be. Qianyao, don't worry. Go to sleep. Do you think it will really work out tomorrow? For the 4 years since he married into the Shen family, Su Yang had always been weak and incompetent. But the aura he exuded today, while defending her maid, Shen Qianyao, feel a sense of reliance. For the past 4 years, no matter how she treated him, he had silently stayed by her side, never leaving. It will. The room fell silent. After a long time, Su Yang looked towards the bed and found Shen Qianyao staring at him with her eyes open. He smiled and whispered, I only found out this afternoon that the person in charge of the villa's decoration is a classmate of mine. Oh, Shen Qianyao murmured, turning over to face away from Su Yang. Early the next morning, as usual, Su Yang rode his bicycle with Shen Qianyao to Old Man Shen's villa to pick up the prepared decoration project report. To mock Shen Qianyao, Shen Mingzhi had also arrived at Old Man Shen's villa early. He glanced at the bicycle outside and burst into laughter. Tell me, Qianyao, you're not planning to ride that bicycle to the bidding, are you? Shen Qianyao said unhappily. What's wrong with that? Will they check whether we drove or rode a bike at the bidding? That's not what I meant. Although strictly speaking, you're not part of our Shen family. You're representing the Shen family when you go to negotiate the contract. Riding a broken bicycle like this, isn't that losing face for our family? Su Yang stepped forward and asked with a smile. Cousin, do you want to lend us your A4? Lend it to you? Could you afford to compensate me if you scratched it? Shen Mingzhi sneered, then changed his tune. But I can lend it to you, on one condition. You kneel down and lick my shoes clean, and I'll lend it to you. Chapter 7. Shen Qianyao shouted angrily. Shen Mingzhi, don't push it too far. Oh, now, it's really husband and wife singing the same tune? Shen Qianyao, when you help this loser, think about your own situation. Su Yang wasn't angry but smiled. Qianyao, let's go. It's just an Audi A4. Just an Audi A4? A poor wretch like you probably can't even afford a single tire. Su Yang just smiled wryly. He was already starting to show his power in the Shen family. It seemed it was necessary to get a new car to dampen Shen Mingzhi's arrogance. Mingzhi, have you had enough? Drive them over. Don't let them embarrass our Shen family. After Su Yang drove Shen Qianyao away, old Master Shen tapped his cane. Shen Mingzhi was his eldest grandson, and he had always valued him highly. Although the negotiation for the luxury house renovation had been given to Shen Qianyao, she was still representing the Shen family. If it succeeded, they would make a considerable profit, so he didn't want to lose face. Grandpa, I understand. I'll go right now. Shen Mingzhi smiled and got up to leave. Outside the Emperor Hotel, luxury cars were neatly parked in the parking lot. Shen Qianyao got out of the back seat, and Su Yang parked the car at the hotel entrance. The bidding was being held here today. Judging from these cars, the participants were no ordinary people. Shen Qianyao held the contract hesitantly. Su Yang stepped forward and smiled easily. Qianyao, let's go in. I've already made arrangements. It's just a formality. The contract is already prepared for you. Su Yang, is your classmate really the person in charge of the villa renovation? Shen Qianyao was surprised. She had only thought Su Yang was comforting her last night, so she hadn't given it much thought. Su Yang nodded with a smile and was about to speak when a hurried car horn sounded from behind. Shen Qianyao looked up, and her face darkened instantly. Shen Mingzhi smugly got out of the car and sneered. Grandpa was worried you'd embarrass the Shen family and asked me to give you a ride. But I didn't expect you, a useless bum, to be so fast on your bicycle. I couldn't catch up." Suyang smiled but said nothing. Finding himself ignored, Shen Mingjie turned to Shen Qianyao and sneered. "Qianyao, this Emperor Hotel is a 5-star hotel owned by the Sunset Group. Don't be intimidated by the decor when you go in. Don't worry, I'm still waiting for you to call me Annie." Shen Qianyao turned and walked inside. Bah, what a piece of work! Suyang didn't take it seriously. Sitting on his bicycle, he ignored Shen Mingjie's taunts. Led by a hostess, Shen Qianyao arrived at a large office. Inside sat the prominent figures of Jiangling City. Shen Qianyao glanced around and even saw representatives from first-tier families. Although this was just a villa renovation, it wasn't an ordinary villa, and the renovation budget was at least tens of millions. Whichever company won this contract would become the leading decoration company in Jiangling City. It was Shen Qianyao's first time in such a place, and she felt very restrained. Because she arrived late, she could only sit in an inconspicuous spot. After everyone arrived, the staff collected the reports brought by the representatives of each company and asked them to wait for half an hour. Everyone waited anxiously for 5 minutes. A staff member respectfully approached Shen Qianyao with a professional smile and softly asked, "Are you Miss Shen Qianyao?" Shen Qianyao was stunned, momentarily speechless, and could only nod. "Miss Shen, someone is looking for you. Please come with me." The staff member gestured and walked outside. Zheng Feng had already received Su Yang's message last night and was waiting here early in the Emperor Hotel's office. After being led in by the staff, Shen Qianyao looked at the middle-aged man in front of her with some confusion. "Miss Shen, I'm Zheng Feng, the person in charge of this villa's renovation." Zheng Feng sized up Shen Qianyao. The woman who made the young master willing to stay in Jiangling City instead of going home was indeed extraordinary. Shen Qianyao was stunned. She couldn't imagine Zheng Feng as Su Yang's classmate. Zheng Feng explained with a smile. "The previous person in charge had other matters, so I'm taking over. I'm now fully responsible for this project. If you have no other questions, Miss Shen, the villa renovation will be handled by you." No problem." Shen Qianyao felt like she was dreaming. Even now, she still hadn't figured out what was going on. Since Miss Shen has no other questions, there's no need to modify this contract. Just sign it. Zheng Feng took a signed contract from the table and handed it to Shen Qianyao. So fast. "What? Does Miss Shen have any other questions?" "No, none." Shen Qianyao was extremely excited and quickly took the contract to look it over. The contract clearly stated in black and white that the partner was the Shen family, and Shen Qianyao was the main person in charge. But she still felt like she was dreaming. Shen Qianyao tried to control her excitement, but when she saw the 60 million renovation fee, her heart pounded. She had always been bullied in the Shen family. Once she took this contract back, those who had bullied her would be dumbfounded. But what puzzled Shen Qianyao even more was Su Yang's identity. He had handed her this 60 million contract just based on their classmate relationship. It felt like a dream she couldn't wake up from. After signing and shaking hands, Shen Qianyao put the contract in her handbag and walked out, still in a daze. Everything went too smoothly, making Shen Qianyao feel a sense of unreality. When she arrived in the lobby, the bidders were leaving dejectedly. Shen Qianyao followed them out with a grim expression. "Yeah, I told you it wouldn't work." It seems Shen Qianyao wasted this chance to rise to prominence. A loser is a loser. Don't expect to ride in my Audi A4 back. Shen Mingjie, seeing this, sneered mercilessly. Getting into his car, he immediately called everyone to gather at old Master Shen's villa, planning how to grandly kick Shen Qianyao's family out of the Shen family. Su Yang hurried over and anxiously asked, "Qianyao, did you get the contract?" I got it." Shen Qianyao couldn't contain her excitement any longer. Her legs gave way, and she collapsed into Su Yang's arms. Chapter 8. Su Yang supported Shen Qianyao, saying, "Look at you, I thought something happened. It's good that it's signed. If it weren't for you, our family would have been kicked out." Shen Qianyao expressed her gratitude, looked around, and asked, "Where's Shen Mingjie?" "He's already gone back. I guess by the time we get back, Grandpa's house will be full of people." I'm afraid Shen Mingzhi's plan has backfired. Don't let anyone know about this, not even mom and dad. Understand? Why? Signing this contract is a good thing. Just don't say anything. I still want to watch certain people's performance. Su Yang's eyes darkened as he spoke. Shen Qianyao shivered. The Su Yang at this moment was no longer the Su Yang she knew. Inside old Master Shen's villa, those who looked down on Shen Qianyao's family were all present. They had rushed over immediately after receiving Shen Mingzhi's call, waiting to see Shen Qianyao's family being driven out by the old man. While the old man was having his beauty treatment, Shen Mingzhi sat on the sofa and snorted disdainfully. Trying to fight me? No way. I've long disliked Shen Qianyao's family. Today, I'll make sure they leave without any dignity. Exactly. This family hasn't contributed anything to the Shen family. They're just like parasites, wasting our family's resources. They should have been kicked out long ago. Shen Linglong covered her mouth and giggled flatteringly. Trash is trash. The whole family is trash. I don't know where they got the guts to bet against Big Brother. Mingzhi, later you should pretend to be the good guy and try to keep them here. Then we'll kick them out, making you look like you did them a favor. The living room was buzzing with discussion, everyone's faces beaming with a joy usually reserved for New Year's, planning how to drive Shen Qianyao out. However, when old Master Shen entered, they all shut their mouths, and no one mentioned the matter again. After a while, the sound of bicycle brakes came from outside. Shen Qianyao and Su Yang strode in. Before they could enter the living room, Shen Mingzhi suddenly stood up and shouted coldly, "Stop!" Shen Qianyao ignored him and walked straight in. Shen Mingzhi sneered. "Shen Qianyao, who gave you the nerve? Someone who's been kicked out of the Shen family dares to enter the Shen family's gate. Who said I was kicked out? Did you forget about yesterday's bet? If you didn't get the contract, get out of the Shen family." Su Yang sneered. "Su Yang, you good for nothing. What are you laughing at? Shut up." Under everyone's gaze, she took out the contract and handed it to old Master Shen, saying respectfully, "Grandpa, I've negotiated the contract. Please take a look and see if there are any problems." Shen Mingzhi was stunned, along with those who were prepared to mock her. Old Master Shen was also in disbelief, his outstretched hand trembling slightly. "Is this the renovation contract?" The entire hall was silent. Old Master Shen carefully examined the contract. The terms were clearly written in black and white. A renovation cost of 60 million. If this deal was completed, not only would it become a benchmark for the renovation industry, but the profit would be more than all the Shen family's businesses combined. Shen Linglong, as the eldest granddaughter, had always been spoiled. Seeing old Master Shen so excited, she feared he would abandon her and favor Shen Qianyao. So she stepped forward and said, "Grandpa, I think this contract must be fake. Shen Qianyao is just faking it. She just doesn't want to leave our Shen family." Yes, a crazy person is capable of anything. Right, I think she didn't even see the person in charge. She was hiding in the restroom the whole time. The Shen family erupted again. Old Master Shen slammed his hand on the table and shouted, "Shut up, all of you." The hall fell silent again. Old Master Shen shook the contract with trembling hands and shouted, "The contract is clearly written in black and white. Who dares to falsify it? Do they not want to live anymore?" Shen Linglong, who had started the uproar, shrank back into the crowd, not daring to utter a word. The most worried person now was Shen Mingzhi. Because of yesterday's bet, he had originally wanted Shen Qianyao to leave the Shen family quickly, but now he was about to lose face. As Shen Mingzhi was thinking, Shen Qianyao turned her gaze to him. "Big brother, do you concede the bet?" "You," he argued. "Shen Qianyao, do you really want me to call you great aunt?" Shen Mingzhi trembled with anger. "I didn't expect Big Brother to be someone who can't afford to lose. In that case, forget it. Let's pretend yesterday's bet never happened." These words felt like a slap to Shen Mingzhi's face, burning with shame. He gritted his teeth and took a step forward, glaring at Shen Qianyao. "I'll call you. Let's see if you dare to accept it." Shen Qianyao remained silent, quietly watching Shen Mingzhi. Just as Shen Mingzhi was about to speak, old Master Shen suddenly tapped his cane and shouted, "Enough! Don't mess up the family hierarchy." Making Mingzhi call Qianyao great aunt Do you have any respect for me? A sneer appeared on Su Yang's lips. This old master Shen really knew how to protect his own. Breaking a promise was as easy as breathing. Indeed, improper family conduct was the reason why the Shen family's atmosphere had become like this. Qianyao, you were lucky enough to sign this contract today. You heard it, calling you great aunt would mess up the family hierarchy. However, as your older brother, I won't let you win for nothing. You could borrow my car for a month. You've probably never sat in an Audi, have you? Shen Mingzhi, emboldened by old Master Shen's support, provocatively took out his car keys and offered them. Shen Qianyao knew that her family was insignificant in the Shen family. Her parents' mode of transportation was an old Santana that the Shen family had retired. Every time she saw Shen Mingzhi drive past, her mother would sigh about when they could ride in an Audi. So this time, she wanted to give the keys to her parents and let them enjoy it for a month. Seeing Shen Qianyao reach for the keys, Shen Mingzhi prepared to drop them on the ground. Although he had lost the bet, if Shen Qianyao picked up the keys, it would be charity from him. Just as Shen Qianyao's hand was about to touch the keys, Shen Mingzhi suddenly let go. The keys fell rapidly. At that moment, Su Yang suddenly grabbed Shen Qianyao's wrist and said dismissively, "Qianyao, it's just a broken Audi. Since Big Brother treasures it so much, let him keep it." Shen Qianyao pursed her lips and nodded, then said to old Master Shen, "Grandpa, I've given you the contract. I'll go back and prepare some things." Chapter 9. After the two left, Shen Mingzhi stared coldly at the key lying on the ground, his fists clenched tight, enduring the mockery from Su Yang and Shen Qianyao. Leaving the Shen family villa, Su Yang felt refreshed. Shen Qianyao, sitting in the back seat, was dejected. To please her parents, she had been prepared to lose face and pick up the key, but Su Yang had stopped her. Su Yang knew what Shen Qianyao was thinking and didn't expose her. He had already considered buying a car yesterday, and seeing Shen Qianyao almost bend down for an Audi A4 strengthened his resolve. Pedaling his bicycle, Su Yang went straight to a Lexus dealership outside the city center. Seeing Su Yang riding a bicycle with Shen Qianyao to the dealership, the salespeople inside were dumbfounded. After Su Yang and Shen Qianyao entered the store, no salesperson greeted them. Shen Qianyao felt uncomfortable and whispered, "Su Yang, what are we doing here? We're here to buy a car, what else? But do you know how expensive the cars here are? Each one costs hundreds of thousands. Where will we get that kind of money?" Seeing the disdainful glances from the salespeople, Shen Qianyao wished she could disappear. "Don't worry. Even if we don't buy one, it's not against the law to look, is it? These cars are meant to be looked at." Su Yang was unconcerned. Having been the Shen family's live-in son-in-law for 4 years, he was already used to such scornful looks and didn't take them to heart. Shen Qianyao felt the same way. Seeing Su Yang strolling around casually, she also let go of her inhibitions and followed him inside. Su Yang looked around and finally stopped in front of a Lexus GS. "Qianyao, do you like this car? It looks nice, but it must be very expensive, right? Let's get in and try it out. See if it's comfortable." Su Yang opened the car door. A snooty-looking salesperson hurried over. "Hey, you're not allowed to sit in the cars in our store. How can we know if it's comfortable without trying it out? You can try it out if you're sure you're going to buy it. Otherwise, please leave on your bicycle." "How can you talk like that?" The salesperson sneered. "What? Riding a bicycle and coming here to buy a Lexus? Are you in the wrong place? You should buy an electric bike. Would you even know where the brakes are in a car like this? Where's your manager? Call your manager out." "Unfortunately, our manager is out on business today. I can pass on any message you have. You're judging us by our appearance. What's wrong with riding a bicycle? I'm going to complain about you." Oh, if you're riding a bicycle, you should be buying an electric bike. Are you lost?" A heavily made-up, flamboyant woman wearing towering heels walked in, accompanied by a bald man dripping with gold jewelry. Seeing the two, the snooty salesperson hurriedly poured them tea. "Sir, madam, I've calculated the loan discounts and prices for you. Take a look. There's only one car left. If you're happy with it, you can drive it away today." The flamboyant woman said coquettishly, "Honey, this car is so beautiful. I love it. Let's buy it. Look at those two bumpkins gawking. We'll buy it. But what's the down payment for the loan?" Before the salesperson could answer, Su Yang stepped forward. If I buy it at the original price, will you sell it to him or to me? The bald man snorted, looking at Su Yang with disdain. Are you trying to pick a fight with me, you hillbilly? Shen Xinyao was also startled by Su Yang's words. Su Yang, are you crazy? I'm satisfied just looking. Let's go. She knew how Su Yang had lived in the Shen family these 4 years. His living expenses left him with nothing to spare after daily expenses. The money they both had combined was probably less than this bald man's. Su Yang chuckled. Xinyao, don't worry. Even if you want the stars in the sky, I'll find a way to get them for you. For a moment, Shen Xinyao felt like she was dreaming. She had felt this way when signing the contract with Zheng Feng, and now she felt it again from Su Yang. The flamboyant woman snorted disdainfully and sneered. Oh, how touching. But what's the point of pretending if you have no money? Stars in the sky. Can you compare to us? The bald man also mocked. Young man, I advise you not to embarrass yourself. Talking big before you've even grown your hair. Have you been watching too many dramas? Honey, I wonder which mental hospital's wall fell down and let these two lunatics out. Why hasn't anyone kicked them out? The snooty salesperson took the hint and said sternly, both of you get out. Our store isn't for people like you. The corners of Su Yang's mouth turned up. He pointed at the car and said with a sneer, if you can get them out of here, I'll buy this car at the original price, full payment, right now. Chapter 10. Shen Xinyao was utterly shocked. Just now, she thought Su Yang was only trying to save face. After all, this car cost 500,000, and Su Yang couldn't possibly have that much money. Su Yang, are you crazy? This car costs 4 or 500,000, not 4 or 500. The balding man froze for a moment, then burst into laughter. Paying in full? I'll watch you make a fool of yourself today. Pay now. If you really buy it, I'll crawl out of here. How about that? The glamorous woman also laughed. Hillbilly, you're bragging too much. Pay now. Let's see if someone who rode a bicycle here has more money than someone who drives a Mercedes. Sir, if you really want to pay in full at once, I'll sell it to you at the base price of 420,000, and I'll waive the registration fee. How about that? In the eyes of this shrewd salesperson, Su Yang was a complete loser. How could he afford such a car? She was completely mocking him. Su Yang listened, a sneer on his face. No, I'll pay the full price, but the credit goes to her. Su Yang pointed to a salesperson who hadn't joined the crowd. Fine, then please come with me to checkout. The shrewd salesperson's face was still full of mockery, certain that Su Yang had no money and thinking about how to humiliate him later. It was too late for Shen Xinyao to pull Su Yang away. He was already at the counter, while the balding man and the glamorous woman sat with their legs crossed, looking on with amusement. But when Su Yang reached into his pocket for his bank card, he found it empty. He then remembered he had given the card to Zheng Feng for the Yunding Villa auction. Su Yang felt awkward. He had already boasted. The cashier was staring expectantly, and the shrewd salesperson behind him kept urging him to pay. The glamorous woman covered her mouth and laughed. Hillbilly, if you don't have the money, don't pretend. You're wasting our time. Get out of here. Stop acting like a big shot. Shen Xinyao wanted to disappear. She hurried to Su Yang's side and whispered, Su Yang, let's go. Seeing Shen Xinyao blush to her neck, Su Yang knew she also thought he couldn't afford it. If he had the card, he would have thrown it down. Now he couldn't say it was with someone else. The shrewd salesperson sneered. If you don't have the money, don't pretend to be rich. This isn't a place for people like you. Just leave. Don't lose all your face. Just then, a Volkswagen faded and screeched to a halt in front of the dealership. A man in his 40s hurried inside. The shrewd salesperson instantly put on a professional smile and greeted him. But the man ignored her and went straight to Su Yang, presenting a bank card respectfully. Mr. Su, I brought your card. Su Yang didn't recognize the man, but the card was the one he had given to Zheng Feng. What's going on now? He had shamelessly snuck into the Yunding Villa auction with a friend yesterday. The man in front of him was the one who had won the villa for 110 million. Seeing this man respectfully hand the card to Su Yang, it was obvious that Su Yang was the one who had caused a sensation by spending a fortune on the villa. Someone who could spend 110 million on a villa wouldn't care about a 450,000 car. He had been foolishly provoking someone who could crush him with a finger. The balding man's hands trembled. He struggled several times but couldn't stand up. He frantically gestured to the glamorous woman. "Help me up. I'm weak. Let's go." The glamorous woman, clueless, said disdainfully. "Go where? I want to see if he can actually pay. Just because someone brought a card doesn't mean he has money. Who knows if there's even 1,000 in there?" If the balding man had the strength, he would have kicked her to the ground. Someone who could buy a villa for 100 million would care about 450,000. Continuing to provoke him was asking for death. Su-yang calmly took the card and handed it to the cashier. Shen Qianyao nervously watched as the card was swiped and the keypad was offered to Su-yang. After the password was entered, a receipt printed from the POS machine. The disdainful smile on the glamorous woman's face froze. She had been waiting for the cashier to say the card had insufficient funds, ready to mock him, but the payment went through smoothly. The snobbish salesperson was stunned. She picked up the receipt with a pale face and scrutinized it, looking like she'd lost her bones. Su-yang took the receipt and, pointing to the new salesperson, told the cashier, "Credit this sale to her." After signing, Su-yang looked at the balding man. "Didn't you say you'd crawl out of here?" The balding man's legs were too weak to stand. The glamorous woman shouted, "We have money too. Show us your money. Just because you bought a cheap car doesn't mean you can tell us to get out." Su-yang just smiled, saying nothing. Anger flashed across the balding man's face. The glamorous woman urged, "Honey, show him our money. It's just a car. He thinks he can make us leave." "Shut up," the balding man roared, slapping the woman across the face. "Who told you to talk so much? Shut your mouth, or I'll sew it shut." The glamorous woman was stunned. Shen Qianyao was stunned too. The arrogant balding man had completely changed, leaving her bewildered. Chapter 11. The glamorous woman stood stunned, hand covering her face, for a long time. Since their marriage, Baldy had always pampered and spoiled her. She never expected him to hit her, especially for a plain-looking nobody, leaving her completely dumbfounded. "All right, let's go." Choosing mercy over vengeance, Su-yang only wanted to teach them a lesson, to show them there were always people better than them, and that not everyone riding a bicycle was poor. "Mr. Su, I'm so sorry about what happened just now." Relieved to be allowed to leave, Baldy spoke respectfully, then hurriedly dragged the still-dazed, glamorous woman away with their tails between their legs. Shen Qianyao gulped. In Zhongling City, plenty of people could casually spend 40 to 50,000 yuan. This Baldy, who seemed to be worth millions, was so apprehensive, seemingly not because Su-yang had bought the car outright, but because he was truly afraid of him. But Shen Qianyao shook her head. For the past 4 years, Su-yang had been bullied constantly without ever retaliating. In all of Zhongling City, he was synonymous with useless. It was impossible for anyone to be so afraid of him. The snobbish salesperson snapped out of her daze. Eager to win over this wealthy customer, she hastily apologized. "Mr. Su, I'm so sorry about just now." Su-yang ignored her completely, turning to the new salesperson. "I've already paid. Please help me finalize the paperwork. I'd like to drive the car away now." Before nightfall, the temporary license plate was already in the car, and Su-yang drove Shen Qianyao home. On the way, Shen Qianyao finally couldn't contain her curiosity. "Su-yang, where did you get so much money?" "My private savings." "Your private savings? Your allowance is barely enough to cover expenses." Shen Qianyao clearly didn't believe him. Su-yang smiled. "Qianyao, don't be so suspicious. For the past 4 years, my daily tasks at the Shen family have been driving you to and from work and cooking. I have a lot of free time, and I earn this money doing odd jobs." She couldn't believe he could earn so much money in 4 years. However, in the past 4 years, she had never truly cared about Su-yang, so she couldn't pry too much into his finances. They drove home in silence. As they arrived, they saw Shen Shikong and Han Ling returning. Thrilled to learn that Shen Qianyao had bought a new car, they excitedly circled it. Su-yang stood by the side, smiling silently, as Han Ling climbed in and out of the car, touching everything. Han Ling stroked the leather seats, beaming. Qianyao, you're so amazing. You just negotiated a multi-million yuan contract for the Shen family, and now you've bought a car. Tell Mom, did the owner of that villa take a liking to you and give it to you? Mom, don't be ridiculous. If others hear you, they'll start gossiping. What's there to be afraid of? My daughter is young and beautiful. It's such a waste that she married that good-for-nothing Su Yang. Su Yang heard her words but remained silent, still smiling. Shen Shikong kept sighing as he looked at the brand-new, unregistered car. Although he was happy, he couldn't bring himself to fully smile. He had worked tirelessly for the Shen family for decades, but in the end, he could only drive an old Santana, and even that was a hand-me-down from his younger relative, Shen Mingzhi. He wondered how many years it would take for him to be able to afford a car like this himself. Sitting in the car, Han Ling also noticed Shen Shikong's wistful expression. Taking Shen Qianyao's hand, she whispered, "Daughter, since this car is yours, why don't you let your dad drive it? It's so expensive. What if that useless Su Yang crashes it?" Mom! All right, I know you're shy and embarrassed, but you just secured that contract. If the Shen family finds out you bought a new car, they'll definitely find an excuse to target you. Let your dad drive it. If anyone asks, we can say we saved up for it over the years. But this car is Su Yang's. I know it's for Su Yang to drive you to and from work, but he's idle at home all day. Let him drive your dad's Santana. Young people should get more exercise. As long as he's not exposed to the wind and rain, it's fine. Shen Qianyao knew she was trapped. Han Ling was determined to take the car, and she didn't want to cause a scene. Mom, I'll go inside then. You enjoy the car. Shen Qianyao got out of the car, glanced at Su Yang, and walked towards the apartment building. Once inside, Shen Qianyao apologized. "Su Yang, I'm so sorry. My mom thought the owner of the villa gave me the car, and she insisted on taking it." Su Yang chuckled. "We're family. Why be so formal? But you paid for the car. Mom and Dad have been driving that old Santana for so many years. It's time for them to enjoy themselves." Shen Qianyao was speechless. For the past 4 years, her parents had treated Su Yang poorly, but he not only didn't seem to mind, but he also didn't complain at all. "All right, you watch some TV. I'll go cook." When dinner was ready, Shen Shikong and Han Ling were still excitedly sitting in the new car, touching everything. The next morning, Su Yang drove the old Santana, which stalled at every red light, to drop Shen Qianyao off at work. Then, he drove to a used car dealership, sold the Santana, and took a taxi to the Lexus dealership. Seeing Su Yang again, the snobbish salesperson, remembering yesterday's experience, plastered a smile on her face and rushed to greet him. Su Yang didn't even glance at her. After strolling around the showroom, he stopped in front of an RC and asked the new salesperson, "Can I drive this car away today?" The salesperson smiled brightly. "Is it for Mr. Su's friend?" "Yes, you can drive it away today." "Okay, I'll take this one. I gave yesterday's car away." "Gave it away?" The salesperson was stunned. A car worth over 400,000 yuan. Just given away? Even the wealthiest people weren't that extravagant. "Mr. Su, this way, please. I'll give you the lowest possible price." "No need. Charge me the regular price." The salespeople who had looked down on Su Yang yesterday were dumbfounded, especially the snobbish one, who wished she could disappear. Just because she had underestimated the bicycle-riding Su Yang, she had lost 2 sales. The commission alone was worth several months of her salary. Chapter 12. Under the salesperson's enthusiastic bow, Su Yang drove away. The 2 cars cost 1,000,000 yuan. This amount of money was nothing to Su Yang, but in the eyes of his wife, Shen Qianyao, who considered herself an ordinary person, spending 1,000,000 on cars was simply unjustifiable. He figured things would work themselves out. He'd deal with it when the time came. Su Yang had just arrived downstairs at the company when Shen Qianyao walked out of the building. Seeing Su Yang emerge from a brand new car, she froze, asking in surprise, "Su Yang, you bought another new car?" "Get in the car first," Su Yang said, unable to come up with an explanation at the moment, hurriedly opening the passenger door. As the suspicious Shen Qianyao was about to get in, an Audi A4 pulled up steadily beside them. Shen Mingzhi got out, pulled down his sunglasses, his eyes wide with shock. Shen Mingzhi had assumed Su Yang was just boasting yesterday and hadn't taken him seriously. He had driven over today, specifically to mock Su Yang, expecting him to be picking up Shen Qianyao on a bicycle. He never expected Su Yang to show up in a car worth over 500,000 yuan, significantly more expensive than his Audi A4. Shen Qianyao, you bought a car right after closing a deal? You dare to use the contract money to buy a car? You've gotten bold. Who said this was bought with the contract money? This was bought with our family's money, Shen Qianyao retorted. Shen Mingzhi was the one who bullied her the most in the Shen family, and she knew this car must have made him feel threatened. Shen Mingzhi sneered. Do you have any idea how much profit your family has contributed to the Shen family? And you have money to buy a car? If it weren't for the Shen family's support, you would have starved to death long ago. Without giving Shen Mingzhi a chance to continue, Su Yang slammed the car door shut. Walking to the driver's side, Su Yang patted the windshield and smiled. Cousin, not bad, huh? The look and performance are definitely better than your A4, right? The blatant showing off instantly enraged Shen Mingzhi. He was used to using this condescending tone with Su Yang, but today, the kid had the audacity to speak to him like this. Furious, Shen Mingzhi pointed at Su Yang and cursed. You, a good-for-nothing who married into the Shen family. What right do you have to talk to me like this? I was going to let this go, but it looks like I need to ask Grandpa to investigate you. Su Yang, get in the car, let's go home. At Shen Qianyao's command, Su Yang smiled at Shen Mingzhi without a word, got in the car, and drove off quickly. After shaking off Shen Mingzhi, Shen Qianyao questioned, Su Yang, what's the deal with this car? You bought another one. Under her unwavering gaze, Su Yang knew he couldn't hide it and confessed, Qianyao, I bought another one. 2 cars, over 1,000,000 yuan. Where did you get so much money? Even though she had guessed, hearing it from Su Yang still left Shen Qianyao in disbelief. It's a secret, Su Yang grinned. Looking at the man driving seriously, Shen Qianyao realized that although they had lived together for 4 years, she didn't know Su Yang at all, not even how much money he had. Su Yang said seriously, Qianyao, Shen Mingzhi has seen our new car. If I'm not mistaken, Grandpa will be looking for trouble tonight. What trouble? You bought the car. Let them investigate if they want, Shen Qianyao said nonchalantly. I'm afraid it won't be as simple as checking the accounts. They'll definitely come up with something else. These words startled Shen Qianyao, who looked at the increasingly enigmatic man with confusion. As Su Yang predicted, a humiliated Shen Mingzhi drove towards Old Master Shen's villa. The blatant showing off had left him fuming. The Royal Sky Manor project was likely Shen Qianyao's chance to rise in the family, and he wouldn't let her get the upper hand. He had to suppress her quickly. Arriving at the villa, Shen Mingzhi dismissed the housekeeper and massaged Old Master Shen's shoulders. Grandpa, Shen Qianyao bought a car today, a Lexus, over 500,000 yuan. Old Master Shen didn't pay much attention. So, do you want a new car too? Grandpa, shouldn't you think deeper about this? Shen Qianyao's family can barely make ends meet. Do you think they have the means to buy a car? I think they must have embezzled company funds. Old Master Shen shook his head. Impossible. I just reviewed the accounts of the cleaning company Qianyao is in charge of yesterday. There are no problems. Shen Mingzhi said. Then it must be the renovation funds for the Royal Sky Manor Villa. Do you think this is child's play? Qianyao called this afternoon. Zheng Feng, the person in charge of the villa, will be here tomorrow to deliver the renovation funds. How could they embezzle money that hasn't even arrived yet? Old Master Shen waved his hand and pointed to the sofa. All right, stop massaging. Sit down and tell me what you want to say. Unable to use the car purchase against Shen Qianyao, Shen Mingzhi sat down and said resentfully, Grandpa, how do you plan to handle the Royal Sky Manor Villa renovation project? Old Master Shen closed his eyes. Qianyao negotiated the contract so naturally, it's hers to handle. Grandpa, absolutely not. You know that this project's profit is more than all of our Shen family companies combined. If you let Shen Qianyao be in charge, her prestige in the family will soar. Although she's illegitimate, Su Yang married into our family. Doing this is like handing over our family business to an outsider. Old Master Shen sneered. Su Yang has always been a good-for-nothing in our family. I doubt he has the guts. Shen Mingzhi anxiously exclaimed. Grandpa, don't be fooled by appearances. Su Yang's act of being a good-for-nothing is all fake. You don't know, they bought a car today, and in front of me they didn't even take our Shen family seriously. Is that so? Old Master Shen's expression darkened. Since the day before yesterday, he had noticed the growing closeness between Shen Xinyao and Su Yang. If Shen Xinyao truly gained power, their family company would fall into the hands of Su Yang, an outsider. Shen Mingzhi added fuel to the fire. Su Yang has been like a good-for-nothing for 4 years, but since Shen Xinyao secured the contract, he's become arrogant. I suspect he's waiting for the moment Shen Xinyao takes power to betray our Shen family. Scoundrel! Old Master Shen, successfully manipulated, roared, "Tonight, I'll tell Shen Xinyao that you'll be in charge of this project. Shen Xinyao must stay out of it." Chapter 13. Grandpa. Then I'll discuss the renovation details with Zheng Feng tomorrow. Seeing his goal achieved, Shen Mingzhi bounced to his feet. Go to the decoration company tomorrow and wait. This project is very important to us. Nothing can go wrong. Understand? Seeing Shen Mingzhi nodding repeatedly, old Master Shen continued, "Don't embarrass yourself in the future. Do you really think I couldn't tell what that relic was? I just didn't want to humiliate you. Yes, Grandpa loves me the most. I'll definitely be more careful in the future." Shen Mingzhi nodded with a smirk. After he left, old Master Shen waved the housekeeper in. After dinner, Su Yang washed the dishes in the kitchen. In the living room, Shen Xinyao and her parents were watching TV. The TV was playing a popular drama about a CEO hiding his identity to pursue a woman. Han Ling loved this kind of drama. But usually, this was Shen Shikong's news time. Since the TV was occupied by Han Ling, Shen Shikong was a bit unhappy. "Wife, don't watch these kinds of dramas. They're all fake. No man would be so good to a woman, especially a rich man liking a poor girl and treating her so well." Hearing this, Han Ling turned to glance at the kitchen and complained, "Qianyao, don't listen to your father's nonsense. There will definitely be a true love worth billions who will come into your life, so don't give up on the future and settle for just any man." "Wife, billions? Who has that kind of money? What's wrong with billions? Haven't you heard the saying, the bolder the person, the greater the wealth? What you said is so disgusting. I married you because you were from the Shen family. But after all these years of marriage, what have you ever bought me? Nothing valuable. And I've only suffered ridicule from both the Shen family and my own family." Shen Shikong hurriedly coaxed her. "Wife, it's because we don't have money. If we had money, I would buy you things without you even asking. No money? When have you ever had money?" Han Ling put her hands on her hips and shouted towards the kitchen. "We, mother and daughter, are ruined by you two good-for-nothings. One is timid and the other is always either cooking or washing dishes. Can't you have a little bit of a man's spirit?" Su Yang heard it, but just smiled and continued washing the dishes. Shen Xinyao quickly pulled Han Ling and whispered, "Mom, stop it. It's late at night. The neighbors will hear and laugh at us." "Laugh? Haven't we been laughed at enough by the Shen family all these years?" Han Ling stamped her foot in anger. "I'm already halfway to the grave. But Qianyao, you're my daughter. I don't want you to suffer. Look at all the young masters proposing with thumb-sized diamonds these days. But you haven't received anything, and you have to endure ridicule with that good-for-nothing. Mom!" Before Shen Xinyao could finish, there was a knock on the door. "See, we've disturbed the neighbors. They're here." Shen Shikong got up and ran to the door. But when he opened the door, he saw old Master Shen's housekeeper. "The old master asked me to pass on a message. The Yuqia Mountain Manor project will be handled by Shen Mingzhi. Shen Xinyao should avoid it as much as possible." The news from the housekeeper was a bolt from the blue for Shen Xinyao. She had negotiated this contract, but unexpectedly, she wouldn't be in charge. It was Shen Mingzhi. Su Yang in the kitchen heard it clearly. He had already guessed this. The housekeeper clearly looked down on Shen Shikong's family, not even bothering to stay after delivering the message, turning around and leaving. "Why? Why is this happening?" Shen Xinyao held her head in her hands and sat on the sofa. This was her only chance to turn things around. She had wanted to do a brilliant job, but before it even began, it had been nipped in the bud. "It must be that bastard Shen Mingzhi. I'm going to confront him and find out what's going on." Han Ling fumed and was about to go out. Shen Shikong quickly stopped her and shouted, "Wife, can you even reason with him? The decision has been made, and it's old master's decision. Going to him won't do anything. You good for nothing." Han Ling glared. "Even a junior like Shen Mingzhi can walk all over us. What can you even do?" Shen Shikong was notoriously henpecked in the Shen family. Being repeatedly berated by Han Ling, he couldn't save face anymore and let go of her arm, saying, "Fine, fine, go ahead. If you don't think it's embarrassing, go find him. You useless thing. I must have been cursed in 8 lifetimes to end up with you." Han Ling started crying. Just then, Shen Qinyao phone rang. It was Shen Mingzhi. Shen Qinyao angrily answered the phone and yelled, "Shen Mingzhi, this project is mine. Why are you doing this?" "My fault? This is Grandpa's decision. If you're so capable, go talk to Grandpa. See if he'll listen to you. I'm calling to tell you to stay away from this project. Didn't you want to make a name for yourself and the Shen family? Listen carefully. That will never happen. Just live your pathetic life." Shen Qinyao was furious. Su Yang strode out of the kitchen, took the phone from her hand, and hung up. Han Ling was about to unleash a torrent of curses, but was interrupted. She pointed at Su Yang's nose and scolded, "Who do you think you are? Who told you to hang up the phone? When did it become your place to make decisions about our Shen family matters?" Su Yang's face turned cold. He said angrily, "Why not hang up? Wait for Shen Mingzhi to continue provoking you? He's hoping you'll get angry enough to go to Old Master, so he can justifiably kick you out of the Shen family." "You!" Han Ling almost choked with anger. Shen Qinyao suppressed her dissatisfaction and said calmly, "Mom and Dad, I'll handle this. You go rest." Han Ling glared fiercely at Su Yang. Fearing things would escalate, Shen Shikong dragged Han Ling back to their room. Shen Qinyao also turned and went back to her room. Su Yang followed and closed the door. Seeing Shen Qinyao's slightly trembling back, he softly said, "Qinyao, I told you I'd make you the head of the Shen family. However they took this project, I'll make them give it back to you." "You!" Shen Qinyao abruptly turned around, tears still streaking her face. Su Yang smiled and asked, "Your birthday is in a few days. Have you thought about what you want for your birthday gift?" Shen Qinyao heart warmed. She hadn't expected Su Yang to remember her birthday, but she smiled wryly and said, "I've only celebrated my birthday once in all these years. Grandpa scolded me for it, so birthdays don't really matter to me anymore." Chapter 14. This time, I'll definitely give you a birthday you'll never forget. After Su Yang finished speaking, he looked at Shen Qinyao's burning gaze and felt a little nervous. He quickly turned off the light and lay down on the floor mat. "Don't think too much," he said softly. "Get some rest. What was taken from you, you'll take back." Shen Qinyao trembled. The Su Yang of the past would never have said such words. In her eyes, Su Yang was changing, and changing very quickly. She couldn't keep up. The next morning, Shen Mingzhi, dressed in a suit, anxiously waited at the entrance of the Shen family's decoration company. Today, he would officially take over the Yutian Villa decoration project. The client would bring tens of millions in profit to the Shen family, so he couldn't afford to be careless with the formalities. Seeing Zheng Feng's car approaching, Shen Mingzhi tightened his suit buttons and hurried forward. He opened the car door, extended his hand respectfully, and said, "Hello, Manager Zheng. I'm Shen Mingzhi, responsible for the project between the Shen family and you. We can liaise from now on." Zheng Feng paused, didn't shake his hand, and got out of the car. "Where's Miss Shen?" he asked. "She's been a bit tired lately, so she took a few days off to travel. But rest assured, my abilities are stronger than hers, so I'll definitely satisfy you." But what Shen Mingzhi didn't expect was that Zheng Feng's face turned ugly after hearing this. He said coldly, "There are plenty of companies in Jiangling City vying for this project. It seems the Shen family doesn't take the owner of this villa seriously." "No, Manager Zheng, we absolutely didn't mean that." Shen Mingzhi was scared out of his wits, wiping the cold sweat off his brow while forcing a smile. "Are you the manager?" "Yes, I'm the manager, but I'm fully capable of co-managing this." Zheng Feng interrupted him. "Don't bother. Call your boss. I want to have a good talk with your boss." "But our boss hasn't managed the company for a long time. Shen Mingzhi knew he was in a difficult position, but he still stubbornly persisted. The contract clearly states in black and white that the person in charge of this project is Miss Shen. Since the Shen family considers itself so big and powerful that it can blatantly disregard the contract, then I'll leave. The penalty for breach of contract is 3 times the decoration cost. Think it over before you contact me again. THR. 3 times? Shen Mingzhi almost fainted. The penalty alone was 180 million. All of the Shen family's businesses combined weren't worth that much. He hurriedly tried to appease him. Manager Zheng, please calm down. I'll communicate with the boss right away. I have other matters to attend to. If I don't hear back by this afternoon, just wait for the lawyer's letter. Zheng Feng finished, ignoring Shen Mingzhi's pleas, and angrily got back in his car and left. After Zheng Feng left, Shen Mingzhi slapped himself hard across the face. He thought that snatching this project from Shen Qianyao would be his ticket to success, but he didn't expect Zheng Feng to be so unyielding. If the project fell through, the 180 million penalty would be his ruin. He couldn't handle this alone and hurriedly drove to Old Master Shen's villa. Old Master Shen was eating breakfast. Seeing Shen Mingzhi rush in, he assumed the matter had been settled and pointed to a chair. Mingzhi, sit down. How's the project going? Grandpa, it's bad. Shen Mingzhi gasped. Zheng Feng didn't see Shen Qianyao and said we weren't following the contract, that we breached it and have to pay 3 times the penalty. What? He also said that if we don't give him a clear answer by this afternoon, we'll receive a lawyer's letter. Damn it! Old Master Shen grabbed his teacup and smashed it on the floor. He now wished he could slap Shen Mingzhi to death. This project was originally handed to Shen Qianyao, but he listened to Shen Mingzhi, which led to this situation. 3 times the penalty was an amount the Shen family couldn't afford even if they sold everything they owned. This was forcing the Shen family into a dead end. How could I be so muddle-headed? I completely forgot about the terms of the contract. Old Master Shen slammed the table and angrily cursed. Shen Mingzhi, you're the most impulsive one in the entire Shen family. Zheng Feng wants Shen Qianyao. Go find her and bring her back, even if you have to beg on your knees. Grandpa. Shut up. Old Master Shen grabbed his cane and threw it. If this project falls through because of you, your whole family can get out of the Shen family. Su Yang didn't send Shen Qianyao to the cleaning company that morning. They stayed home all day. She tried to leave several times, but Su Yang kept her in the room. Shen Qianyao tried to sneak out while Su Yang was doing laundry, but her phone rang. As she picked up the phone, Su Yang came out of the bathroom, rushed over, grabbed the phone, and pressed it under the sofa. Su Yang, what are you doing? Was it Shen Mingzhi calling? Yes. Don't answer it. What if there's something wrong with the project? Grandpa already gave the project to Shen Mingzhi and told you to stay away from it. Just go back to your room and sleep. Don't worry about anything else. Su Yang pushed Shen Qianyao back to her room. The phone rang again. Su Yang, I should answer it. Otherwise, they'll cause trouble for me again. No. Su Yang shook his head decisively, his tone commanding. You. At this moment, Shen Qianyao was stunned. This was the first time she had seen Su Yang speak to her like this. Realizing his tone was a bit harsh, Su Yang forced a smile. Shen Mingzhi is calling you so urgently. The project probably isn't going well. If I'm not mistaken, they probably don't want to cooperate with him, so he's so anxious. Shen Qianyao was unsure what to do. After all, she signed a contract. If the contract was terminated, she would ultimately be implicated. Seeing Shen Qianyao's hesitation, Su Yang smiled. Qianyao, just lie down and sleep. I'll handle this properly. I'll make them return everything they took from you with both hands. Hearing these words again, Shen Qianyao didn't know what to say. To avoid losing her composure in front of Su Yang, she nodded. I'll leave it to you then. I'm going back to my room. Go ahead. No matter what happens, don't come out. After watching Shen Qianyao return to her room, Su Yang half lay on the sofa and watched TV. Chapter 15. An hour passed, and a knock came from outside. Couldn't wait up? Come into my door. Su Yang sneered, getting up and opening the door. Standing outside was indeed Shen Mingzhi, drenched in sweat, panting and leaning against the wall. He glanced at Su Yang and coldly asked, "Where's Yao?" She gave herself a 2-day vacation. She's traveling. Shen Mingzhi glared furiously at Su Yang and took out his phone, dialing a number. The next second, a ringtone came from under the sofa. "You're lying to me. If Yao went traveling, why is her phone on the sofa?" Shen Mingzhi roared angrily. Nowadays, who doesn't have 2 phones? One for work, one for personal use. That doesn't prove anything, does it? Get out of my way. Su Yang remained standing firmly in the doorway. "Are you going to move or not?" Shen Mingzhi roared and raised his fist. A sneer appeared on Su Yang's lips. Before Shen Mingzhi's fist landed, he swiftly punched him in the chest, sending him tumbling to the ground. "You good for nothing. You've grown some guts, haven't you? You dare hit me back?" Shen Mingzhi clutched his chest, his face full of disbelief. He quickly scrambled up, ready to charge again. In his eyes, Su Yang had always been the useless live-in son-in-law of the Shen family. For 4 years, he had constantly mocked and insulted Su Yang, who always remained silent. He couldn't accept that this waste dared to hit him today. Seeing Shen Mingzhi about to charge again, Su Yang sneered. "If you dare act up again, don't blame me for beating you so badly even your parents won't recognize you." Shen Mingzhi came to his senses. He wasn't here to fight, but to find Yao. He pointed at Su Yang and shouted, "Get Yao out here, or I won't let this go." Su Yang chuckled indifferently. "Shen Mingzhi, if you think you have time to waste, we can waste it until tomorrow morning. But don't forget why you're here." Shen Mingzhi sneered. "Su Yang, you wimp, do you really think this is your house? Do you really think Shen Yao negotiated that contract? Do you think the Shen family is qualified to take on this project? The whole family knows Shen Yao sold her body for that contract." Shen Mingzhi's aim was to provoke Su Yang into handing over Shen Yao. But Su Yang was not fooled. He was the owner of that villa. He could decide who Zheng Feng cooperated with. However, such baseless accusations and slander infuriated Su Yang. A murderous aura emanated from him. He strode forward, shedding his previous meekness, his eyes locked on Shen Mingzhi. He asked coldly, word by word, "Repeat what you just said." Shen Mingzhi instantly lost his confidence. He had never seen Su Yang so assertive. His voice trembled. "What do you want? You want me to repeat it? Who do you think you are? Sickness comes from the mouth. Trouble comes from the mouth. If you continue to spread rumors, I'll show you what it means to be worse off dead than alive." For some reason, Shen Mingzhi was frightened by Su Yang's words. "Get out! You're not welcome here." Su Yang pointed outside and shouted coldly. Although unwilling, Shen Mingzhi was intimidated by Su Yang's imposing manner. He didn't know why, but he was genuinely afraid of this wimp he had bullied for 4 years. Just as he was at a loss, a voice urged from behind. "Mingzhi, how's it going? Where's Shen Yao?" Su Yang frowned and looked. It was none other than Shen Hao, Shen Liao's eldest son and Shen Mingzhi's father. He had learned about the morning's events immediately and, worried that Shen Mingzhi wouldn't be able to persuade Shen Yao, he rushed over. Shen Hao also looked at Su Yang with disdain. Seeing him blocking the doorway, he reached out to push him aside, but his hand was stopped by Su Yang. "Stop! What are you doing? This isn't your house." Shen Hao was stunned. He widened his eyes and shouted, "You've gone mad! If this isn't my house, whose is it? You dare stop me? I know you're my uncle, but this is my house. If anyone tries to enter, I'll call the police and report trespassing. Let's see how ashamed you'll be in front of the Shen family." Shen Hao trembled with anger. He was used to being arrogant in the Shen family, but today he was stunned by this wimp. "Big brother Mingzhi, why are you here?" Shen Shikong and Han Ling returned from work. Seeing Shen Mingzhi, Han Ling was displeased. She was still unaware of the morning's events. "Mom, Dad, you're back." Su Yang stepped aside to let Shen Shikong and Han Ling into the living room, then blocked the door again. Today, cousin went to negotiate with the person in charge of Imperial Heaven Villa, but because Grandpa broke the contract and switched people, they demanded 3 times the penalty. Now, Cousin and uncle are here to persuade Qianyao to continue with the project. Otherwise, Grandpa will kick cousin out of the Shen family. Shen Shikong suddenly understood. Their family was often bullied by the Shen family, and he thought Xininghao was here to cause trouble. He didn't expect it to be this matter. Han Ling, still angry from yesterday, said sarcastically, "Big brother, you can't blame anyone else. Qianyao was in charge of this project, but it was suddenly switched to Mingzhi. Now look at the mess. What are we going to do?" Shen Shikong, lacking tact, said anxiously, "Where's Qianyao? Get her to deal with it quickly." "Qianyao isn't home." Han Ling glared at Shen Shikong, finally having an opportunity to make others beg. She didn't want to waste it. Xininghao saw their deliberate difficulty and suppressed his anger. He asked Su Yang, "What will it take to get Qianyao to come back with us?" Su Yang narrowed his eyes, looking at Xininghao and Shen Mingzhi with a faint smile. "What do you mean? Why are you staring at us? What do you want? The two of you aren't important enough. Get someone with enough weight to ask for her." "Su Yang, don't push it," Shen Mingzhi yelled. "You want the old man to come? Do you think you're worthy?" Xininghao finally understood. They weren't giving anything up without something in return. Shen Shikong was startled. Shenliza had been staying in his villa since retiring and rarely went out. Su Yang sneered. "Whether he's worthy or not isn't up to you. If Grandpa is willing to part with 180 million, then let him stay in his villa." Shen Shikong shouted. "Su Yang, what are you doing?" Su Yang remained indifferent and said coldly, "Please leave. Don't let the door hit you on the way out." Closing the door, Xininghao spat on it, while Shen Mingzhi clenched his fist and punched the wall. Chapter 16. Inside the living room, Shen Shikong and Han Ling were intimidated by Su Yang's assertive demeanor. For 4 years, Su Yang had been a meek, live-in son-in-law in the Shen family. Han Ling never dreamed that the former good-for-nothing would be so domineering, even daring to scold the two people most favored by old Master Shen. Shen Qianyao emerged from the bedroom, asking what had happened. Although Han Ling had vented her anger earlier, she now felt a wave of unease. "Xininghao and Shen Mingzhi came to invite you," she complained, "but this lunatic insisted that your grandfather come personally." Shen Shikong trembled. It's over. Our family is completely ruined. If the old man gets angry about this, we'll never have a moment's peace." "Mom and Dad, don't worry. Since I dared to say those words, I'm confident that Grandpa won't dare to do anything to us." Shen Shikong cried out. "What do you know? You have no idea what the consequences of this will be. Grandpa will be here tonight. Just wait." Su Yang finished speaking and returned to the kitchen to cook. "Don't bother. We're going back to the company." Han Ling snapped, opening the door and storming out. Sigh. Shen Shikong sighed deeply and followed her out. After lunch with Shen Qianyao, Su Yang told her to continue resting in her room while he left the house and drove towards Xi'an Group headquarters. For years ago, Su Yang arrived in Jiangling City down on his luck, to rival the Su family of the capital. Before becoming the Shen family's live-in son-in-law, he found the underappreciated Chen Xiao and invested heavily to establish Xi'an Group. With their exceptional business acumen, Xi'an Group rose rapidly in Jiangling City like a dark horse. Within just 2 years, it went public and became the city's leading corporation. Xi'an Group had numerous subsidiaries spread throughout the country. Everyone in Jiangling City knew the chairman of Xi'an Group was Chen Xiao, but they didn't know Su Yang was the true power behind the scenes. Arriving at the Xi'an Group building, Su Yang used his access card to enter the elevator and went directly to the top floor, the 66th floor. In the chairman's office, Chen Xiao was working on a pile of documents. Seeing Su Yang emerge from the elevator, he quickly put down his work, stood up respectfully, and called out, "Brother Yang." Su Yang gestured with his hand. "No need for such formalities. Continue with your work. It's just some ordinary documents." Chen Xiao stood, speaking casually, but each document represented a project worth tens of millions or even hundreds of millions. Over the past few years, Chen Xiao had managed Xi'an Group impeccably. Although the group was worth tens of billions, challenging the Su family of the capital was still like throwing an egg against a rock. To further expand Xiyang Group, they needed to develop new projects. Su Yang walked to the sand table displaying Jiangling City's development plan. The group's subsidiaries were scattered throughout the city, but the East District remained conspicuously empty. What projects haven't we launched yet? Su Yang stood with his hands clasped behind his back, like a general surveying the battlefield. Brother Yang, we haven't touched real estate in Jiangling City. Su Yang pointed expertly at the sand table. The old city district is saturated, but the East District is mostly slums. And since Jiangling City's east side is closer to the provincial capital, securing that land will undoubtedly elevate our group to the next level. Chun Xiu's eyes lit up. Brother Yang, are you thinking of creating a new urban area in the East District? Precisely. We want to monopolize the real estate industry in Jiangling City. Su Yang spoke decisively. Release the investment news. The Shen family will definitely try their best to get a piece of the pie. Then, put Shen Mingzhi in charge of the project. Chun Xiu hesitated. Brother Yang, the Shen family is fine, but Shen Mingzhi, isn't he always targeting you? Su Yang sneered. To completely crush someone, you should first lift them up to the heavens, then let them fall. The impact will be utterly devastating. A cold sweat broke out on Chun Xiu's forehead. He saw extreme animosity in Su Yang. Although Su Yang never mentioned being from the Su family of the capital, through years of cooperation between Xiyang Group and the Su family, Chun Xiu had gleaned some information. He was grateful he hadn't tried any tricks. Otherwise, he might have been the first to fall from the sky. Brother Yang, I understand. Although there are some local thugs in the East District, Cheng Jian is familiar with that area. He can help smooth things over. Chun Xiu said confidently. Cheng Jian? At the mention of this name, a warm smile appeared on Su Yang's face. On the day Xiyang Group was founded, he encountered Cheng Jian being chased. With Su Yang's help, Cheng Jian's rise had been meteoric. Since becoming a stay-at-home husband in the Shen family, Su Yang hadn't seen Cheng Jian for a long time, but news from Jiangling City couldn't escape his ears. Cheng Jian was now thriving, a prominent figure in the city. It seems I should pay a visit to this brother sometime soon. The seriousness on Su Yang's face faded, and he asked with a smile, By the way, I heard you opened a revolving restaurant downtown last year? Yes, Brother Yang. Good. Keep that restaurant running well. I'll have a use for it in the future. It's for sister-in-law, right? I understand, brother. I'll make sure it's top-notch. Stop joking around. Get back to your work. I'm leaving. Su Yang bought groceries and returned home to find Shen Shikong and his family sitting on the sofa with grim expressions. Seeing Su Yang return, Han Ling immediately launched into a tirade. Su Yang, you're becoming more and more outrageous. We've always been cautious in the Shen family. Why do you wretch, treat us like this? What did we do to you in a past life? Su Yang was bewildered by the sudden scolding. He glanced at Shen Shikong, who was sighing with his head down, then looked at the worried Shen Qianyao and asked, Qianyao, what's wrong? After Shen Mingzhi went back, he exaggerated everything to Grandpa. Grandpa is furious, saying I've grown wings and am now stepping on his head. Su Yang chuckled. Just for that? It seems asking him to come invite you was too lenient. Han Ling pointed at Su Yang's nose and shouted, Are you crazy? Do you know what you're saying? If the old man actually comes personally to invite Qianyao, a junior, wouldn't that be a slap in his face? Chapter 17. He'll come. Han Ling, furious, yelled, You might want to stay in the Shen family, but I do. Get out. We don't want to be dragged down with you. Mom, don't be like this. Things have already come to this. Even if you drive him away, it won't help. Qianyao, you're still speaking up for this loser? What has he done in the past 4 years? Every time he tries to show off, he ends up being humiliated, and we suffer along with him. Dad, say something? Shen Shikong kept sighing. In the Shen family, even a junior or a maid could bully him. And in this family, he, a henpecked husband, dared not speak back to Han Ling. At this moment, a message notification sounded from his phone. Shen Shikong picked up his phone. His eyes widened and his mouth dropped open. After staring at the screen for a long time, he hurriedly waved his hand. Wife, stop arguing. The old man is on his way. The old man is coming to our house. Earlier that day, After Su Yang had driven Shen Yinghao and Shen Mingzhi out, the two went to old Master Shen's villa. Just as Shen Xinyao had said, Shen Mingzhi cried his eyes out, exaggerating how Shen Xinyao had mocked him and even claimed that old Master Shen disliked her. Old Master Shen immediately slammed his hand on the table and declared he would kick Shen Xinyao out of the Shen family. However, before he could do so, he received a call from Zheng Feng. Zheng Feng said only one sentence before hanging up. If the Shen family didn't give him an explanation by midnight, he would take legal action to defend his rights. Zheng Feng's pressure made old Master Shen like an ant on a hot pan. He naturally knew the importance of the cooperation with Yutian Mountain Villa. Not to mention the incredibly high profits. If the cooperation was successful, they would become famous in the decoration industry, and the Shen family's name would also become prominent. However, if he didn't intervene, they would have to pay 180 million in liquidated damages. He had diligently managed the Shen family for so many years, and he didn't want to see the business empire he had single-handedly built destroyed in an instant. So, to save the Shen family, he had to grit his teeth and ask Shen Xinyao, his junior, for help. Seeing the message in the family group chat that old Master Shen was on his way, Shen Xinyao abruptly looked at Su Yang, her eyes filled with disbelief. Han Ling was so excited she almost fell to the ground. Since she joined the Shen family, old Master Shen had never given her a good look, let alone visited their home. And today, old Master Shen was coming. Although it was for Shen Xinyao's sake, it undoubtedly told the entire Shen family that they were about to rise in status. Han Ling excitedly shouted, "Husband, our chance has come. We will definitely be valued. Don't say so much. Hurry downstairs to welcome him." Shen Xinyao anxiously said, "I'll go back to my room first. If Grandpa asks, just say I haven't come back yet." "No, stay in the living room." "But you said at noon that I went on a trip." "I just said that casually. No one in the Shen family is a fool, and they won't believe you really went on a trip. Don't worry. With me here, even if the sky falls, I will hold it up for you." Inexplicably, Shen Xinyao's heart warmed. She had heard similar words from Su Yang many times, but each time it refreshed her view of him. Shen Xinyao had never received old Master Shen's favor since she was a child. In her impression, old Master Shen always had a stern face. At this moment, it was self-deception to say she wasn't afraid. Old Master Shen was helped into the house by Shen Shikong and Han Ling. When he saw Shen Xinyao standing in the living room, the corners of his mouth twitched. He said sarcastically, "I heard our Miss Shen went on a trip. Why are you back so soon?" "Grandpa." Su Yang spoke up first. "Xinyao has been at home all along. I was the one who said that." Hearing this, Shen Shikong was so frightened he jumped. He knew old Master Shen's temper. Being deceived secretly was one thing, but being called out on it openly was a bit arrogant. Han Ling was so scared she almost fell, hurriedly grabbing Shen Shikong's arm to steady herself. Old Master Shen sat on the sofa and said contemptuously, "Su Yang, I've lived for most of my life, and I think I've never misjudged anyone. You are the first person to make me misjudge. You flatter me, Grandpa. Tell me, what do you want to say after all this trouble to call me over here?" Su Yang walked around to stand in front of old Master Shen and said in a deep voice, "Grandpa, I'm a junior and you are an elder. Forgive my disrespect, but this whole situation is entirely your fault." "Su Yang, how dare you speak to Grandpa like that?" Old Master Shen's face paled. He tapped his cane and shouted, "Let him continue. I want to see what accusations he has against me." Han Ling, although apprehensive, felt that being able to vent her anger through Su Yang's words was worth it, even if they were kicked out of the Shen family. "Grandpa, Qinyao negotiated the contract, and it's clearly written in black and white. But you suddenly changed personnel midway. Did you think Qinyao was easy to bully, that she wouldn't dare to speak up?" "Insolent." Old Master Shen's face changed several times, darkening as he said, "Su Yang, don't forget your identity. A live-in son-in-law like you is qualified to speak to me like this. It's precisely because I'm not a member of the Shen family that I dare to say this. And only Qinyao can handle this matter. No one else can even think about it. Aren't you afraid I'll kick you out right now?" Only if you think 180 million is just a drop in the bucket for you. Shen Shikong was panicking. He never expected that Su Yang, this good-for-nothing, would become so incomprehensible. Old Master Shen asked, "Is this your bargaining chip? Grandpa, you have witnessed Qinyao's abilities. If you had valued her from the beginning, things wouldn't have turned out this way. It seems I've been played by you this time." Old Master Shen's voice grew colder, enveloping the entire living room. Shen Qianyao could only stand there timidly, while Shen Shikong trembled like a leaf. Even Han Ling, who had been gloating just moments before, now dared not breathe. The entire living room was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop, but Su Yang remained indifferent because in his eyes, the Shen family was less than dirt. "I have come to ask for help as you wished. Now can Qianyao step in and resolve this?" Shen Qianyao froze, unsure how to respond. For some reason, she subconsciously glanced at Su Yang. After Su Yang nodded, she quickly said, "Grandpa, I'll go to see Manager Zheng early tomorrow morning to discuss this matter in detail. Thank you for your hard work on this project." Chapter 18. Old Master Shen stood up, glared coldly at Su Yang, snorted, and said, "I'm leaving. You may stay. Dad, let me see you downstairs. The stairs are steep. Stop." Old Master Shen shouted with a grim face. "Do you think I'm so old that I can be bullied by your family and even the stairs?" Shen Shikong broke out in a cold sweat. After Old Master Shen left, Han Ling's tense body relaxed, and she stumbled onto the sofa without a word. Shen Shikong paced anxiously around the living room. It's over. The old man definitely has a problem with our family. He's tolerating us now because of the villa contract, but once this is over, he'll definitely make trouble for us." Su Yang said nonchalantly, "Dad, don't worry. As long as Grandpa is under our control, he won't do anything to us." Shen Shikong shouted angrily, "What kind of nonsense are you talking about? Once the villa is renovated, how can we still control the old man?" Shen Qianyao said discontentedly, "Dad, can't you speak nicely? We've been bullied by the Shen family all this time, and today we finally got to vent our anger, and you're still like this. Isn't this for our future? Dad, our family won't be looked down upon by the Shen family in the future. I'll give you a gift in a while, a gift that's enough for you to walk tall in the Shen family." "What gift? Don't brag." Su Yang smiled mysteriously. "You'll know when the time comes." Shen Shikong was panting. Han Ling reached out and said, "Husband, help me back to the bedroom. I'm dizzy. Hurry up and help me back." Shen Qianyao asked anxiously, "Mom, what's wrong?" "Nothing serious. It's just that I vented my anger so well just now. I haven't recovered yet." Back in the room, Han Ling lay on the bed and scolded Shen Shikong, who was sitting on pins and needles. "What are you so afraid of? You have no backbone. You'll be this cowardly for the rest of your life. Wife, don't you think Su Yang has been like a different person these past 2 days? Not only did he dare to challenge Shen Mingzhi, now he's almost stepping on the old man's head." Han Ling laughed. "To say something you don't like to hear, the old man just likes to protect his own. Although I don't like Su Yang very much, the way he vented his anger really made me feel good. Aren't you afraid the old man will target us after the villa project is finished?" "Afraid of what?" Han Ling said discontentedly. "Rather than being afraid of that, I really want to know what the gift Su Yang said he would give you is. You believe his lies? I advise you to save your breath. Just take it as a joke. A gift?" Early the next morning, Shen Qianyao contacted Zheng Feng. After meeting and talking in detail, Zheng Feng said that the project with the Shen family would not be interrupted and they would continue to cooperate. The Shen family was excited to hear this news. Although Shen Mingzhi was also relieved, he hated Su Yang and Shen Qianyao even more. In his opinion, the instigators of this incident must be Su Yang and Shen Qianyao. They were using this method to humiliate him and the Shen family. After Shen Qianyao relayed this news, another piece of news that excited all the women in the Shen family came out. Overbearing CEO falls in love with the little maid was coming to an end. This drama not only captivated Han Ling, but also the young ladies of the Shen family. Peng Yuyan, the male lead of the drama, became a household name in Jiangling City. In the finale, Facing difficulties from the female lead's family, the male lead, P1.You, finally revealed his true identity, shocking the female lead's family. P1.You finally won the beauty's hand in marriage. In the Shen family's women's WeChat group, the women chatted excitedly, but most of it was flattery towards Shen Linglong. P1.You is so handsome. I wish I had such a handsome fiancé. Stop dreaming. You've been married for 3 years. Besides, only Sister Linglong is worthy of such an outstanding man like P1.You in our Shen family. Exactly. Sister Linglong is so beautiful and has such a good figure. After she joins the Su family in the capital, she must introduce us sisters to some rich second-generation heirs. Sister Linglong is so lucky. She's about to become a wealthy wife. Unlike some people, they married someone surnamed Su, but they're worlds apart. How pitiful. After the negotiations for the project's resumption were concluded, Su Yang picked up Shen Qianyao in his car. Seeing the sarcastic messages popping up in the group chat, Shen Qianyao just chuckled and ignored them. Su Yang noticed and asked curiously, "Qianyao, don't you want a boyfriend like P1.You? Didn't you hear them? A man like that is worth billions. How could he possibly like an ordinary girl like me?" Su Yang asked with a smile. "Then who do you think is worthy of such a man?" "Definitely Shen Linglong. She's outstanding in our Shen family. Compared to her, everyone else is like a crow compared to a phoenix." "Then do you think you have a chance?" Su Yang asked with a playful smile. Shen Qianyao's face immediately turned gloomy. "Drive your car. Do you think I have a chance?" "Yes, of course you do," Su Yang said with a grin. Shen Qianyao sighed softly and didn't speak, but she quietly looked at Su Yang's profile, thinking to herself, "I wish you were, but how is that possible?" After the villa project was settled, due to some issues with the cleaning company, Su Yang drove Shen Qianyao to Heli Zijuan. Getting out of the car and walking to the restaurant across the street, the owner saw Su Yang enter looking refreshed and asked, bringing him a cup of tea. "The usual?" "The usual." Soon, the owner prepared the noodles and handed them to Su Yang, who sat down on a stool. The owner asked, "Brother, you look radiant these 2 days. Any good news?" "After 4 years of lying low, I've finally made it. I wonder if Jiangling City is big enough for me to flex my muscles," Su Yang said, slurping his noodles. "I'm sure it is. You must have made a lot of preparations in the past 4 years." "Preparations? Just cultivating my mind and body." Su Yang nodded with a smile, finished his noodles, paid, and left. He didn't go home, but drove to the Red Maple Bar in the suburbs to find Chengjian. 4 years ago, after rescuing Chengjian, who was like a stray dog, Su Yang originally wanted him to manage the Sunset Group with him and Chen Xiu, but Chengjian had no interest in business and wanted to become a big shot in Jiangling City's underworld. Su Yang saw the firm belief in his eyes and told him to go for it. Even if there were problems, the Sunset Group would be there to support him. After so many years without seeing each other, Chengjian's power had grown by leaps and bounds. From a small-time thug who was being chased, he had become a figure who controlled half of Jiangling City's underworld. Now, Chengjian was a different person, and it was time for him to be of use to Su Yang. Several ruffians were standing at the entrance of the Red Maple Bar. Seeing Su Yang get out of the car, they looked at each other in dismay. For years ago, Su Yang and Shen Qianyao's wedding had caused a stir in Jiangling City. Although the Shen family was only a second-rate family, the marriage of the Shen family's daughter to a good-for-nothing became the laughingstock of the entire city. Chapter 19. Su Yang had garnered considerable attention in Jiangling City. Many knew of the good-for-nothing live-in son-in-law of the Shen family. Immediately, a thug who recognized Su Yang started to taunt him. Well, if it isn't our young Master Su. I wonder why, instead of sponging off his wife at home, young Master Su has graced our bar with his presence. I'm here to see Chengjian." After 4 years of this kind of ridicule, Su Yang had become immune to it and wouldn't get angry over a few taunts. "Our boss isn't someone you can just see whenever you want. Don't think you can just yell our boss's name because you have the Shen family backing you. Even if that old geezer from your family came here, he'd have to politely address our boss as Brother Cheng. Get lost." Someone who sponges off his wife like you is worthy of seeing our boss. In your dreams, Su Yang remained unmoved and walked straight inside. Are you tired of living? You dare barge in. Beat him to death. Let the Shen family come collect his corpse later. As they spoke, one of them raised his fist and swung at Su Yang. The corner of Su Yang's mouth lifted. With lightning speed, he punched the thug in the chest. The thug froze, then flew backward as if hit by a car, crashing heavily to the ground. The other thugs were stunned. They didn't expect the well-known wimp of Jiangling City to cause trouble right on their doorstep. They instantly erupted, pulling steel pipes from their waistbands and surrounding Su Yang. You bastards! Do you want to die? A furious roar came from within the red maple bar. Cheng Jian rushed out. Brother Cheng, this little punk asked for you by name. He even hit our brother? Seems like the Shen family didn't teach him to be more low-key. Have you gone mad? Kneel down. Cheng Jian yelled, then hurried over to Su Yang, bowing and scraping. Brother, I've missed you so much. I tried to find you several times, but you turned me away. If Qin Xiu hadn't asked me to handle something today, I would have thought you forgot about me, your brother. The thugs, who had been so arrogant just moments ago, stared wide-eyed at Cheng Jian's respectful attitude towards Su Yang. Cheng Jian was a formidable figure in Jiangling City, yet he was acting so subserviently towards the Shen family's useless live-in son-in-law. They were completely dumbfounded. Cheng Jian turned and barked. What are you standing there for? Kneel down. Do you not want your legs anymore? No need. Just as they were about to kneel, Su Yang waved his hand, stopping them. It was broad daylight, and people were coming and going outside the bar. If someone recognized him, the Shen family would definitely give him trouble. Yes, brother. Led by Cheng Jian, the two of them entered the office located in the deepest part of the red maple bar. Su Yang sat down. Cheng Jian, looking excited, brewed a pot of tea and brought it over, curiously asking, Brother, what's the matter? Qin Xiu could have just told me. Why did you come all this way? Wasn't it to see how you're doing? Brother, don't joke with me. I'm just like this, messing around. Jiangling City is still divided into 3 factions. I haven't been able to take over the other 2 old guys' territories. Take your time. Eventually, you might even look down on a place like Jiangling City. Cheng Jian's heart skipped a beat. He knew Su Yang was hinting at something. He nodded repeatedly. Brother, don't worry. I definitely won't disappoint your expectations. Su Yang's expression turned serious. All right, cut the flattery. You know the Shen family took on the Yutian Villa renovation project, right? Yes, I heard the person in charge of the project is sister-in-law. What's wrong, brother? Cheng Jian nodded. He wasn't as perceptive as Qin Xiu and hadn't yet guessed that Su Yang was from the Su family of the capital. There's been a problem with the project. I suspect someone will try to interfere with the villa renovations in the next couple of days. So, keep a close eye on things for me during this period. If you find anything amiss, immediately detain them. Cheng Jian's expression turned serious. He patted his chest and assured him, Brother, no problem. Leave this matter to me. I'll leave this to you then. Don't take it lightly. This is a serious matter. There can't be any mistakes. Oh, and tell your guys not to spread what happened earlier. After giving his instructions, Su Yang left the red maple bar. As soon as he got in his car, he received a call from Shen Xinyao. Because Yutian Villa had renewed the project contract with Shen Xinyao, the old man wanted to hold a celebratory banquet. Although Su Yang had no interest in such things, he still accompanied Shen Xinyao to prevent anyone from deliberately causing trouble at the banquet. The banquet was full of senior executives from various Shen family companies. When Su Yang and Shen Xinyao arrived, the old man had them sit beside him. This move made everyone in the Shen family envious. Only those who had made significant contributions to the Shen family could sit next to the old man. Even Shen Yinghao and Shen Mingzhi, the father and son most valued by the old man, could only sit at other tables. This was enough to show how much the old man valued Shen Xinyao. After all, she had secured the Yutian Villa renovation contract for the Shen family and had put the family, which had been on the verge of ruin, back on track. It seemed Shen Xinyao was about to snatch the title of #1 daughter of the Shen family from Shen Linglong. The atmosphere at the table appeared harmonious, But beneath the surface, everyone had their own schemes. Shen Linglong was furious. She snorted and muttered angrily. "Brother, aren't you angry?" "Angry? Angry about what? This used to be your seat, but today it's been taken by that bitch. I'm furious for you. Do you think anyone can sit in this seat? Since Shen Qianyao likes it so much, let her sit there for once. She won't have the chance again anyway." Shen Mingzhi's words were full of confidence, and a smug smile hung on his face, as if he already had Shen Qianyao in the palm of his hand. "Brother, do you have some inside information? Tell me." "No inside information, but the Yutian Villa renovation has already started today. What do you think will happen if there's an accident during the renovation? Whose responsibility will it be?" Shen Linglong suddenly understood and gave him a thumbs up. "Brother, you're so clever. Keep your voice down. Don't let anyone hear you," Shen Mingzhi said smugly. After the old man stood up, he gave his usual speech and finally asked Shen Qianyao to elaborate on the details of the cooperation with Yutian Villa. This was the first time Shen Qianyao had been given such an important task, and she panicked. Previously, she had only sat at the outermost table, listening to Shen Mingzhi's speeches, filled with longing. Every time, she would fantasize about being the one speaking and doing an even better job than Shen Mingzhi. Chapter 20. But when the day finally arrived, she found herself speechless. Under the table, Han Ling was so moved that tears streamed down her face. She gripped Shen Shikong's hand and exclaimed, "Husband, do you see? This is our Qianyao. Qianyao is giving a speech. Qianyao has finally made something of herself." "Yes," Shen Shikong agreed, his face also brimming with excitement. "Our family has finally made it. Indeed, much more successful than you. I really don't know why I married you in the first place." With dozens of eyes fixed on her, Shen Qianyao stammered, unable to form a complete sentence. Shen Linglong sneered. "A crow is a crow. Even if it flies onto a branch, it's still just a crow. How could it possibly turn into a phoenix? Want to announce a strategic deployment? I think you should go home and practice speaking first." "Exactly. Does she think landing the Yutian Mountain Manor project makes her the top dog in our Shen family? Dream on. Linglong will always be our number one." Waves of mockery rose and fell. Although old Master Shen heard it all, he didn't intervene, seemingly giving his tacit approval. The celebration banquet today served a dual purpose: to celebrate the success and to deflate Shen Qianyao's arrogance, since he had personally gone to ask for a favor yesterday, causing him a sleepless night. Already nervous, Shen Qianyao became even more flustered under the barrage of taunts. Su Yang softly said, "Qianyao, just speak normally. Explain the details of the collaboration. Don't feel too pressured." Unconsciously, Su Yang had become her anchor. Encouraged by his words, Shen Qianyao took a deep breath, closed her eyes to review the details in her mind, and began to speak eloquently. She spoke for over 10 minutes, leaving the audience stunned. Shen Qianyao clearly explained all the details of the collaboration, and even analyzed many unfavorable factors and contingencies, earning several rounds of applause. Shen Linglong and her clique seethed with resentment. They had intended to watch Shen Qianyao make a fool of herself, but she had become the center of attention instead. Amidst the most enthusiastic applause, Shen Qianyao concluded her speech and sat down, her face flushed. At that moment, Cheng Jian sent Su Yang a message. "Bro, you're a prophet. The guys said someone was harassing the Yutian Mountain Manor Villa renovation workers, but they were chased off. Understood. Keep a close eye on Shen Mingzhi. Record everyone he contacts." After replying, Su Yang looked up at Shen Mingzhi. Noticing Su Yang's unwavering gaze, the smug smile on Shen Mingzhi's face vanished instantly. He snorted and walked out. The renovation had just begun today, and then this happened. Even a fool could guess that Shen Mingzhi was involved. Su Yang stood up and quietly said, "Qianyao, I'm going to the restroom. I'll be back soon." As soon as Su Yang stepped outside the villa, Shen Mingzhi stood in the shadows, cigarette dangling from his lips, and sneered, "Su Yang, Shen Qianyao is just a tool for the Shen family. Once the Yutian Mountain Manor Villa renovation is over, she'll be back to square one." "That's just what you think," Su Yang replied indifferently. Shen Mingzhi laughed heartily. Do you really think Grandpa intends to promote Shen Qianyao? That's just a show for others. If she makes even the slightest mistake, she'll be kicked out of the Shen family immediately, along with you, her live-in son-in-law. Su Yang smiled, but said nothing. He knew exactly what Shen Mingzhi was up to, and he didn't want to waste his breath. These small victories meant nothing to him. His real target was the development of the East City New District by the Sunset Group. Then, Shen Qianyao would undoubtedly be the most important person in the Shen family. Shen Mingzhi snarled. What? Cat got your tongue? Let me tell you, the Shen family will always be the Shen family. Don't even think about getting your hands on a single penny, you outsider. Su Yang smiled brightly. Sorry to disappoint you, but I won't be trying to take anything from the Shen family. A measly family like yours isn't even on my radar. We'll see. He angrily threw his cigarette but on the ground and strode back into the villa. Back home that evening, Han Ling paced excitedly around the living room, muttering to herself, Heaven be praised. Our family is finally going to rise to prominence. Mom, what's wrong? Why are you so happy? Qianyao, isn't your mother happy because of what happened tonight? I've never received such high treatment in the Shen family. How can we not be happy? It's all thanks to Su Yang. If it weren't for him, Grandpa wouldn't have come personally, and we wouldn't be getting this attention. Su Yang, who was cleaning the living room, paused, surprised to hear he held such a position in Shen Qianyao's heart. Han Ling glanced at Su Yang and snorted. What credit does he deserve? It's all because of Qianyao's ability. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to secure this project. Mom! Shen Qianyao began, but seeing Su Yang shake his head, she stopped. Su Yang had always played the role of a weak and useless person in the Shen family. Shen Qianyao knew that even if she told the truth, her parents, who looked down on Su Yang, wouldn't believe her. All right, everyone go to bed. I'm going to have a good night's sleep tonight. After her excited announcement, Han Ling looked at Su Yang and curtly ordered, Su Yang, finish cleaning before you go to bed, or you'll hear from me. Later that night, after everyone was asleep, Shen Mingzhi snuck out of the house. He didn't know that he was being monitored 24/7, and his every move was being recorded. Inside the red-yellow-green nightclub, a waiter led Shen Mingzhi to a private room. Ma Chong sat on the sofa, two scantily clad women draped over him, another sitting on his lap, his eyes closed as he enjoyed her writhing. As soon as Shen Mingzhi entered, he apologized with a fawning smile. Brother Chong, I'm so sorry. A small matter held me up. I've kept you waiting. It's fine. Something fishy happened today. My men just found those renovation workers, but another group of people showed up and chased them off. Ma Chong sat up and sent the woman in his lap over to Shen Mingzhi. Ma Chong was a powerful figure in Jiangling City with numerous underlings. After Jiangling City was divided into 3 territories, his boss became Cheng Jian's sworn enemy. Brother Chong, do you know who those people are? Could there be other forces trying to get involved in this project? Shen Mingzhi gasped. At noon, he had contacted Ma Chong, hoping to disrupt Shen Qianyao's renovation schedule, delay the completion, and have old Master Shen blame Shen Qianyao. He hadn't expected things to become so complicated. Chapter 21. It seems your Shen family's project is a hot commodity. Others want a piece of the action. Ma Chong groped the woman beside him as he spoke. Shen Mingzhi said with a dark expression, This is too small time. If we want to crush Shen Qianyao completely, we need to play a bigger game. How so? The renovation list for the Imperial Villa includes imported materials, exclusively sourced by our Shen family. No one else in Jiangling City has them. If we can steal this shipment, the Shen family will panic. Ma Chong chuckled and cursed. Shen Mingzhi, you're a real scoundrel. You're a Shen, yet you're using such insidious methods against your own family. I like it. Ruthlessness is key. As long as I can take Shen Qianyao down, this small sacrifice is worth it. The sneer on Ma Chong's face faded, and he asked in a low voice, This is illegal, and the risk is considerable. What's in it for me? Don't worry, Brother Chong. Once you take the goods, with my connections in the Shen family, no one will ever know. I'll then persuade Shen Qianyao to negotiate with you privately. Once she's in your grasp, Won't she be yours for the taking? Brilliant. You're even willing to offer up your own sister to climb the ladder. Ma Chong gave a thumbs up. He had long coveted Shen Qinyao's curvaceous figure, and the thought of it made him drool. Shen Mingzhi's face darkened. Sister? They're just from a concubine's line. Calling her my sister is an insult to a successful partnership. With Brother Chong on the job, everything will go smoothly. The two clinked glasses and roared with laughter, unaware that their entire conversation had been clearly recorded by the surveillance Cheng Jian had previously installed. The renovation of the imperial villa had been progressing smoothly over the past 2 days. As the project manager, Shen Qinyao was naturally swamped, while Su Yang contentedly played the role of stay-at-home husband. That afternoon, Shen Qinyao loaded a batch of imported materials from the warehouse onto a truck, intending to personally deliver them to the villa. Before departing, she learned of an urgent issue at the cleaning company and, after instructing the driver to be careful, rushed over. However, after resolving the issue, she received a call informing her that the imported materials had been completely looted, and even the truck had been stolen. Upon hearing this, Old Master Shen immediately gathered the entire family for an emergency meeting. Everyone present was solemn. This shipment was specifically requested by the villa's client. With the goods stolen, ordering replacements from abroad would take at least 6 months, delaying the renovation and incurring a 5-fold penalty in liquidated damages. As the project manager, Shen Qinyao couldn't escape responsibility. One moment she was the center of attention, the next the project's scapegoat. Qinyao, what happened? Old Master Shen asked, breathlessly sitting down. This project was vital to the Shen family's future and couldn't be allowed to fail. Shen Qinyao said anxiously, Grandpa, I only learned about this after dealing with the issue at the cleaning company. I don't know who the perpetrators are. Shen Mingzhi seized the opportunity to attack. Shen Qinyao, are you trying to shift the blame? Don't you know how important these goods are to our family? You want to deal with the cleaning company? Are you kidding me? We can only call the police. The goods are worth hundreds of thousands. Only the police can find them. Shen Qinyao said helplessly. Shen Mingzhi snorted. Call the police? You have the nerve to say that. If the police get involved, everyone in Jiangling will know that our Shen family is incompetent, that we can't even protect our renovation materials. Think about the repercussions. Who would dare to cooperate with us in the future? Mingzhi has a point. We can't involve the police yet. We'll handle this internally. They must be after money. As long as we can buy back the goods, even at the original price, we can settle this quietly. Qinyao, put the cleaning company aside and focus on the villa. Grandpa, don't worry, I'll investigate this as quickly as possible. Shen Qinyao reluctantly agreed. Shen Mingzhi sneered. Shen Qinyao, you've always handled the most menial tasks in the Shen family. Do you even know anyone in the underworld? How are you going to investigate? Cousin, I'll do my best to find them. You? Forget it. After the goods were stolen, I asked my contacts in the underworld. I know who took them. They also wanted the Cloud Top Villa renovation project, but our Shen family beat them to it. They're angry and want to make us suffer. Cousin, you're so insightful. It just happened, and you've already found the culprits. Do you really think I'm just freeloading in the Shen family like some people? Although I'm not the project manager, I'm more worried about this than anyone. Shen Mingzhi bristled at the implied criticism in Shen Qinyao's words. As expected, Shen Linglong chimed in. Shen Qinyao, if you're not capable enough, just say it. Big Brother is helping you, and you're biting the hand that feeds you. Exactly. You should be thanking Big Brother for helping you. You're so ungrateful. Enough. Old Master Shen slammed the table. Who told you to start fighting amongst yourselves? Since Mingzhi has already found out, let him talk to them. Grandpa, I can't. They specifically said that Shen Qinyao snatched the contract, so she has to be the one to negotiate. I see. Qinyao, do you have any objections? Shen Qinyao shook her head. Grandpa, I have no objections. Good. Thank your cousin. Shen Qinyao looked at Shen Mingzhi and said reluctantly, Thank you, cousin. Don't mention it. I can't handle the thanks of the project manager. I've already made arrangements with them. The negotiation is tonight. The location hasn't been confirmed yet, but I'll let you know when they tell me. All right, it's settled. No matter how things go, I want to see those materials safely delivered to the imperial villa by tomorrow." The meeting ended, and everyone left the villa. Shen Qinyao dragged her weary body into the car. With so many people around, Su Yang remained silent. He drove towards home and asked halfway, "Qinyao, I've been thinking about this in the car. I think Shen Mingzhi has something to do with the stolen goods. I suspect him too. It happened less than an hour ago, and he's already found the culprits. I think it's a trap. Don't worry. If you have to walk on knives, I'll blunt the blades for you. If you have to go into a vat of boiling oil, I'll scoop it all out for you." Chapter 22. Su Yang's gaze was firm. The entire Zhongling city wasn't even worth a glance in his eyes. What he wanted to do was contend with the Su family of the capital. Although he had ostensibly returned to the Su family, every detail of how his eldest uncle had driven him out all those years ago remained vividly etched in his memory. He absolutely would not let the matter rest. Su Yang's resounding voice warmed Shen Qinyao heart. Watching him concentrate on driving, she felt as if the once cowardly and incompetent good-for-nothing had unknowingly transformed into a towering mountain in her heart. Just then, Shen Qinyao's phone rang. Seeing the caller ID, she couldn't help but frown. "Qinyao, why aren't you answering?" Su Yang asked while driving. "A friend. I don't want to answer." Su Yang asked with a smile. "Seems like you don't like this friend very much." Shen Qinyao didn't respond. The phone continued to ring. Finally, she took a deep breath and answered the call. "Feng Shui, what's up?" Shen Qinyao neither liked nor disliked Feng Shui. Although Shen Qinyao was the least favored member of a second-rate family, anyone who could be her friend must come from a second or a third-tier family. Like most wealthy second-generation children, Feng Shui was very high-profile. Shen Qinyao had asked her to be more discreet many times, but Feng Shui never listened, and instead became even more ostentatious. Not wanting to be led astray by Feng Shui, Shen Qinyao always tried to avoid contact with her. Unexpectedly, Feng Shui, whom she hadn't contacted for a long time, had taken the initiative to call. Feng Shui's cloyingly sweet voice came through. "Qinyao, why did it take you so long to answer? What are you busy with?" "Nothing much, just about to go home." "Why go back now? Where are you?" "I'll come find you. Let's have dinner, and I'll introduce you to my new boyfriend." Shen Qinyao's face darkened slightly. Su Yang turned his head and asked, "Agree. Let's go over now." "Where are you?" "I'll be right there." Although reluctant, Shen Qinyao knew that if she refused, Feng Shui would definitely make a fuss, and if their families clashed, she would definitely be the one to suffer. Sunrise Hotel. "I'm waiting for you at the entrance." Since marrying Shen Qinyao, Su Yang had been playing the role of a house husband and hadn't met any of Shen Qinyao's friends. He was about to make his mark in Zhongling City, so it was time to show his face. Arriving at the entrance of the Sunrise Hotel, a tall woman with heavy makeup walked towards them. Behind her was a man in a suit. "Qinyao, I've missed you so much." After giving Shen Qinyao a hug, Feng Shui glanced at Su Yang, sized him up, and said, "Qinyao, is this your legendary husband, the talk of Zhongling City?" Shen Qinyao's face paled then flushed. She nodded and introduced Su Yang. "Miss Feng, hello." Su Yang extended his hand perfunctorily. "Hello. No need to shake hands. You're quite the celebrity in Zhongling City." Feng Shui was condescending. The reason she asked Shen Qinyao to come today was to see this legendary good-for-nothing and gain some sense of superiority at Shen Qinyao's expense. "Oh, right, I almost forgot to introduce him. This is my fiancé, He Jianbin, the young master of the prestigious He family from the capital." Feng Shui proudly introduced. "Jianbin, this is the friend I told you about, Shen Qinyao. Miss Shen, Shui has mentioned you more than once, saying you are beautiful and gentle, but unfortunately married a man only fit to be a kept man." He Jianbin glanced at Su Yang as he spoke. Faced with their provocation, Su Yang didn't react, only smiling faintly as he observed He Jianbin. Although he had been expelled from the Su family 4 years ago, he hadn't been idle. He was well informed about everything happening in the capital. The Su family practically controlled the capital. He had some impression of the He family. They were a fourth-rate family in the capital, not even close to being considered third-rate. Yet here in little Zhongling City, they dared to boastfully call themselves a prestigious family from the capital. Their audacity was truly remarkable. Shen Qianyao also sensed the provocation, and her face was very unsightly. She looked at Su Yang disapprovingly, but saw him smiling, even more confused about what he was thinking. After entering the Sunrise Hotel, he Jianbin, in order to flaunt his wealth, specifically booked a private room. The four of them sat in the private room and ordered dozens of dishes in one go. Shen Qianyao felt a little embarrassed and softly advised, "Swear order less. The four of us can't eat this much. Don't worry, eat as much as you want. My husband has plenty of money." Shen Qianyao shook her head speechlessly. After handing the menu to the waiter, he Jianbin got up to go to the restroom. Feng Shui coughed lightly, sipped her tea, looked at Su Yang, and asked with a smile, "Qianyao, I really don't understand. You're so beautiful and understanding. Why didn't you find a rich second generation for a husband?" "Why am? We're already married. There's no point talking about it. Tell me about you. How did you find a boyfriend from the capital?" "Oh, there's a story. I was on a business trip to the capital a while ago and was accosted by some bad guys. Then Jianbin, like a god descending from heaven, chased them away. He saw how beautiful I was and relentlessly pursued me. In the end, I couldn't resist his proposal and, in a moment of passion, agreed." As she spoke, Feng Shui fiddled with a gemstone ring on her finger and gestured, "See? This gemstone ring is a gift from Jianbin." Shen Qianyao listened with envy. Su Yang glanced at it and couldn't help but laugh. It wasn't a gemstone ring at all, but clearly a glass ring. Although his smile was subtle, Feng Shui still noticed it. "What are you laughing at? What's so funny?" "Nothing. I just think this gemstone is so beautiful. I wish I could buy one for Qianyao." "You? Don't even think about it. It's worth millions. You probably won't be able to afford it in your lifetime." "Yeah, I probably can't afford it." Su Yang felt that $1 million ring wasn't worthy of Shen Qianyao, which was why he had bid on the tens of millions worth Heart of the Ocean necklace, planning to give it to Shen Qianyao as a birthday surprise. "Qianyao, you have no idea how boring it is to be the wife of a rich man. All I do all day is spend money, spend money. I've spent several million these past few days. I'm tired of spending. If you're free sometime, come spend a few days with me and experience what it's like." "I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. I don't have any free time lately." Shen Qianyao forced a smile. Chapter 23. Before Feng Shui could finish her sentence, the private room door was suddenly kicked open with a loud bang, startling her and causing her to scream. Su Yang, who had been anticipating Feng Shui's boasting, turned to the door, his attention caught by the sudden interruption. He Jianbin, who had just moments ago been arrogant, now walked in with a bruised and swollen face. Behind him followed several burly men with tattooed arms. Seeing her husband's battered state, Feng Shui rushed to his side, grabbing his arm and crying, "Husband, what happened? Who are they? Why did they do this to you?" He Jianbin clutched his swollen face, looking pathetically at Feng Shui, his body trembling too much to speak. Feng Shui turned to the group, shouting indignantly, "What are you doing? How dare you beat someone in broad daylight? Do you have any regard for the law? You're his wife? Someone actually wants a hag like you? What's wrong with me beating him? He dared to piss on my shoes. I'm not just going to beat him. I'm going to kill him." A fierce-looking bald man strode forward and kicked the trembling He Jianbin to the ground. He Jianbin, already terrified, lay on the ground without a sound. He had dripped 2 drops of urine on the bald man's shoes while using the restroom. It was a simple matter of apologizing, but He Jianbin, arrogant and looking down on everyone because he was from Beijing, provoked the bald man and was subsequently beaten in the restroom. The He family held little influence in Beijing, and in this situation, He Jianbin was forced to kneel and beg for mercy. Despite knowing the whole story and who was at fault, Feng Shui remained defiant, shamelessly shouting, "So what if he peed on your shoes? My husband is from Beijing. He's doing you a favor by pissing on your shoes. Not only is your face ugly, but your heart is even uglier." The bald man sneered, instantly enraged. "Damn! How dare you talk to our boss like that? Do you want to die?" One of the bald man's underlings, enraged, slapped Feng Shui across the face. Feng Shui was stunned, covering her face and staring blankly at them. "What are you looking at? Look again, and I'll gouge your ugly eyes out," the bald man roared, pointing at Feng Shui's nose. Although Feng Shui hadn't cried after the slap, being repeatedly called ugly finally broke her last shred of pride, and she began to wail, covering her face. "Shut up! You have the nerve to cry," the bald man bellowed, then pointed at Jianbin and snarled. "Both of you, kneel down and kowtow 10 times. Otherwise, you won't be leaving here today." Jianbin trembled with fear. Kneeling in the restroom was one thing, as no one had seen it. But kneeling in front of Shen after all his bragging would be too humiliating. He whispered urgently to Feng Shui, "Shui, isn't your friend from the Shen family? The Shen family has some standing in Jiangling City. Quickly ask your friend to intervene." Shen stood up and said, "This gentleman, they are my friends. Please give the Shen family some face." The bald man sneered. "The Shen family? Do you really think the Shen family can suppress this? Even if the King of Heaven came today, they wouldn't leave here unscathed." The bald man glanced at Shen Qianyao, and when his eyes landed on her, they lit up. He chuckled. "Beautiful lady, you're Shen Qianyao?" "I am." Shen Qianyao felt uncomfortable under his gaze. Su Yang tugged her arm, and she sat back down. "Miss Shen, since you've spoken, I'll give you some face. I won't make them kneel and apologize. But I have 2 options for you to choose from." "What options?" 1. Pay me 1 million, and we'll consider this matter settled. 2. Miss Shen, spend some time with me, and I'll pretend nothing happened. Feng Shui clutched Shen Qianyao's arm and pleaded, "Qianyao, please help us. We don't have 1 million. Just endure it for 1 night, and let us leave." "Feng Shui, how could you say such a thing? We're friends. How can you ask me to do this? Qianyao, please help us. Otherwise, we won't be able to leave." Hearing this, the bald man leered at Shen Qianyao. "Miss Shen, your friend has already said it. I think you should just spend the night with me." "Don't even think about it," Shen Qianyao snapped. This matter had nothing to do with her, but Feng Shui had dragged her into it. Su Yang's face darkened. He was happy to deal with anyone who wanted to cause him trouble, but anyone who had designs on Shen Qianyao would have to answer to him. The bald man wasn't angry. He smiled and said, "All right, this kind of thing takes time to decide. I'll be dining in the next room. If you change your mind, come find me." The bald man sneered, left 2 of his men to guard the door, and walked out. After the door closed, Feng Shui, with tears and snot streaming down her face, said, "Qianyao, please, you're the only one who can save us. We don't want to be humiliated. Just suffer a little and let us leave." "Shen Qianyao, I really misjudged you. I never thought you were this kind of person." Su Yang leaned back in his chair and said with a smile, "Miss Feng, weren't you just saying that your daily job is spending money? What? You can't even handle 1 million. You're unwilling to part with your money, but you're willing to let me appease them for you?" Shen Qianyao slammed the table, shouting, "What does my money have to do with you? Why should I give my money to someone else? Aren't you just being used by the Shen family? Sacrificing 1 night to ensure our safe departure. Isn't that a good deal?" "You!" Shen Qianyao, furious and trembling, couldn't control herself and slapped Feng Shui across the face. Tears welled up in her eyes. Feng Shui was considered a friend, yet she had spoken to her like this. "Shen Qianyao, you dare hit me? What's wrong with me saying something about you? You are just a tool used by the Shen family. Am I not allowed to say that?" "Shut up!" Su Yang abruptly stood up, his face grim, radiating a chilling aura as he glared at Feng Shui. Chapter 24. Feng Shui was so scared she didn't dare to make a sound. She hadn't expected this renowned good-for-nothing of Jiangling City to look at her like that. But she was in a fit of rage and, fueled by anger, yelled, "You're just a live-in son-in-law of the Shen family. How dare you speak to me like this? Do you even know your place?" "Shut up!" Jianbin trembled in panic. He had only wanted to show off, but he hadn't expected to stir up such immense trouble he couldn't undo. "No, I don't want to stay here anymore. I want to go back. I want to leave this place." Jianbin flung open the door and rushed out, only to be immediately dragged back in, screaming in pain after being beaten by the two burly men guarding the room. He crawled back inside. "Husband, are you okay?" Shen Qianyao's face was extremely pale. She looked at Su Yang and asked, "What do we do? We can't leave. Should I call Grandpa? They'll probably give Grandpa face." "No, Grandpa lives a secluded life. How could he lower himself to come here for us? I'll go talk to them. Maybe they'll let us leave." "You'll go?" Su Yang nodded. "Don't worry. They should let us leave." For some reason, at this moment, Shen Qianyao believed Su Yang unconditionally, as if only he could resolve this matter smoothly. After leaving the room, Su Yang went directly to the next room. Inside, a bald man was bowing and scraping, trying to toast Cheng Jian, who sat on a chair with a disdainful look, ignoring him. The bald man, slightly embarrassed, downed his drink and said to Cheng Jian with a wry smile, "Brother Cheng, only you can settle this matter. I have no other choice but to ask for your help. As long as you speak, I'll give you any amount of money." Cheng Jian snorted disdainfully. Just then, the door was suddenly pushed open, and Su Yang walked in with a grim expression. The bald man turned his head in astonishment, and, upon seeing Su Yang, flew into a rage. "Who let you in? Get out! Otherwise, you won't know what hit you." He ordered someone to take Su Yang out, then turned back to Cheng Jian with an apologetic smile. "Brother Cheng, please don't mind him. This guy doesn't know any better. I just taught him a lesson. He's probably here to apologize." After he finished speaking, he realized that Cheng Jian, who had been lounging on the chair, was now standing, his face tense, like a child who had done something wrong. "Brother, why are you here?" The bald man was dumbfounded. He stammered, "What? Brother? Brother Cheng, don't joke with me. He's your brother?" Cheng Jian's face darkened. He snapped, "Shut your stinking mouth. If you call me that again, I'll cut out your tongue." The bald man shuddered. Although he didn't know what was happening, he sensed that this wasn't simple. He knew Cheng Jian's power well. To him, Cheng Jian was like the sky, yet this sky was calling the person he had just bullied brother. He seemed to have poked a hole in the sky. Cheng Jian hurried over to Su Yang and asked cautiously, "Brother, this place is a mess. Are you here for dinner?" Su Yang sneered and glanced at the bald man. "What? Your little brother?" Cheng Jian wasn't stupid. From the bald man's previous words, he analyzed that the bald man had offended Su Yang. To prevent Su Yang from taking his anger out on him, he explained, "Not my little brother. I didn't want to come here, but he insisted on inviting me, saying he needed my help to settle something. We don't have much of a relationship. He needs to be taught a lesson." Cheng Jian was confused. "Brother, what happened?" Su Yang said coldly. "He wanted my wife to spend the night with him." "What? My sister-in-law?" Cheng Jian's eyes widened, instantly burning with rage. Although Cheng Jian didn't know Su Yang's full background, he knew Su Yang was more than capable enough to make a name for himself in Jiangling City. The reason he stayed with the Shen family was for Shen Qianyao. Yet today, someone dared to provoke Shen Qianyao. Even if Su Yang could tolerate it, Cheng Jian couldn't. To demonstrate his resolve in front of Su Yang, Cheng Jian grabbed a chair and smashed it over the bald man's head. The bald man staggered and fell onto the table, finally realizing that he had truly stirred up a hornet's nest. He trembled and cried, "Brother Cheng, spare me. I was wrong. I didn't know this gentleman was your brother. You dare speak. You dared to target my sister-in-law. I'll kill you today." Cheng Jian was furious. He punched the bald man in the face, sending 2 streams of blood gushing out. The bald man screamed. Cheng Jian grabbed his collar, pinned him to the floor, and rained blows down on his head. The bald man continued to wail and beg for mercy, but Su Yang remained silent. And even though Cheng Jian's fists were hurting, he didn't dare to stop. Only after the bald man was bruised and swollen, his cries weakened, did Su Yang pull over a chair and sit down. In the next room, Su Yang had been gone for 5 minutes and hadn't returned. Shen Qianyao gradually grew uneasy. Feng Shui cried out shakily, "Qianyao, can your good-for-nothing husband even handle this? Don't provoke that bald man further." "Shut up," she trusted Su Yang. "If he said he could do it, then he could." "Wife, my face hurts so much. I need to go to the hospital, or I'll die from the pain. He Jianbin clutched his bruised cheek and wailed. You brought this upon yourself. It's your own fault. Feng Shui wasn't having it. She shouted. Shen Qianyao, what kind of way is that to talk? What do you mean by brought it upon yourself? How can you be so nasty? What if I said it? If you don't have the skills, don't try to show off. It's fine if you pretend in front of me, and I don't expose you, but you actually try to show off in front of others? Don't you even know your own limits? Shen Qianyao, suppressed for so many years, had been unwilling to tear off the mask. Now, after saying everything in one breath, she felt much better. Shen Qianyao. Before Feng Shui could finish, the door was suddenly flung open with great force. She screamed and quickly covered her mouth, hiding in the corner. Shen Qianyao remained calm and glanced over. Seeing that it was Su Yang, she walked over and asked softly, Is everything settled? Settled. Let's go back. Su Yang turned and walked towards the exit. Husband, did you hear? It's resolved. Let's go back quickly. Su Yang chuckled and turned around. You two stay here. Our business is finished, but yours isn't. Feng Shui was stunned. She asked anxiously, What do you mean? Why can't we leave? I was talking about my and Qianyao's business. You deal with your own. After saying that, Su Yang strode out, and Shen Qianyao, ignoring Feng Shui and He Jianbin, followed him. The moment the door closed, Feng Shui's cries echoed, mixed with He Jianbin's desperate sighs. When Shen Qianyao was completely outside the room, she saw the previously arrogant bald man kneeling on the ground with his head drooping, covered in blood. His two underlings stood beside him, timidly looking at Su Yang. Chapter 25. Shen Qianyao was extremely puzzled. The skinhead, who hadn't even batted an eye at the Shen family, was now kneeling on the ground, pathetic and whimpering. It was quite unusual. She didn't dare to speak, though, and hurriedly followed Su Yang out of the hotel. After getting into the car, she anxiously asked Su Yang what happened. I don't know. They were already kneeling there when I went out. No matter how I asked, they wouldn't say a word, so I called you. Su Yang pretended to be clueless. Really? Truer than gold. What about Feng Shui? Shen Qianyao didn't believe him at all, but since Su Yang didn't want to explain, she didn't press him further. Let them stew in fear in the private room. When no one pays attention to them, they'll figure it out. Su Yang chuckled and drove off quickly. Even a fool would understand that things were definitely not that simple. The skinhead had been ferocious and aggressive just now, but after Su Yang went out for a while, he became as meek as a lamb. Shen Qianyao wouldn't believe it if Su Yang claimed ignorance. However, since Su Yang didn't offer an explanation, Shen Qianyao knew that no matter how she asked, he wouldn't tell her, so she didn't pursue the matter. Outside, the sky had already darkened. Just as they were about to leave, Shen Qianyao's phone rang. Su Yang, it's Shen Mingzhi. Shen Qianyao held her phone, her face filled with unease. Su Yang said gravely, It seems they've chosen the meeting place. Answer the call and find out who stole the goods. Shen Qianyao answered the phone. Before she could speak, Shen Mingzhi sneered. Shen Qianyao, as your cousin, I've done all I can. They want you to meet them tonight to negotiate. Just don't drag me into this mess. Shen Qianyao feigned gratitude. Thank you, cousin. Where should we meet? Brilliant bar. When you get there, someone will take you to the private room. Whether the negotiation succeeds depends on your performance. Who are these people? Shen Mingzhi paused for a moment, then suddenly laughed. Ma Chong. You should still remember him, right? Ma Chong. Shen Qianyao's face paled, and she became visibly agitated. Have a nice reunion with your old acquaintance. Shen Mingzhi hung up the phone triumphantly. Shen Qianyao was incredibly nervous. Her hand holding the phone trembled. Ma Chong was very familiar to Shen Qianyao, even a bit frightening. Before she married Su Yang, Ma Chong had repeatedly pursued her, often cornering her. Although she had always escaped unscathed, she had been terrified each time. The Shen family had always seen Shen Qianyao as a tool to be used, and old man Shen absolutely didn't want the family to be connected to a street thug. Coincidentally, when Grandma Shen fell seriously ill, They arranged for Shen Qianyao to marry Su Yang to improve her fortune. No one had expected, however, that the thug from 4 years ago now commanded a large group of followers. Qianyao, what's wrong? Su Yang, naturally unaware of Shen Qianyao's past with Ma Chong, asked with concern. No, nothing. Shen Qianyao used the act of smoothing her hair to hide her anxiety. Looking out the car window, she said, the person who hijacked our goods is Ma Chong. The negotiation will be at Brilliant Bar. I understand. Wait for me here. Su Yang got out of the car and walked back into the hotel. Inside the private room, Cheng Jian was still berating the skinhead. Seeing Su Yang's serious expression and furrowed brows, he assumed Su Yang was still angry. He kicked the skinhead hard and cursed. Tell me, how do you want to die today? Buried or thrown into the sea to feed the fish? The skinhead, his face bruised and swollen, trembled with fear. He knelt before Su Yang, tears and snot streaming down his face, and cried, Big brother, I was wrong. I was blind. Please spare me. I won't dare to do it again. Shut up. This time it's not about you. Su Yang snapped. Cheng Jian, do you know Ma Chong? Brother, I know Ma Chong. Things are a bit urgent, so I didn't tell you everything. The brothers who were following Shen Mingzhi captured some unfavorable videos. Should I show you? No need. Tell me about Ma Chong. Big brother, I know. Let me redeem myself. I'll tell you everything. The skinhead, seeing a chance to make amends, eagerly shouted. I'm talking to my brother. What are you butting in for? Cheng Jian kicked the skinhead again in annoyance. Su Yang's face darkened. Speak quickly. Cheng Jian was taken aback. He glared at the skinhead. Are you mute? Didn't you hear my brother telling you to speak? Yes, yes, yes. The skinhead nodded repeatedly, clutching his sore mouth. Big brother, Ma Chong is the adopted son of Boss Ma in Jiangling City. 2 days ago, Ma Chong came to me and asked me and my boys to hijack a shipment of goods from the Shen family. It's illegal, so I didn't agree. Then it just went away. Boss Ma? Su Yang sneered. Although he had always been seen as the weak, live-in son-in-law of the Shen family, he was the one who had single-handedly propelled Cheng Jian from a small-time hoodlum to a powerful figure. Su Yang naturally knew Boss Ma. After Jiangling City was divided into 3 territories, Cheng Jian controlled one, and Boss Ma controlled another. Seeing Su Yang's gloomy expression, Cheng Jian asked, Brother, Ma Chong hijacked the goods this time to force sister-in-law to negotiate, right? Yes. How did you know? Ma Chong pursued sister-in-law before. Looks like he has other ideas this time. Cheng Jian looked worried. Although Ma Chong was a small fry, one had to consider his backing. He was somewhat wary of Boss Ma. Even if he does have other ideas, I'll knock them right out of his head, Su Yang declared resolutely. Take some men to Brilliant Bar. Tonight, I want to see what tricks Ma Chong can pull. Although Su Yang's tone was calm, Cheng Jian felt a shiver run down his spine. Back when he was down on his luck, Su Yang had patted his shoulder and told him, in the same calm tone, that no matter what, he would help him rise to become a prominent figure in Jiangling City. In just 2 years, Su Yang had used all sorts of resources to help him achieve that, proving that he never spoke empty words. At this moment, Cheng Jian knew with absolute certainty that Ma Chong was done for, likely to die without even knowing how it happened. As they left the private room, the skinhead bowed and scraped. Big brother, please walk slowly. I will definitely redeem myself in the future. Su Yang strode away, not noticing Feng Shui and Chun Jianbin peeking through the crack of the door. What are you looking at? Get back inside, or I'll gouge your eyes out. The skinhead spotted them and yelled, scaring them into quickly retracting their heads. Closing the door, Chun Jianbin asked nervously, Honey, who is that Su Yang? Why is even the skinhead so afraid of him? Chapter 26. How would I know? Feng Shui broke down and started crying. How could I be so stupid? Aren't you from a prominent family in the capital? How can you not have a way to settle such a big issue? Back in the car, Su Yang returned to his previous calmness. Although Shen Qianyao was curious about what Su Yang had gone back to the hotel for, since he didn't say anything, she wasn't in the habit of asking. After starting the car, Su Yang sped towards the Brilliant Bar. Halfway there, Yao, unable to control her racing heart, softly asked, Su Yang, I don't know why, but I'm a little worried. I have a feeling that tonight's negotiation won't go smoothly. What's there to be afraid of? Just say what you need to say. I'll handle the rest. Su Yang comforted her with a chuckle, but a hint of murderous intent laced his tone. I hope everything goes well. Yao didn't dwell on Su Yang's words. With a wry smile, she fell silent. Later that night, the two arrived at the Brilliant Bar. After sitting in the car for a while, Cheng Jian's text message arrived containing only 2 words. It's done. Su Yang smiled, pocketed his phone, and nodded at Yao. Let's go in. There's a lot to do tomorrow. Oh? What is it? Yao asked curiously. You'll find out tomorrow. Su Yang kept her in suspense for the time being. Shen Mingzhi's collaboration with Ma Chong was now undeniable, with video evidence to back it up. Even with 100 mouths, Shen Mingzhi wouldn't be able to explain this one away. The Brilliant Bar looked like any ordinary bar, but its owner was Ma Chong. Therefore, Ma Chong often treated the bar as his headquarters. The bar's lighting was dim. Some people swayed on the dance floor, while others sat in booths, drinking and chatting. This was Yao's first time here. Filled with nervousness, she unconsciously leaned on Su Yang, staying close to him. As they walked towards the back of the bar, Su Yang noticed that a few people were following their movements with wary eyes. These people were likely Ma Chong's men, keeping an eye on them. When they reached the booth at the very back, a burly man, nearly 6'3" and covered in muscles, slowly walked over. Miss Shen, is it? The burly man looked down at Yao. Yao nodded. Yes, where's Ma Chong? One moment, please. I'll inform Brother Chong. The burly man gestured for them to sit in the booth. Ignoring them, he turned and walked towards a private room in the very back. Brother Chong, Miss Shen is here. The room was full of people. The burly man respectfully approached Ma Chong, who was sitting on the sofa. Ma Chong let out a sinister laugh. Tonight, he wore a sharp suit, specifically to meet with Yao. After standing up and straightening his clothes, he smiled. Looks like she's ready to spend the night with me. The burly man hesitated. Ma Chong asked with a puzzled look. What's wrong? Brother Chong, Miss Shen isn't alone. She's with that good-for-nothing everyone in Jiangling City knows about. Su Yang? Ma Chong took his hand off his suit, sat back down on the sofa, and said, That waste of space dares to come here? Today, I'll humiliate him in front of Yao and make him lick my shoes. Bring them in. Yao and Su Yang followed the burly man into the private room. The numerous underlings surrounding Ma Chong automatically parted to make way for them. Ma Chong sat sprawled on the sofa, leering at Yao. For years ago, he had pursued her relentlessly, even writing her a letter in blood. But Yao hadn't even glanced at him. For years later, he had finally made it. If he wanted to, he could have his way with her right here and now. Thinking of this, a sinister smile spread across his face. However, when he saw Su Yang beside Yao, his expression darkened. He asked in a condescending tone, Miss Shen, who is this person next to you? Ma Chong, stop being sarcastic. You should know better than me who he is. Yao retorted angrily. Her angry words made Ma Chong burst into laughter. The thugs in the room, seeing their respected brother Chong laughing, joined in, although they didn't understand the joke. Ma Chong suddenly stopped, and the laughter died down instantly. He looked at Su Yang with amusement and asked, Brother, do you know that you've become the laughingstock of Jiangling City? Every man wants to slap you. Do you know why? Su Yang narrowed his eyes, a cryptic smile on his face, but remained silent. Because you're a complete and utter waste of space. Yeah, a man in his prime living like this. Why don't you just become a woman? Brother Chong, why are we even letting him stay in the room? I could make this loser cry for his mommy with one finger. The underlings chimed in, boosting Ma Chong's ego. He sneered and gestured for them to quiet down. Be quiet. We have guests. We can't scare them too much, or they might poop their pants and stink up the room. Ha, Brother Chong is right. If this loser craps himself, I'll make him eat it. In Su Yang's eyes, these people were like insects, not worth his anger. But Yao didn't know what Su Yang was thinking. She yelled angrily. Ma Chong, what is the meaning of this? I'm here to negotiate the return of our goods. Are you done yet? Since Miss Shen is so eager, let's begin. Ma Chong lit a cigarette, took a long drag, and exhaled the smoke toward Shen Qinyao. Shen Qinyao only stepped back slightly, waving the air in front of her. Although displeased, she refrained from saying anything too harsh. Tell me, how much do you want to return our goods? Shen Qinyao asked after coughing. Ma Chong glanced disdainfully at Su Yang. His wife was being harassed like this, and he just stood there like a log. He was truly a disgrace to all men. Miss Shen, if anyone else from the Shen family had come to discuss this, I wouldn't even bother meeting them. Since you've come personally, I won't make things difficult for you. Just one number, and we'll be even. We won't interfere with each other from now on. 100,000? Shen Qinyao asked excitedly. Chapter 27. Although this shipment was only worth a few 100,000, if they couldn't get it, they'd have to reorder from abroad. This would delay the renovation of Cloud Top Villa, causing them to miss the contract deadline and incur massive penalties. $1 million to get it back would be a worthwhile expense. Ma Chong wagged his finger. Not 1 million. 100 million. 100 million. Shen Xinyao's excitement turned to pallor. The entire Shen family's liquid assets didn't amount to that much. Ma Chong's audacity was astounding. 100 million is impossible. I see now. You're not negotiating. You just want to force us into a lawsuit. Shen Qinyao said angrily. The Shen family? You think I care about the Shen family? Ma Chong scoffed. Let me be clear. I'm making things difficult for you because you ruthlessly rejected me 4 years ago, and I've held a grudge ever since. I want you to regret your decision. Shen Qinyao's face darkened. Ma Chong, I didn't realize you were so despicable. All's fair in love and war. I became this way because of you. Just tell me, what will it take for you to let me go? Easy. Ma Chong chuckled. My office is in the bar. Besides office equipment, it also has a bed. If you really want to talk, we can lie down and discuss it properly. At this moment, Shen Qinyao finally understood Ma Chong's true intentions. Su Yang asked with a faint smile, Ma Chong, after all these years, you're targeting Qinyao now. I doubt this is your own idea. Is it? Who the hell are you to question me? Ma Chong flew into a rage, pointing at Su Yang. I'll give you 2 choices. Either you personally deliver your wife to my room for me, or you watch me take her. As he finished, the surrounding thugs closed in menacingly. Knowing she was walking into a trap, Shen Qinyao face drained of color. She grabbed Su Yang's arm. Ma Chong laughed. Miss Shen, you really picked a loser. You dared to come here with this good-for-nothing. Do you think he can protect you now? You might as well divorce this waste and come with me. I'll make sure no one ever bullies you again. Shen Qinyao, extremely uneasy, watched Ma Chong warily, fearing he might pounce. Ma Chong sneered. Don't be afraid. Fear is useless. Now that you're here, do you think you can leave unscathed? Let me tell you, half the people you see outside are mine. Do you really think you can escape? Boss, it seems Miss Shen is a bit reluctant. Brothers, let's go. Strip her and take her to the boss's room. Don't you dare. Su Yang's face hardened. Anyone who dared insult Shen Qinyao, even a god, would face his wrath. Damn it, he's asking for it. This loser dares to talk tough. I'll kill him. A thug lunged at Su Yang with a raised fist. Su Yang smiled, unfazed. Just as the fist was about to connect, he casually caught it like swatting a fly, gripping it tightly. The boisterous crowd fell silent. They'd expected Su Yang to be knocked to the ground, but this was beyond their expectations. Without giving them time to react, Su Yang sneered and tightened his grip. The thug's face paled. He felt his hand bones shatter under the pressure. Ah! The thug screamed as Su Yang released his grip and punched him in the chest, sending him flying into the other thugs. The room erupted in commotion. In the blink of an eye, Su Yang had taken down one of their own, and they hadn't even seen how he did it. This wasn't the useless man rumored around Jiangling City. This was someone they couldn't afford to provoke. Ma Chong watched with apprehension. The Su Yang of the past was a complete wimp. But this display of strength was a stark contrast, making him uneasy. This guy seemed to have been hiding his true abilities. The most shocked was Shen Qinyao. Her jaw dropped as she stared at Su Yang in disbelief. In her memory, Su Yang had been bullied and abused for 4 years in the Shen family. While she'd seen him assertive, she'd never seen him knock someone down like this. This wasn't the Su Yang she knew. Ma Chong recovered first. You have some nerve hitting someone on my turf? Get on your knees and apologize, or you won't leave this place alive. Su Yang was outnumbered, but he remained unmoved. He glared at Ma Chong. Tell me who put you up to this, or I'll shut this bar down. Ma Chong's face darkened. He scoffed. Su Yang, have you been drinking? Do you know where you are? This is my territory, filled with my men. You dare threaten me? Do you know what death looks like? Su Yang chuckled. You think everyone outside this room is yours? As his words faded, the sounds of shattering glass and screams erupted from outside. The door opened, revealing hundreds of men packed outside. Ma Chong's face went through a series of changes. Before he could understand what was happening, the men parted, and Cheng Jian swaggered in. The thugs inside were dumbfounded. They knew Cheng Jian, one of Zhongling City's 3 biggest bosses, a ruthless man who wouldn't hesitate to kill even his own. He wasn't someone they could cross. Chapter 28. Involuntarily, these flustered thugs began to tremble. Get out, or I'll chop off your hands and feet, Cheng Jian ordered. Like mice who had seen a cat, the thugs scrambled out. But after a burst of screams, the thugs were beaten and lay on the ground, unable to get up. Only Ma Chong remained in the private room. He still arrogantly shouted, Cheng Jian, you're causing trouble on my turf. Don't you know this place is protected by my godfather, Lord Ma? Cheng Jian angrily retorted. Even if Lord Ma were your own father, if he provokes someone he shouldn't, he'll still die. Cheng Jian subconsciously glanced at Shen Qinyao. Last time he had sent men to deal with the Shen family's renovation workers at Cloud Top Villa, it was Cheng Jian's men who had protected the workers. Now, at this juncture, Cheng Jian had arrived. In Ma Chong's mind, Cheng Jian must also have taken a fancy to Shen Qinyao. He laughed loudly. What? Do you also have your eye on Miss Shen? Shut your dog mouth. Cheng Jian stepped forward, his eyes blazing. Su Yang stopped him and turned to whisper to Shen Qinyao, Go outside. After this is dealt with, I'll find you. Shen Qinyao shook her head repeatedly. One Ma Chong was enough of a headache, and now Cheng Jian, a local overlord of Zhongling City, had also appeared. She had no idea what was going on. Su Yang chuckled. Don't worry, I won't be in danger. Go wait for me outside. It'll be over soon. Shen Qinyao took a deep breath and whispered, I'll wait for you. You can't lie to me. Have I ever lied to you? After speaking, Su Yang winked at Cheng Jian. At Cheng Jian's wave, 2 underlings came over to escort Shen Qinyao out. After making sure Shen Qinyao had left the bar, Cheng Jian whispered, Brother, what do we do with this idiot? Cheng Jian, are you a dog? Calling anyone brother? You're actually so subservient to a useless live-in son-in-law of the Shen family. How much did he pay you to be so meek? Cheng Jian sneered indifferently. Ma Chong, do you know who he is? Ma Chong scoffed. I don't care who he is. Even though you've taken down my men, don't think you can do anything to me. Lord Ma is backing me. If you're not afraid of my godfather, come and try me. If you are, then get the hell out of here. Cheng Jian snorted disdainfully. Although he had a place in Zhongling City, he was a relatively new player, and Lord Ma had been around for a long time. Even if they were on equal footing, he had no way to deal with them. In the past, Cheng Jian wouldn't have provoked Ma Chong, but now Su Yang had spoken. Although Cheng Jian didn't know Su Yang's true background, the fact that he could become the king of the underworld in just 2 years and even create a business empire like the Sunset Group in such a short time meant his power and identity were definitely not what they seemed. Now that Ma Chong had provoked someone he shouldn't have, his end would be miserable. Even if Lord Ma came, the outcome would be the same. What? Scared? If you're scared, get out of here, or I'll make you regret it. Seeing Cheng Jian's silence, Ma Chong sneered triumphantly. Cheng Jian sneered darkly. If I were really scared, I wouldn't be here. You! Ma Chong was furious, but before he could finish speaking, Su Yang walked towards him with a grim expression. Su Yang's actions startled Ma Chong, who stared nervously at him and asked sharply, "What do you want?" Su Yang ignored Ma Chong's shouts and continued to approach him step by step. Without giving Ma Chong any chance to breathe, Su Yang raised his fist and slammed it into Ma Chong's face. The punch was powerful, and Ma Chong cried out in pain, clutching his cheek and wailing, "You bastard! You dare hit me? You useless piece of trash! Do you want to die?" Su Yang sneered and raised his fist again, smashing it directly into Ma Chong's nose. This punch was even stronger than the last. Ma Chong's nose instantly fractured, and as blood flowed down his face, he clutched his nose and rolled on the ground screaming, "Su Yang, you piece of trash! I'll not only kill you, but I'll make the entire Shen family die with you. Let's see if you have the ability." Su Yang snorted disdainfully, bent down, grabbed Ma Chong's hair, and raised his hand to slap him repeatedly across the face. The sound of slapping echoed continuously. After 2 minutes, Su Yang's hand was red from the beating, and he finally stopped. Ma Chong's face was swollen and red, like a pig's head. If Shen Qinyao had been standing there, she would have been panicked and at a loss. Because the man who was always so tolerant and uncomplaining in the Shen family was now daring enough to take on an underworld boss alone. Having been beaten 3 times in a single encounter, Ma Chong began to doubt whether the Su Yang standing before him was the same useless person from the Shen family. Cheng Jian was also stunned. He had known Su Yang for a while, but he had never seen him lose control like this. Su Yang shook his hand and leaned close to Ma Chong, asking coldly, "I'll give you one last chance. Who ordered you to do this?" "You spit." Ma Chong spat blood at Su Yang's face. "The most important thing in the underworld is to keep your mouth shut. I've already done it. Even if you kill me, I won't tell you." Su Yang sighed and laughed. "Really? Do you really think I don't know? That bastard Shen Mingzhi already sold you out. Are you still keeping his secrets?" Ma Chong froze, as if he had been hit on the back of the head. After recovering, he shouted, "There isn't a single good person in the Shen family. They're all animals, all trash. You have so much resentment towards the Shen family?" Su Yang sneered and waved his hand. "Since you're so tight-lipped, then give him a good beating. I want to see if his mouth is harder than my fists." Hearing this, Cheng Jian waved his hand, and 4 underlings surrounded Ma Chong. Ma Chong's face was covered in blood. He said grimly, "Cheng Jian, if you want to deal with me, you better think about Lord Ma. If I don't die today, I will personally kill you. You're all going to die. Lord Ma will personally take your lives." Cheng Jian remained unmoved. Things had escalated to this point. If Lord Ma found out, there would be trouble anyway, so he might as well give Ma Chong a good beating. It wouldn't be a wasted trip. Chapter 29. Seeing his Xiaodi hesitate, Cheng Jian roared angrily, "What are you waiting for? Hit him!" The 4 Xiaodi no longer hesitated, raising their fists and aiming for Ma Chong's face. The punches made Ma Chong scream in pain. The 4 men were ruthless, likely having been bullied by Ma Chong before, each aiming for the most vulnerable spots. "You're all going to die. I'm going to make sure none of you have a good death. Stop hitting me. Stop. All of you stop. Don't hit me anymore. I'm going to kill you. I'm going to chop your hands off." Half an hour later, Ma Chong, who had been constantly yelling, finally quieted down. Su Yang waved his hand, and the 4 Xiaodi stepped back. Ma Chong lay on the ground, half dead, twitching constantly, with blood flowing from his ears and the corners of his eyes. "Ma Chong, if you had targeted any other member of the Shen family, I wouldn't have said a word. But you messed with my wife, and I won't let this go." Su Yang said each word with a fierce tone. "If you have the guts, kill me. Otherwise, this isn't over. Even if I have to go to the ends of the earth, I will kill you all." "Is that so?" Su Yang chuckled, stepped back, and sat on the sofa. "Continue then. Your mouth is still as hard as before." After another round of punches and kicks, Ma Chong completely lost his strength and fainted on the ground. Su Yang got up and grabbed the half-empty bottle of wine on the coffee table, pouring it over Ma Chong's head. Stimulated by the ice-cold wine, he woke up again. This time, however, Ma Chong no longer had his previous arrogance. Instead, he shouted in fear, "I was wrong. I was wrong. Please don't hit me anymore. I won't dare to do it again." "Good that you know you were wrong," Su Yang asked in a deep voice. "Was it also you who caused trouble for the workers renovating the villa?" "Yes, but it wasn't my idea. Shen Mingjie found me and asked me to do it. He's part of the Shen family." "Why would he ask you to target the Shen family?" "Because he dislikes Miss Shen. He wanted Miss Shen to be kicked out of the Shen family because of this incident." "As I thought." Su Yang sneered, stood up, and said, "Take Ma Chong away. Tomorrow, with both witnesses and evidence, I want to see what else Shen Mingjie can do." After instructing Cheng Jian to have someone deliver the goods to Yunding Villa, Su Yang left the bar. Shen Qianyao was standing outside, anxiously waiting. Seeing that Su Yang was unharmed, Shen Qianyao breathed a sigh of relief. "Su Yang, is the matter settled?" "It's settled." Su Yang smiled easily. "How can the esteemed Miss Shen be concerned about others?" "Humph. I'm not." Shen Qianyao blushed all the way to her neck, snorted, and ignored him. Su Yang knew that Shen Qianyao was uncomfortable expressing herself in front of him and smiled. "The problem has been resolved. Ma Chong promised to deliver the goods to Yutian Manor. Tomorrow, we can give Grandpa an explanation." "How much money did he want?" Shen Qianyao asked uneasily. "Money? He didn't ask for money. He just said he would personally visit Grandpa tomorrow." Su Yang finished speaking and didn't say anything more, striding towards the car. Looking at Su Yang's back, Shen Qianyao became even more confused about this man. Something that should have been very difficult to negotiate was so easily brushed aside by Su Yang. How many secrets was this man still hiding from her? Shen Qianyao shook her head, stopped thinking about it, and followed Su Yang towards the car. As they drove, Shen Qianyao realized that Su Yang wasn't driving towards home. "Su Yang, where are you going? This isn't the way home." Shen Qianyao asked curiously. "We're not going back tonight. We'll just rest somewhere outside for the night." "What's wrong? Did something happen?" Su Yang explained with a smile. "It's so late already. If we go back, we'll definitely disturb Mom and Dad. If they don't sleep well, they won't have the energy to work." Shen Qianyao's heart suddenly warmed. In the Shen family, the ones who insulted and disliked Su Yang the most were her parents. Yet for such a small matter, Su Yang was more considerate than her. However, what Shen Qianyao didn't know was that Su Yang had already predicted that Shen Mingjie would be hiding downstairs watching. After all, this whole series of events was orchestrated by him. So he had to try his best to completely crush Shen Qianyao, leaving her with no chance to fight back. They arrived at a hotel and booked a room with a double bed. After lying down, Su Yang closed his eyes and rested. Meanwhile, downstairs in Shen Qianyao's apartment building, just as Su Yang had predicted, Shen Mingjie was sitting in his car, staring at the stairwell. He had been watching ever since Shen Qianyao's last phone call. He knew of Su Yang's cowardice and knew of Ma Chong's long-held desire for Shen Qianyao. As long as the two entered the bar, Shen Qianyao would become Ma Chong's prey. At this moment, she was probably lying in bed being ravaged by Ma Chong. Thinking of this, a smug smile appeared on his face, as if he could already see the pathetic image of Shen Qianyao being driven out of the Shen family. The next day, just as dawn broke, Shen Qianyao still hadn't returned, confirming Shen Mingjie's thoughts. He immediately drove to old Master Shen's villa. The Shen family was almost all gathered at the villa. Old Master Shen leaned on his cane, sitting in his armchair, his face grave as he scanned everyone. He asked in a deep voice, "Where's Qianyao? Why isn't she here?" Shen Shikong hurriedly said, "Dad, Qianyao went with Su Yang last night to discuss buying back the goods. They didn't come back all night. Things probably didn't go smoothly, and they haven't finished talking yet." "Talking? Uncle, you're really good at lying for her." Shen Linglong laughed dismissively. In the Shen family, she and Shen Mingjie were on the same side, and she also knew a little about Shen Mingjie's plan. Shen Shikong shouted, "Linglong, don't talk nonsense." "I'm not talking nonsense. The person who robbed our goods was Ma Chong, and Ma Chong pursued Shen Qianyao before. This time, Ma Chong specifically asked for Shen Qianyao to negotiate. Don't you think there's something wrong with that?" Shen Mingzhi feigned curiosity and asked, Linglong, don't stop halfway. What's wrong with it? Shen Linglong covered her mouth and giggled. Brother, I think Ma Chong's real intention this time isn't about the goods. Any man would be angry that the woman he pursued for so many years married a loser. I think Shun Qianyao is probably lying in bed with Ma Chong right now, using her body to redeem the goods. Ling Long, what do you mean? Qianyao isn't that kind of person. Han Ling shouted furiously, unable to contain her anger. Ling Long, why are you saying things you shouldn't say? Even if Qianyao really slept with Ma Chong, you shouldn't say it. Yes, our family matters should be resolved within the family. If outsiders find out, will our Shen family still have any face left? Chapter 30. While the others were outwardly scolding Shen Linglong, they were inwardly overjoyed. They were all family, but they looked down on Shen Qinyao's family and had long wanted to drive them out, but they lacked a pretext. If they could prove Shen Qianyao had been messing around with Ma Chong, then they would have 100 excuses to kick Shen Qianyao and her family out of the Shen family. Shen Linglong, knowing they were on her side, said nonchalantly, What? I'm just telling the truth. Are we not allowed to speak the truth now? Some people speak the truth, but others speak nothing but garbage. A disdainful voice rang out from outside the villa, interrupting Shen Linglong. Everyone turned to look outside and saw Su Yang walking in with a faint smile, followed by a refreshed Shen Qianyao. Seeing Su Yang and Shen Qianyao stride in, Shen Linglong's face changed and she snapped, Su Yang, who are you calling garbage mouth? I was just speaking generally. Why are you taking it personally? Su Yang responded with a sardonic smile. You. Shen Linglong fumed, pointing at Su Yang's nose. Su Yang, you know what you are, don't you? This is a Shen family meeting. What right do you, a live-in son-in-law and good-for-nothing, have to be here? Get out. Since I'm a live-in son-in-law, I'm part of the Shen family. If you insist I'm an outsider, then why is your mother here? Su Yang's words were pointed, leaving Shen Linglong speechless. Everyone present was in an uproar. The old Su Yang would have remained silent in the face of Shen Linglong's taunts, but today he not only dared to talk back, but also rendered her speechless. Enough! Old Master Shen slammed his cane. What's going on? Do you think I don't exist? Shouting like this in front of me. Do you have any respect for the Shen family rules? Shen Linglong was so scared she didn't dare to breathe, while Su Yang remained calm and composed. Shen Qianyao stepped forward and said softly, Grandpa, I've retrieved the goods and personally delivered them to the Imperial Sky Villa. You retrieved the goods after being out all night? I heard Ma Chong is your old flame. I suppose something indescribable happened between you two last night. Shen Linglong said sarcastically. Shen Linglong, are you deliberately trying to find fault with me? Shen Qianyao's anger flared. Shen Linglong snorted disdainfully, glancing at Shen Qianyao from the corner of her eye. How dare I? Using your body in exchange for the goods? You're probably the only one in the entire Shen family capable of such a thing. Shen Linglong, what's wrong with you? Falsely accusing others. Do you have any manners? Han Ling stormed up to Shen Linglong and yelled. Facing Han Ling, her elder, Shen Linglong was undeterred. Hands on her hips, she retorted aggressively. Who says I have no manners? My parents raised me strictly, unlike some people who not only dare to cheat on their husbands, but do it with their good-for-nothing spouses. Shut up, Shen Qianyao snapped, confronting Shen Linglong. Who says I cheated? Which eye of yours saw it? What? Are you denying it now? Shen Linglong was determined to pin the cheating accusation on Shen Qianyao. She challenged. Then tell me, how much did Ma Chong charge you to get the goods back this time? Not a penny. Shen Linglong covered her mouth and giggled. Do you think you could get them back without spending a penny? If you didn't use your body, how else could you have gotten them back? Shen Mingzhi seized the opportunity and said, Shen Qianyao, you know what kind of person Ma Chong is. He's a big shot in the underworld now. Do you think he'd return the goods without any benefit? If he didn't get money, then he must have been compensated in other ways. He then smiled at Su Yang and sighed. Su Yang, you've truly embarrassed all of us men. Personally delivering your wife to another man's bed. If I were you, I'd kill myself. Su Yang narrowed his eyes and smiled. Really? Then you might regret being born into the Shen family later. Shen Mingzhi's eyes sharpened. Are you threatening me? You good for nothing? Enough! All of you! Shut up! Old Master Shen roared, turning to Shen Qianyao. Shen Qianyao, this matter concerns the reputation of our Shen family. Tell me the truth. Yes, Grandpa. A clear conscience fears nothing, but being slandered like this, even if it wasn't true, could make it seem true. From the look in old Master Shen's eyes, Shen Qianyao could see he didn't quite believe her, so she had to explain everything clearly. Grandpa, after Su Yang and I finished handling the matter last night, we went back to rest. Rest? Where did you go to rest? Shen Mingzhi challenged. I was watching downstairs at your house all night. I didn't see you go back at all. Shen Qianyao's face instantly darkened. She turned and asked darkly, Shen Mingzhi, you seem very concerned about this matter. You even waited outside my house? Weren't you sleepy last night? Shen Mingzhi realized he had misspoken and quickly defended himself. Wasn't I doing it for the sake of our Shen family? Yesterday, Ma Chong called me and said only you could go. I was afraid you'd be in danger, so I waited in my car downstairs at your house. What? Do you suspect I had ulterior motives towards you? Shun Ling Long snorted. TSK. Some people are just ungrateful. Big Brother is so concerned about this matter, and yet some people don't appreciate it. Shen Qianyao knew she couldn't out-argue these two people who were twisting the facts, so she told the truth. It was already midnight after we finished talking last night, so Su Yang and I spent the night at a hotel. If you don't believe me, you can check the hotel surveillance footage. She paused and added, and there are no blind spots in the hotel surveillance. If you insist I spent the night with Ma Chong, you can take a good look and see if Ma Chong ever entered the hotel. Shen Mingzhi laughed. You make it sound so real. As you said, you were talking business until midnight. Who knows what unspeakable things happened between you two in the first half of the night? Su Yang narrowed his eyes and smiled. Since cousin doesn't believe us, it seems we'll have to ask Ma Chong to come and clarify. Just as he finished speaking, an angry shout came from outside. Move faster, or I'll chop off your legs. These menacing words made everyone involuntarily look outside. Old Master Shen's face also darkened considerably. This was the Shen residence. How dare someone speak like this in his own home? It was utterly disrespectful. Chapter 31. But when he looked towards the villa's main gate, old Master Shen panicked, hurriedly getting up to greet the newcomer. The person arriving was Cheng Jian, who had brought along a group of his underlings. At the very front was Ma Chong, bound and gagged, his face bruised and swollen. Brother Cheng, what brings you here today? Cheng Jian's name was known to everyone in Jiangling City, but few had actually met him. Old Master Shen, having climbed to his current position, even if he didn't personally know the major figures of Jiangling City's underworld, should at least recognize them. When the usually aloof Old Master Shen displayed such nervousness, everyone else hurriedly put on fawning expressions. Everyone with a bit of sense in the Shen family knew that the three giants of Jiangling City were untouchable. Provoking them was a sure path to destruction. Although the crowd didn't know why Cheng Jian had come, when Shen Mingzhi saw the battered Ma Chong, he understood what was going on. Old Master Shen asked ingratiatingly, Brother Cheng, what brings you to our humble abode? Cheng Jian spoke casually. Nothing much. I heard your Shen family has a traitor, and I came to help you catch him. Old Master Shen asked nervously, Who is this traitor? You'll have to ask him. Cheng Jian chuckled, then said coldly, Ma Chong, check out your tongue? Ma Chong trembled, glancing uneasily at Shen Mingzhi. Seeing Shen Mingzhi about to run, he widened his eyes and yelled, Shen Mingzhi, you heartless beast. You were the one who told me to hijack your family's shipment, then sold me out. Now you're trying to run? Are you even a man? Do you have any sense of responsibility? Shen Mingzhi panicked and shouted, Ma Chong, don't slander me. I'm a member of the Shen family. Why would I have you hijack our own goods? Ma Chong roared angrily. If it wasn't you, do you think I'd be crazy enough to do something like that? Shen Qianyao, you planned this, didn't you? What grudge do you have against me? Why are you doing this to me? Wasn't securing the Yutian Mountain Resort contract enough for you? Do you have to completely destroy me? Unable to explain, Shen Mingzhi shifted all the blame onto Shen Qianyao. Cheng Jian laughed. It seems your Shen family has started fighting amongst yourselves. Since you can't seem to sort it out, I'll give you a gift. After you see it, you'll understand. Cheng Jian pulled a flash drive from his pocket and handed it to old Master Shen. He took the flash drive, trembling, unsure of what to say. Although Ma Chong wasn't a major player himself, old Master Shen knew that Ma Chong's godfather was King Ma, making Ma Chong a figure of some importance in Jiangling City. He wouldn't slander someone without evidence. If the contents of the flash drive were unfavorable to Shen Mingzhi, with so many people present, old Master Shen didn't know what to do, especially with Cheng Jian, an outsider, also present. Seeing old Master Shen hesitate, Su Yang coughed lightly. Cheng Jian understood and said with a light laugh, "Well, old Master Shen, I won't interfere in your family matters. I'll take my leave now, but I will personally visit again soon." Old Master Shen hurriedly said, "Safe travels, Brother Cheng." After Cheng Jian left with Ma Chong, old Master Shen wiped the sweat from his brow and said, "All right, let's leave it at that. Since no one was hurt and we got our goods back, let's all go back." Su Yang was instantly displeased and stepped forward, saying, "Grandpa, cousin has been constantly against us. This isn't something that can be brushed aside so easily." "Su Yang, have you had enough? Is it your place to speak?" Shen Mingzhi was his son, and he would fight tooth and nail to protect him. The others remained silent. Old Master Shen said coldly, "Su Yang, what do you mean? Isn't this enough of a mess already?" Su Yang narrowed his eyes and said, "Grandpa, I think everyone present is very curious about what's on this flash drive." "Yes, Grandpa. What's on the flash drive? Let us see." "It's probably evidence of Shen Qianyao's infidelity. Grandpa is just being considerate of her reputation by not showing it." Despite everyone's various speculations, Su Yang and Shen Qianyao didn't seem bothered. Once the video was plugged into the computer, everyone would see everything. Old Master Shen's face was grim as he stared at Su Yang. Others might not know the contents of the flash drive, but old Master Shen was crystal clear. This time, Cheng Jian from the underworld had personally visited and pointed the finger directly at Shen Mingzhi. Even a fool could guess that the flash drive contained incriminating evidence against Shen Mingzhi. Shen Mingzhi was his most beloved grandson, and he would usually turn a blind eye to his minor misdeeds. He had intended to suppress the matter of the flash drive, but now that Su Yang had brought it up, it couldn't be contained. Old Master Shen took a deep breath. Although he was the head of the Shen family, with so many people demanding to see the flash drive, if he refused, it would certainly lead to gossip and undermine his authority. "All right, stop arguing. I'll let you all see what's on the flash drive." Old Master Shen snorted, glared at Su Yang, and handed the flash drive to Shen Hao. Shen Hao also understood the situation, knowing that the flash drive contained something detrimental to Shen Mingzhi, but with so many people present, he couldn't refuse. He plugged the flash drive into the projector, and the screen soon displayed the dim lights of a nightclub. In the video, Shen Mingzhi and Ma Chong could be clearly seen sitting on a sofa, surrounded by women, chatting happily. After Shen Mingzhi explained his so-called plan to Ma Chong, everyone in the Shen family fell silent. The entire villa was eerily quiet, so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. Shen Mingzhi's face was pale. Now, with undeniable evidence, his actions were exposed to everyone, and he wished he could disappear into the ground. "Scoundrel!" Old Master Shen roared, startling Shen Mingzhi into kneeling on the floor. "Brother, how could you do this? Even if you don't like Shen Qianyao, you can't do something that harms our Shen family's reputation." The first to turn against him was Shen Linglong. She had been relentlessly criticizing Shen Qianyao, but now that things had taken this turn, she was the first to condemn Shen Mingzhi. After all, this matter concerned the Shen family's reputation. If she didn't quickly take a stance, old Master Shen would undoubtedly investigate thoroughly. And if she was implicated, her position as the leading lady of the Shen family might be in jeopardy. Chapter 32. Mingzhi, how could you do such a thing? Aren't you deliberately trying to embarrass our Shen family? Yeah, Mingzhi, have you lost your mind? Luckily, nothing serious happened. Quickly apologize to Grandpa. Shen Mingzhi hurriedly said to old Master Shen, "Grandpa, I really didn't think things through. Please don't punish me. I will definitely change my ways." "Dad, Mingzhi is your favorite grandson. Blood is thicker than water. He just made a momentary lapse in judgment. Don't be too hard on him. I'll go back and deal with him properly." Within the entire Shen family, their branch was considered leadership. If their position was affected because of Shen Mingzhi's actions, the losses would outweigh the gains. Old Master Shen's face was extremely unsightly. He didn't care about Shen Qinyao at all, but now that everyone knew about this matter, he couldn't just brush it aside. To give Shen Qinyao an explanation, old Master Shen snorted coldly and shouted, "Mingzhi, considering that this was a momentary lapse in judgment and that nothing serious happened, hand over the company matters to Yinghao for now. Stay home and think about what you've done. You can come out when you've figured it out." "Yes, Grandpa, I understand." Shen Mingzhi agreed verbally, but his face was full of smugness. He even gave Shen Qianyao a provocative smile. His meaning was very clear. He wanted to tell Shen Qianyao that he was the one who would ultimately take over the Shen family. Shen Qianyao had no way to compete with him. Even if he committed a grave error, old Master Shen would protect him. Shen Qianyao trembled with anger and let out a hostile snort. Su Yang finally understood everything completely. He originally thought this incident could pull Shen Mingzhi down from his high position in the Shen family, but he didn't expect old Master Shen to be so protective, even to the point of issuing such a shameless verdict. This clearly showed that he didn't take Shen Qianyao seriously. In his eyes, Shen Mingzhi was his only grandson. "All right, that's enough. This matter is over. Everyone go back to your respective companies." Old Master Shen waved his hand, and everyone left one after another. Su Yang remained expressionless and turned to walk out. Shen Qianyao, with a displeased look, followed slowly behind him. "Shen Qianyao, Su Yang, wait." After they walked out of the villa, Shen Mingzhi's provocative voice came from behind. The two stopped. Shen Mingzhi chuckled and said, "So? Still want to drag me down? You should have seen Grandpa's attitude clearly, right? What do you have to fight me with? Even if things had turned out badly, even if that video showed me pushing you onto Ma Chang's bed, Grandpa wouldn't do anything to me. What are you so proud of? What goes around comes around. Just you wait. You'll get your retribution." Shen Mingzhi laughed triumphantly. "Retribution? If there really is retribution, then let it come quickly. I'd like to see what retribution looks like." Su Yang narrowed his eyes and smiled. "Don't worry, it will come soon. I hope you can handle it when it does." After dropping Shen Qianyao off at Heli Zijun, Su Yang got into his car and prepared to leave. He saw the restaurant owner across the street sitting at the entrance, gazing into the distance. He had been busy with the Yunding Villa matter these past few days, so even when he dropped Shen Qianyao off, Su Yang hadn't eaten there. Although the two didn't have much interaction, and in the past 4 years, their conversations had been nothing more than typical exchanges between a restaurant owner and a customer, Su Yang could sense that this restaurant owner was not an ordinary person. Judging from his demeanor and his calmness in the face of events, the restaurant owner must be someone of considerable ability. After getting out of the car, Su Yang walked straight over. When he reached the restaurant owner, the man looked up at Su Yang, stood up, and smiled. "Yo, you're here." The usual. Su Yang nodded and smiled, about to enter the restaurant when he saw the 2 large characters for transfer posted on the door. "Not working here anymore?" "No, I've been waiting here for 4 years. I thought I could wait for her, but I waited for nothing." The owner sighed and went into the kitchen. After a brief exchange, neither of them spoke. After finishing his noodles, Su Yang took out his money to pay. The owner shook his head and smiled. "No need. This meal is on me. I'm afraid it'll be hard to eat my noodles in the future. Fate brings people together from 1,000 miles away. As long as we're fated, we'll meet again." Su Yang wiped his mouth and got up to leave. Watching Su Yang leave with determined steps, the restaurant owner frowned, lost in thought. After Su Yang drove away, hurried footsteps came from behind the restaurant owner. He turned vigilantly and saw 2 men in suits walking towards him. "Chengjian, is the Heli Zijun area under your jurisdiction?" In his car, Su Yang dialed Chengjian's number. He was becoming increasingly curious about the restaurant owner. "Brother, That's my territory. What's up? Did something happen? You can walk sideways in my territory. If anyone dares to mess with you, I'll chop off their hands right now. Su Yang laughed. You should control your temper. Don't always resort to violence. I need you to investigate someone for me. Who? There's a small restaurant across from Heli Zijun. Investigate the background of the owner. No problem. I'll make sure to dig up his entire family history. After hanging up the phone, Su Yang felt increasingly uneasy. Although the restaurant owner's words were calm, Su Yang felt something was not right. Worried that something bad might happen, he quickly turned the car around and sped back towards the restaurant. But when he arrived, he found the restaurant door closed, and on the ground in front of the restaurant, there were a few drops of blood. The blood hadn't dried yet, clearly having been dropped recently. Su Yang frowned, sat in the car for a long time, and then drove towards the Xi'an group. In the CEO's office on the top floor, Su Yang stood in front of the large French windows, overlooking the scenery of Jiangling City from above. Chunxiu stood behind Su Yang, holding a document in his hand. Brother Yang, I've acquired the land in the east of the city secretly, without alerting any other forces. When do you plan to start working on this? Hold a press conference this afternoon and tell everyone that Xi'an Group will be building a new district in the east of the city, and will be inviting businesses of all sizes in Jiangling City to invest. Shen Mingzhi will definitely represent the Shen family to participate in the bidding. I don't care how many companies you cooperate with, but you must let Shen Mingzhi in, Chunxiu said in a low voice. Brother Yang, I understand. You want to lift Shen Mingzhi up high and then drop him hard. A small fry like Shen Mingzhi is no longer enough to satisfy my appetite. I want to slam old Master Shen and the entire Shen family to the ground and then step on them. Chapter 33. Su Yang gritted his teeth as he spoke. He had intended to give old Master Shen a chance, using this incident to completely suppress Shen Mingzhi. However, old Master Shen wasn't buying it. To protect Shen Mingzhi, he was willing to put Shen Qianyao in danger. This was not only dismissive of Shen Qianyao, but also a provocation to Su Yang. Old Master Shen treasured Shen Mingzhi like a precious gem. Su Yang was determined to smash that gem and throw it on the ground, making old Master Shen suffer the consequences. Chunxiu only knew that Su Yang was unwelcome in the Shen family, but he didn't know how much Su Yang had suffered. He asked in confusion, Brother Yang, if you want to crush the Shen family with our current strength, we could easily acquire not just one Shen family, but 100. Acquire? Su Yang chuckled disdainfully. That would be too easy on them. They say I'm an outsider and shouldn't interfere in their affairs. I'll take control of the Shen family right in front of everyone, as an outsider. Brother Yang, I understand what to do. Having followed Su Yang for so many years, Chunxiu knew his temper well. He now fully understood that this bidding was only the first step in devouring the Shen family's assets. Once Shen Mingzhi was trapped, they could use various excuses to oust him, replace him with someone Su Yang trusted, and throw the Shen family into chaos. Looking at Su Yang's calm expression, Chunxiu felt a chill for the Shen family. The empire that old Master Shen had spent decades building would likely be ruined because of Shen Mingzhi. That afternoon, Su Yang drove to the Heli Zijun building. Sitting in the car, he looked towards the restaurant. The door was still closed, and the owner was nowhere to be seen. He waited in the car for a full 10 minutes, but still didn't see any sign of Shen Qianyao. Su Yang found this strange. Shen Qianyao was very punctual, and the cleaning company didn't have any particularly urgent matters. She would usually leave work and appear as soon as it was time. Everything seemed unusual today, piquing Su Yang's curiosity. Worried that Shen Mingzhi might be causing trouble, Su Yang didn't dare wait any longer. He quickly opened the car door and walked into the Heli Zijun building. When he arrived at the cleaning company, the employees had already left. The empty office was quiet, but a man's voice drifted from the manager's office. Just from the voice, Su Yang knew who it was. The main reason Shen Qianyao's cleaning company hadn't gone bankrupt was its partnership with a chain hotel in Jiangling City called Su 7. Su 7 had nearly 100 branches in Jiangling City, and its owner was Su Yang's Sunset Group. The person in charge of Su 7 was named Chen Nan. He always dealt with Chen Xiu, and therefore believed Chen Xiu was the chairman of Sunset Group. In his eyes, Su Yang was nothing more than a useless live-in son-in-law. Chen Nan, having interacted with Shen Qinyao frequently, began to pursue her, completely disregarding Su Yang. Su Yang noticed this, but didn't interfere much, because he knew Shen Qinyao wouldn't leave him. Standing at the office door, Su Yang peered through the crack and saw Chen Nan holding a bouquet of flowers, excitedly saying, "Qinyao, why won't you give me a chance? In terms of looks, in terms of career, how am I inferior to that useless husband of yours? Manager Chen, please watch your language. No matter how useless Su Yang is, he's still my husband," Shen Qinyao said firmly, trying to avoid directly angering Chen Nan. She knew the company's survival depended on him. If she angered him, he would surely terminate the contract with Su 7, and her cleaning company would have no business and be forced to close. However, Shen Qinyao words warmed Su Yang's heart. He hadn't expected her to speak up for him, even at the risk of offending Chen Nan. More importantly, when she called him husband, Su Yang felt a surge of emotion. He clenched his fists, silently vowing that even if it took everything he had, even his last breath, he would never let Shen Qinyao be humiliated like this again. "Qinyao, you actually called that loser your husband? Have you thought about the future? What kind of future can he give you? What can he offer you? Manager Chen, are you poaching employees here?" Not wanting Shen Qinyao to be put in a difficult position, Su Yang pushed open the office door and walked in. "Su Yang," Shen Qinyao called out uneasily. Su Yang smiled and nodded, signaling her not to worry. Chen Nan glanced disdainfully at Su Yang and snorted. "Who is it?" "Oh, it's the useless one." Su Yang didn't get angry. He asked with a smile, "Manager Chen, do you think this is appropriate? Trying to steal someone's wife behind their back? Do you think this is honorable?" Chen Nan's face darkened. He had never taken Su Yang seriously. In the past, whenever they met, he would mock and sneer, and Su Yang wouldn't dare utter a word. He didn't expect this loser to have the guts to question him today. "You may have the title of husband, but you don't have the reality. Qinyao doesn't love you. If it weren't for old Master Shen forcing this marriage, you'd probably be picking up trash by now." Chen Nan snorted. He was the manager of Su 7, backed by the Sunset Group. He was young and successful, and his rise to greater heights was only a matter of time. Shen Qinyao exclaimed, "Manager Chen, that's enough. Qinyao, since this loser is here, let's make things clear. I will continue to pursue you. I will give you a better life." Chen Nan finished and looked provocatively at Su Yang. "What about you? What kind of life can you give Qinyao? Humiliation? Subservience?" Su Yang sneered, "Manager Chen, this is a family matter. Please mind your own business. A loser like you, family with Qinyao? You should take a look at yourself. Chen Nan, don't go too far. He's my husband, not the loser you call him. If you continue with this nonsense, please leave immediately. Our company doesn't welcome you." "Qinyao, you're saying this to me for him? Don't forget why your company is still operating." Shen Qinyao retorted angrily. "I know. It's because you gave us business. So, do you intend to use your business leverage to disrupt my life? If so, then I'm sorry, I don't need this business. This company would rather close down." Chapter 34. Fine, fine, fine. Since you've already said this, then so be it. Starting next month, your company will be removed from my hotels. Chen Nan finished speaking, looking coldly at Su Yang and saying, "Su Yang, remember this. Qinyao will definitely lose face in the Shen family because of this business interruption, and it's all because of you." "That won't happen," Su Yang said with a smile. "Won't happen? The hotel cooperation is up to me. Unless I'm no longer the hotel manager, your cleaning company will never be allowed into the Suchi hotel chain." Chen Nan coldly dropped these words, turned and walked out, slamming the office door hard. Shen Qinyao was startled by the slam. Su Yang softly comforted her. "All right, Qinyao, don't be so nervous, it's nothing." Su Yang spoke lightly, as if it were all inconsequential. Shen Qinyao knew very well that what she had just said were angry words. She hadn't expected Chen Nan to actually do such a thing. But Chen Nan had left in anger. If the Suchi hotel chain cooperation was truly cut off, then her cleaning company would really face bankruptcy. She had painstakingly managed this company. If it went bankrupt, she would definitely be mocked by the Shen family. Su Yang, do you think Chen will really terminate our cooperation? For some reason, she confided her worries to Su Yang. Su Yang chuckled and said, "Don't worry, I have a classmate who's a senior executive at the Sunset Group. He's specifically in charge of business dealings for the subsidiary companies. If Chun Nan wants to terminate the cooperation, it has to go through him." Really? Of course it's true. Then why didn't you tell me before that you have a classmate at the Sunset Group? Su Yang was momentarily speechless. This was indeed a problem. But after a moment's thought, he smiled and explained, "I only found out in the last couple of days. I was going to tell you, but I was delayed by some things." "Oh," Shen Qinyao murmured and didn't inquire further. For the past 4 years, Su Yang had been a doormat in the Shen family, never fighting back when hit or scolded. But for some reason, in the past few days, his temperament had suddenly changed. He seemed no longer the cowardly man he used to be. She had a feeling that Su Yang wasn't as simple as he appeared on the surface. This person was hiding something deep. Even after 4 years of marriage, Shen Qinyao felt that she couldn't see through what kind of person Su Yang really was. Chun Nan left Heli Zijun in a huff and drove straight to the Sunset Group. Although he was the head of the Suchi hotel chain, matters related to group cooperation had to be reported to the group manager. Arriving at the manager's office, Chun Nan embellished his report to the group manager. But when he mentioned terminating the cooperation with Shen's cleaning company, the group manager's face changed dramatically. Just then, the group's HR manager pushed the door open and handed a termination letter to Chun Nan. Seeing the words written in black and white on the paper stating that he had violated company regulations, Chun Nan's face paled. He had no idea what he had done to be inexplicably fired. After some questioning, he learned that this termination letter came from higher up because he had offended someone he shouldn't have. Chun Nan thought it over and finally fixed his gaze on Su Yang. Su Yang might be the useless live-in son-in-law of the Shen family, but his background was unknown to the entire Jiangling city, even to old man Shen. Such a mysterious person had appeared in Jiangling City 4 years ago, and then a dark horse called the Sunset Group emerged. Now he had been inexplicably fired. Even a fool could figure out the connection between the two. As soon as he got home, Han Ling and Shen Shikong excitedly grabbed Shen Qinyao's arm and shouted, "Qinyao, come with us to your grandfather's place. We have something very important to discuss." Shen Qinyao thought it was about Shen Mingkai, so she pulled away, saying discontentedly, "Mom, Dad, what are you doing? Grandpa intends to protect Shen Mingkai. There's no point in us going over there." "Who's talking about that? You don't know yet?" The Sunset Group quietly got their hands on all the land in the east of the city. They just finished a press conference saying they're going to build some new district and are now openly recruiting investors. "This is a huge project," Han Ling said excitedly. "You got the Yuqian Manor Villa decoration contract so smoothly, you must try for the Sunset Group's investment this time. If we succeed, our family's position in the Shen family will be unshakable." Shen Shikong also hurriedly said, "Qinyao, this matter concerns our future. You must try your best to compete. Now that Shen Mingjie has been placed under house arrest by your grandfather, the entire Shen family is counting on you. But Grandpa hasn't notified us." Shen Qinyao felt uneasy. Successfully obtaining the Yuqian Manor Villa decoration contract last time had nothing to do with her. The main reason was Su Yang. If it weren't for Su Yang, she probably wouldn't have even been able to enter the bidding venue. However, thinking that Su Yang had just said he had a classmate who was a senior executive at the Sunset Group, perhaps he could help, she naturally turned her gaze to Su Yang. Su Yang saw this and shook his head, saying, "Qinyao, the timing isn't right yet. These waters are very murky. I advise you not to wade in right now." "What do you know? This is our Shen family's business. Who asked you to speak?" Han Ling snapped angrily. This opportunity was their family's new springboard. If they could succeed, then she could walk sideways in the Shen family. Shen Qinyao unconditionally trusted Su Yang's words and shook her head, saying, "Mom, I think Su Yang is right. The Sunset Group has just started recruiting investors. We shouldn't rush." "Not rush? You're not in a hurry, but I am. What if the investment quota is full? What do we do then? This is a big piece of fat meat, and many people are eyeing it. Qianyao, listen to your mother. Let's go to your grandfather's place now and volunteer. No matter what, we have to get this. Watching Han Ling and Shen Shikong urging Shen Qianyao on, Su Yang said with a wry smile, Mom and Dad, even if you go, Grandpa won't look favorably upon you. Do you think Grandpa will let Qianyao handle such a good opportunity? Han Ling instantly became furious, widening her eyes and yelling, How dare you talk to us like that? Boosting others' morale and dampening our own. Don't forget, we took you in when you were starving to death. Every time it came to a crucial moment, the Shen family would use these words to question Su Yang. Su Yang was left speechless by Han Ling's retort. He shrugged and said, Since you're determined, I won't stop you. Qianyao, go and try. Let Mom and Dad give up on this idea. Chapter 35. Shut your crow's mouth. Do you think you have any say in whether this will succeed or not? Han Ling glared fiercely at Su Yang, then pulled Shen Qianyao's arm and walked out. Su Yang had calculated everything clearly. If Han Ling really wanted to embarrass herself, let her. Now that he was alone, he didn't have to cook dinner. Inside Elder Shen's villa, Shen Hao learned that Sunset Group was going to build a new district in the east of the city. This was a golden opportunity. If they could contribute to this project, the position of Shen family head would undoubtedly belong to him and his son. Immediately, he brought Shen Mingzhi to Elder Shen's villa. Dad, although Sunset Group only emerged in the past 2 years, its strength is obvious to everyone in Jiangling City. As long as Sunset Group is willing to give us half of the project, our Shen family will leap into the ranks of Jiangling City's top families. Grandpa, I know I went too far this time, but I just can't stand Shen Qianyao. Look at her. Ever since she negotiated the Yunding Villa decoration contract, she's been so arrogant. She doesn't take anyone else seriously, especially that live-in son-in-law of our Shen family. He's also become arrogant and domineering. This time I just want to teach them a lesson. No matter what, Ma Chong will spit out those goods. Shen Mingzhi and his father kept persuading, but Elder Shen remained silent with a serious expression. Grandpa, I know I messed up, but I hope you can give me another chance. I will definitely redeem myself. Shen Hao also hurriedly said, Dad, just trust Mingzhi this time. He is your eldest grandson, and the future of our Shen family depends on him. All right, both of you stop talking. Elder Shen waved his hand and said, I already have someone in mind for the bidding. Although Elder Shen was biased towards his family, his mind was still sharp. Shen Qianyao had worked harder than anyone else on the Yutian Manor Villa contract, and there were many families more capable than the Shen family. But the mysterious owner of the villa chose to cooperate with their insignificant decoration company. Elder Shen guessed there must be a reason. So this time, for the future prosperity of the Shen family, he chose Shen Qianyao as the most suitable candidate. Shen Mingzhi was not a fool and naturally understood. He asked uneasily, Grandpa, are you planning to let that girl Shen Qianyao go and negotiate? What? Is there a problem? Grandpa, this absolutely won't do. This is no trifling matter. This is Sunset Group. If we get the contract, it will be a project worth tens of billions. Shen Qianyao has only recently emerged in the Shen family and doesn't understand the market at all. Letting her go and negotiate is clearly throwing money down the drain. Elder Shen's face darkened. Are you starting to doubt me? Seeing Elder Shen's face turn livid, Shen Mingzhi hurriedly explained, Grandpa, that's not what I meant. I meant that if you leave this matter to me, there will definitely be no problem. Yes, Dad, just let Mingzhi handle it. He has a friend who works as a manager in Sunset Group's investment promotion department. This time, it's nominally investment promotion, but the final result is basically already decided. So, regardless of the size, Mingzhi will definitely bring back a cooperation contract. Really? Elder Shen's face trembled. Cooperating with Sunset Group was his dream, but the threshold for cooperation with Sunset Group was very high. A year ago, he had secretly tried to enter Sunset Group to discuss cooperation, but he was kicked out before even entering the gate. So this had become his heartache. If he could cooperate with Sunset Group once before he died, he would die without regrets. Grandpa, it's absolutely true. My friend is an investment promotion manager at Sunset Group, and we have a good relationship. With his help, things will definitely be twice as effective with half the effort. All right, then I'll leave this matter to you. No matter how much it costs, we must secure a contract. No problem, Shen Mingzhi said decisively. At this moment, footsteps came from behind. Shen Mingzhi turned to look outside the villa and saw Han Ling and Shen Shikong rushing in, followed by a reluctant Shen Qianyao. Seeing Shen Mingzhi and Shen Yinghao, Han Ling's face changed slightly. Shen Shikong instantly understood why they were here. Han Ling was a bit simple-minded. As soon as she entered, she shouted, "Dad, I heard that Sunset Group wants to develop a new district in the east of the city. I think this task, which is related to the future of our Shen family, can only be accomplished by Qianyao." Elder Shen's face instantly darkened. Han Ling's lack of brains was well known in the Shen family. Shen Mingzhi and his son were standing right there, and clearly, the situation wasn't good, but Han Ling still said this, inevitably giving Elder Shen other thoughts. However, before Elder Shen could respond, Shen Yinghao said, "Sister-in-law, did you come here because you were sure Dad would entrust this important task to your Shen Qianyao?" Emboldened by Shen Qianyao securing the Yutian Manor Villa decoration contract, Han Ling was already a bit smug. Now, hearing Shen Yinghao say this, she was naturally dissatisfied. However, Shen Yinghao was the eldest son of the main branch, so she didn't dare to confront him directly and instead turned her gaze to Shen Mingzhi, the younger generation. "Brother, our Qianyao is capable, unlike some people who have no great external abilities but are full of tricks internally." She was clearly implying that Shen Mingzhi had arranged for the goods to be hijacked in order to suppress Shen Qianyao. Shen Shikong's face paled. This matter was already in the past, and it was obvious to anyone that Elder Shen was protecting Shen Mingzhi. Yet, the brainless Han Ling dared to bring this up, completely asking for trouble. He hurriedly stepped forward, grabbed Han Ling's arm, and whispered, "Wife, stop talking. Let's go back." "Go back? Why?" "Husband, we came here to ask Dad to entrust this important task to Qianyao. He hasn't said anything yet. Why are we going back?" Insolent. Elder Shen's face turned livid. He slammed the table and glared furiously at Han Ling, asking, "Han Ling, explain yourself clearly. By saying Shen Mingzhi is incapable, are you also implying that I am incapable?" Han Ling was scared out of her wits. She never dreamed that her words, which had no other meaning, would be interpreted differently. "Dad, I didn't mean that. Don't be angry. I was only talking about Shen Mingzhi. Do you think I'm senile? That you can fool me with anything? I've already handed the matter of negotiating with Sunset Group to Mingzhi. Only Mingzhi can handle it. No one else should even think about this." Chapter 36. Shen Mingzhi's lips curled into a smirk. Turning his head, he laughed. "Yes, Aunt. You, uncle, and cousin should go home and keep your good-for-nothing son-in-law company. Don't bother yourselves with this matter." "You!" Han Ling glared furiously. She had thought that today's events would make Shen Mingzhi a pariah, but who would have guessed that old man Shen would immediately entrust such an important task to him? "Sister-in-law, just go home and rest assured. Our Mingzhi can handle this." Shen Shikong completely lost face. He was now filled with regret. If he had listened to Su Yang before coming, they wouldn't be in this embarrassing situation. Seeing that old man Shen hadn't completely lost his temper, he hurriedly said, "Dad, since you've entrusted this important task to Mingzhi, we'll go back now." After saying this, he tugged hard on Han Ling and hurried out. After leaving in disgrace and getting into the car, Han Ling complained loudly. "What's going on?" Shen Mingzhi was clearly out of favor. How can he be entrusted with such an important task? "Wife, why do you always overthink things? Can't you see what's happening? The old man favors Shen Mingzhi. As long as it's not murder or arson, he'll turn a blind eye. Mom, Su Yang told us not to come, but you insisted. Now look, we've lost face. Don't mention Su Yang to me." Han Ling was furious. "It's all because of that jinx. I'll settle the score with him when we get back. If it weren't for him, this important task would have been given to you." Shen Qianyao sighed helplessly. The situation was so obvious, yet Han Ling couldn't see it. Back home, As Shen Shikong drove back to the building, Cheng Jian called Su Yang. Brother, I've investigated the person you asked me to look into. Guess who the owner of that restaurant is? Su Yang said impatiently. Don't beat around the bush, just tell me. The owner's name is Zheng Ming. Zheng Ming? Su Yang muttered suspiciously. The name sounded very familiar, but he couldn't recall where he had heard it. Cheng Jian explained, Brother, you may not be familiar with the name Zheng Ming, but if I mention something else, you'll definitely remember. 4 years ago, when you arrived in Jiangling City, I was still a small fry being chased around. Back then, Jiangling City wasn't divided into 3 factions, but was controlled by 2 people. But for some unknown reason, one of them suddenly disbanded his gang and disappeared. I have some impression of that. I heard that he dismantled his empire for a woman. Yes, if I'm not mistaken, the restaurant owner you're talking about is Zheng Ming. Really? Su Yang was shocked. The man who had been making noodles for him for 4 years was actually the once formidable Zheng Ming. This was too unbelievable. Surprised as he was, Su Yang remembered Zheng Ming telling him that he had given up a city for a woman. Comparing this with what Cheng Jian had said, it was almost certain that the restaurant owner was Zheng Ming. Zheng Ming was truly a talented individual. Su Yang knew that if he wanted to help Cheng Jian become the king of the underworld in Jiangling City, relying on those thugs wouldn't be enough. He needed to bring Zheng Ming to his side and use him. Where is Zheng Ming now? Brother, I've sent people to investigate. The latest news is that Smiling Buddha's men went to see Zheng Ming this morning. There's not much information now, but we should find out tonight. Okay, I'll come over now. Su Yang hung up the phone. Zheng Ming had seemed unusual during their meal today, and there were a few drops of blood at the restaurant entrance. He worried that Zheng Ming was in danger. Su Yang's perpetually calm expression finally rippled. He was about to open the door to go out when it opened by itself. Shen Qianyao and her family appeared before him. None of the 3 looked happy, especially Han Ling, who was furious, as if she wanted to tear Su Yang apart. After closing the door, Shen Shikong sighed and looked meaningfully at Su Yang, as if mourning for him. Shen Qianyao also hung her head dejectedly and retreated to the side. Their expressions puzzled Su Yang for a moment, but he quickly understood. They must have suffered a setback at Old Man Shen's place. Just as he was about to speak, Han Ling angrily shouted, Su Yang, you've really opened my eyes. Ever since Qianyao married you, our family has been constantly plagued by bad luck. Are you a walking jinx? Why do all your good words fail and your bad words come true? Do you know how embarrassed we were at the old man's house today? I wanted to crawl into a hole. Shen Qianyao couldn't stand it anymore and protested. Mom, stop it. You can't blame Su Yang. He told us not to go, but you insisted. Qianyao, how dare you speak to me like that? You're actually siding with this good-for-nothing and blaming me. Shen Qianyao was speechless. Han Ling's fierce personality only worked on her family. Outside, she wouldn't dare to retort when others spoke to her. Su Yang was worried about Zheng Ming, so he remained silent, absent-mindedly enduring Han Ling's scolding. When Han Ling was finally tired of scolding, she stormed back to the bedroom. Shen Shikong sighed and also went into the bedroom. Shen Qianyao said helplessly, Su Yang, don't mind her. My mom is like that. I know it's not your fault. I hope you don't take it to heart. Su Yang smiled. I won't. How could I? The scolding I'm enduring isn't even a fraction of what you have to endure. Looking at Su Yang's serious expression, Shen Qianyao suddenly felt a warmth in her heart and didn't know what to say for a moment. Qianyao, even though Shen Mingzhi is the one negotiating this contract, I guarantee you, he won't be the one in charge in the end. Their eyes met. Looking at Su Yang's firm gaze, Shen Qianyao chose to believe him unconditionally. She didn't know why she had this inexplicable trust in him, as if everything he said was right. Even if it wasn't, in her heart, it was. Su Yang, I've always wanted to ask, do you know Cheng Jian? Why did he come to help us last night? Su Yang hadn't explained this to Shen Qianyao, and now that she asked, he presented the excuse he had prepared. I paid him to help deal with Ma Chong. Ordinary people like us can't deal with people from the underworld. Only a thug can deal with another thug. You paid him? Chapter 37. Yes. This way, spending money to avoid disaster is better than paying 100 million to get those goods back. Having asked this, Shen Qianyao didn't continue questioning. Su Yang glanced at the time and said in a low voice, Qianyao, I have something to take care of tonight. Must it be tonight? Yes, the problem is a bit thorny. If it's not handled well, there will be big trouble later. Then be careful tonight. I'll go back to my room to rest. Watching Shen Qianyao return to the bedroom, Su Yang opened the door and went out. He drove to the Red Maple Bar in the suburbs. Since the last incident, the few underlings standing outside the bar already knew that Su Yang was the boss of their leader, Cheng Jian. So this time they were very respectful, calling him boss with every other word. Arriving at the Red Maple Bar's office, Cheng Jian hurriedly put down his phone and greeted him. Boss, things seem a bit bad. I heard from the brothers that Smiling Buddha's people went to Zheng Ming this morning, but Zheng Ming beat them away. But this afternoon, for some unknown reason, Zheng Ming actually went to Smiling Buddha's territory. For years ago, when Cheng Jian was still a small-time hoodlum, Jiangling City's underworld was controlled by Smiling Buddha and Zheng Ming. However, after Zheng Ming disbanded his gang, with Su Yang's support, Cheng Jian rose up as if divinely assisted. After Jiangling City was divided into three, Cheng Jian and Horse King were considered rising stars, while the most senior was Smiling Buddha. However, Smiling Buddha rarely showed his face. Because he had many capable subordinates, he always remained behind the scenes. But Zheng Ming had already disbanded his gang 4 years ago and chosen to retire. Su Yang didn't know why Smiling Buddha was looking for trouble with this former rival again. Su Yang frowned and asked in a deep voice, whose territory did Zheng Ming go to? He went to Mad Dog's place. Cheng Jian responded in a low voice. Milito, what's this guy capable of? Cheng Jian hurriedly explained. Boss, since you joined the Shen family, you don't know a lot of things happening on the streets. Mad Dog is Smiling Buddha's most capable subordinate. And I found out some things. The main reason Zheng Ming disbanded his gang back then was because he was threatened by Mad Dog. Tell me about it. Su Yang was puzzled. Logically, Zheng Ming and Smiling Buddha were on the same level. How could he be threatened by a subordinate to give up the empire he built? Mad Dog kidnapped Zheng Ming's fiancée and threatened him to give up his gang. But after he disbanded the gang, he received a call from his fiancée saying she would come find him in 4 years. Zheng Ming waited for 4 years, only to find out that after that call, Mad Dog had already killed his fiancée. So Zheng Ming went to Mad Dog this time to seek revenge. Su Yang said coldly, it seems Mad Dog doesn't follow the rules of the streets. Harming wives and children is forbidden. Threatening someone with their fiancé, he can't be considered a hero. Exactly. This Mad Dog, true to his name, is very difficult to deal with. He's like a leech. Once he latches onto you, even if he doesn't suck you dry, he'll peel off a layer of your skin. So, boss, I think we shouldn't get involved in this matter. If we get entangled with Mad Dog, it won't be easy to shake him off. Cheng Jian, when did you become so timid? Don't forget, I promised to make you the king of Jiangling City's underworld, and Mad Dog is the first stepping stone. Boss, I understand. I'll gather the men now. Cheng Jian wasn't afraid of Mad Dog, but of Smiling Buddha. But since Su Yang was so resolute, he no longer hesitated and walked out of the office to call all his brothers. Mad Dog, true to his name, was crazy and ruthless. Among Smiling Buddha's crew, when it came to cruelty, if he claimed second, no one dared claim first. Night Charm nightclub, any gray business you could think of, they had it. Because Mad Dog was the owner, no one from the law dared to interfere, and various illegal activities took place there day and night. Led by Cheng Jian, Su Yang smoothly entered the Night Charm nightclub. The lights inside were dim, and various beautiful women from home and abroad, dressed as bunny girls, passed by. Su Yang wasn't interested in these vulgar things. He came here to take Zheng Ming out, so the first thing he needed to do was find Mad Dog. He wanted to see just how crazy this Mad Dog could be. Cheng Jian took the elevator directly to the top floor and entered Mad Dog's office. Mad Dog had already spotted Cheng Jian on the surveillance cameras and was sitting on his desk with a sardonic smile. Oh, Brother Chung has graced us with his presence. What an honor for our nightclub. Mad Dog stood up to greet him, extending his hand with a smile. Although he didn't follow the rules of the streets, Chung Jian and his boss, Smiling Buddha, were equals, so he still had to give him this face. Otherwise, word would get out that Smiling Buddha's men didn't understand the rules. Chung Jian didn't say a word, nor did he extend his hand. He looked at Mad Dog with a gloomy face. Mad Dog nonchalantly withdrew his hand, glanced at Chung Jian, then looked at Su Yang, sizing him up carefully, and said, "Brother Chung, is this the legendary useless son-in-law of the Shen family?" Su Yang remained silent, squinting at Mad Dog's crazy appearance. Chung Jian's face suddenly darkened, and he snapped, "Mad Dog, watch your mouth. What's wrong? This is my territory. You come here and want me to watch my mouth. Please, I call you Brother Ching out of respect. If I don't give you face, you're not even as good as a dog. Do you fucking want to stay in business?" Ooh, what do you want to do? Hit me? My boss is Smiling Buddha. If you dare touch me, you're slapping my boss in the face. If you have the guts, come and hit me. Come on, hit me. Su Yang squinted, a sneer appearing on the corner of his mouth. Mad Dog was indeed a mad dog, sticking his face in front of Chung Jian and repeatedly pointing at his own face, provoking him. Chung Jian hesitated. He was a rising star, and although he controlled 1/3 of Jiangling City's territory, in terms of real power, he still couldn't compete with Smiling Buddha. And Mad Dog was Smiling Buddha's most prized subordinate. If he really hit Mad Dog, it would be a provocation to Smiling Buddha. So, he held back. But in Su Yang's eyes, his restraint became a kind of cowardice. Su Yang also knew that Chung Jian was wary of Smiling Buddha, but they had already come here, and even if they were afraid, it wouldn't help. Stepping forward, Su Yang asked coldly, "Where is Zheng Ming? Are you looking in the wrong place? This is a nightclub. You come here to find someone? You should go to the police station to find someone." Chapter 38. However, what puzzled him was that the legendary Su Yang was a cowardly and incompetent wimp. But today, this person dared to question him like this, seemingly different from the rumors. Mad Dog didn't think too much about it. After all, this was his territory. He was the king here, and with over 100 brothers guarding outside, even if the King of Heaven came looking for trouble, he wouldn't be able to leave unscathed. We're all smart people, so what's the point of beating around the bush? Tell me, what do you want to release, Zheng Ming? Mad Dog's expression changed. The Su Yang in front of him was not the wimp from the rumors at all, daring to speak so boldly in front of him. Even the old man of the Shen family wouldn't have the guts, let alone a disregarded live-in son-in-law. Su Yang, has the Shen family bullied you into stupidity? Not just you, even if the entire Shen family came, Mad Dog wouldn't bat an eye. Get lost now, don't look for trouble. Mad Dog grinned sinisterly. If he was provoked today, there would be no second-rate Shen family in Jiangling City tomorrow. To Mad Dog's surprise, Su Yang didn't tuck his tail and run as he had imagined, but instead sneered just as he had before. The Shen family is nothing in your eyes, but in my eyes, they're not even ants. I'm here to get someone today, and I'm not representing the Shen family. Do you really think you're something? Do you even know your own weight? Get out of here. You're not even worthy of shining my shoes. Su Yang squinted his eyes and smiled without saying a word. Chung Jian whispered, "Brother, let me handle this. You sit and rest for a while." Su Yang hadn't responded yet, but Mad Dog clearly heard Chung Jian call him brother and was instantly shocked. "Brother Chung, are you kidding me? You actually called him brother? Don't you know he's a good-for-nothing? How much did he pay you?" Mad Dog, I advise you to be sensible. Some people are beyond your imagination, and certainly beyond your ability to deal with. As long as you release Zheng Ming, just name your price. Chung Jian, are you playing games with me? Since you're also in this business, you should know how I operate. No one I catch ever leaves unscathed. You really think too highly of yourself. What the fuck are you? How dare you talk to me like that? Someone, get rid of him. Mad Dog yelled, and the office door suddenly opened, instantly flooding with more than 10 thugs armed with steel knives and clubs. Without a word, These thugs raised their weapons and brought them down on Su Yang and Cheng Jian. Cheng Jian's expression changed drastically, and he shouted, "Watch out!" But the scene that followed not only stunned him, but also shocked Mad Dog beyond belief. Because at this moment, Su Yang, empty-handed, was like a man possessed, and before the thugs who had just poured into the office could even get close, they were instantly knocked to the ground. Even more terrifying, the tendons in these people's hands and feet were all severed in the blink of an eye, and they lay there wailing and screaming in pain, blood flowing everywhere. Even Mad Dog, as crazy as he was scared sober at this moment. The legendary good-for-nothing wasn't like this at all. This guy wasn't just not a good-for-nothing, he wasn't even human. He had never seen a normal person with such skills. Cheng Jian was also dumbfounded. He had only seen Su Yang fight once, and his methods were similar to his own, but today he finally witnessed Su Yang's true strength. Even if he spent his entire life, he would probably never reach Su Yang's level. "Do you want me to call all your men in?" This terrifying strength had already scared Mad Dog witless. He panicked and shouted, "What do you want to do? If you come any closer, if you dare touch a hair on my head, I'll make the Shen family suffer." Su Yang sneered. "Actually, sparing your life is very simple. As long as you bring Zheng Ming here, I can let you live. Zheng Ming, quickly bring Zheng Ming here." Soon, the office door opened, and a bloodied Zheng Ming stumbled in. When he saw Su Yang, Zheng Ming was slightly taken aback. But seeing the trembling and wailing figures lying scattered on the ground, he licked the blood from the corner of his mouth and asked, "This has nothing to do with you. Why are you here? I respect you as a man, and a man should be out there conquering the world, not being beaten up here," Su Yang replied. "You." Zheng Ming's gaze became resolute. Chapter 39. Mad Dog's face changed repeatedly. "What do you want? I have so many brothers outside. You can still leave now. If you touch a hair on my head, you won't leave this place, even if you're from the Su family." "Really? Do you think your men are still outside?" Su Yang sneered disdainfully. At this moment, the sound of fighting came from outside. Soon, the office door opened, and a younger brother holding an iron bar respectfully approached Cheng Jian. "Brother Cheng, our men are all here. The others have been taken care of." "I know. Guard outside," Cheng Jian instructed. Mad Dog's face turned completely pale. He never dreamed that his heavily fortified nightclub would be so easily taken over by Cheng Jian's men in an instant. "Now, do you have anything else to say?" Su Yang asked with a cold smile. Mad Dog's voice trembled, lacking confidence. "I still have Laughing Buddha. If you dare touch me, Laughing Buddha won't let you off." "Laughing Buddha? After dealing with you, the next one to deal with is Laughing Buddha." Su Yang snorted dismissively. In his eyes, there was only one boss in Jiangling's underworld, and that was Cheng Jian. Mad Dog stumbled and sat on the ground under Su Yang's domineering words. Zheng Ming, covered in blood and extremely weak, limped over to Mad Dog and asked in a low voice, "I already quit. Why did you still kill her?" "I wanted to eliminate all future troubles. She was already pregnant with your child at that time." "What?" Zheng Ming's whole body trembled. He shouted fiercely, "You beast! You not only killed her, but you didn't even spare the child in her womb." Mad Dog once again displayed his crazed demeanor, laughing loudly. "Zheng Ming, do you know how helpless she looked when I was about to kill her? Oh, I forgot to mention, your fiancé's figure was really quite good. I tried it, very comfortable. My brothers tried it too, each one full of energy, but your fiancé had a bit of a hard time enduring." "You animal!" Mad Dog's words agitated Zheng Ming, causing him to tremble even more violently. Seeing this, Su Yang threw a punch, smashing Mad Dog's head against the wall. A mouthful of blood spurted from Mad Dog's mouth, along with 2 front teeth. "I'll kill you! I'll slaughter you!" Zheng Ming was furious, picking up a steel knife from the ground and preparing to strike. At the critical moment, Cheng Jian suddenly rushed over and stopped Zheng Ming. This scene made Su Yang frown. Mad Dog had crossed a line and deserved to die, but Cheng Jian's actions disappointed Su Yang. "Cheng Jian, what are you doing?" Brother, we can't kill Mad Dog. Cheng Jian responded with an uneasy expression. What? Are you going to protect him? Brother, Mad Dog is backed by Laughing Buddha. Although you are from the Su family in the capital, your influence is in the capital. In Jiangling, with my abilities, I'm still not strong enough to contend with Laughing Buddha. So if we kill Mad Dog, Laughing Buddha will definitely come for revenge with everything he's got. Ha! Cheng Jian, you're sensible. Quickly release me. I can overlook this matter, but I will settle the score with everyone from the Shen family one by one. You won't have that chance, Su Yang said coldly, then looked at Cheng Jian and said, Cheng Jian, in 4 years, this is the most disappointing you've ever been. Cheng Jian hurriedly explained, Brother, that's not what I meant. We have to think about our brothers and families. Seeing that the two were already at odds, Zheng Ming said in a deep voice, You go out. This is my business. Today I will kill Mad Dog. I'll take responsibility for my actions. Even if Laughing Buddha wants to cause trouble, I won't let you get involved. This is the Su family's business, not just yours. Do what you need to do. I'll help you clean up all the trouble. After Su Yang finished speaking, he glanced coldly at Cheng Jian and strode out. Cheng Jian sighed deeply, slapped himself hard across the face, and followed him out. He had been too sentimental just now. Su Yang's meticulous mind was beyond his comprehension. Every decision Su Yang made, he would carefully consider all possible dangers, rather than acting impulsively. He had been too worried just now, causing Su Yang to have some reservations about him. Closing the office door, Cheng Jian said uneasily, Brother, please forgive my excessive worry. You gave me this life. You tell me to walk through fire and water, and I, Cheng Jian, won't even flinch. But just now, I was only thinking about our brothers, so I spoke rashly. Su Yang said indifferently, I know, otherwise I wouldn't have supported you all the way to the top. Cheng Jian felt a tremendous headache. Although Su Yang didn't say anything on the surface, a rift had definitely formed between them. With a sigh, the door behind him opened. Zheng Ming stumbled out, the steel knife in his hand falling to the ground, stained with a large patch of blood. Taken care of? Su Yang turned and asked. Taken care of? Zheng Ming grinned, licking the blood from the corner of his mouth, and laughed bleakly. The dead can't be brought back to life. My condolences. Zheng Ming stopped smiling and leaned against the wall, saying, This is just the beginning. Back then, for her, I gave up everything I had. I just wanted to watch the tides rise and fall with her, live a peaceful life, but Laughing Buddha wouldn't give me the chance to live a simple life. So I'm going to take him down. I want him to know I will return everything I've endured 100-fold to Laughing Buddha. Looking at the gritted teeth of Zheng Ming, Su Yang knew the time had come. No matter how glorious Zheng Ming was in the past, now he had killed Mad Dog. This was a provocation to Laughing Buddha. As long as Zheng Ming remained in Jiangling, Laughing Buddha would definitely not let it go. And the way to ensure his safety was to have Cheng Jian protect Zheng Ming. Only in this way could he escape Laughing Buddha's pursuit. Cheng Jian, protect Zheng Ming. Let him recover from his injuries during this time, Su Yang ordered coldly. Brother. Cheng Jian was worried. Although it was Zheng Ming who killed Mad Dog, today he had led his brothers to attack. Now that Mad Dog was dead, if Laughing Buddha couldn't find Zheng Ming, he would definitely come after him. Su Yang saw through Cheng Jian's thoughts and asked coldly, What? Are my words not clear enough? Clear, brother, I understand. Cheng Jian nodded hurriedly. He didn't dare to provoke Su Yang, so he could only have his men help Zheng Ming leave. When only the two of them were left, Su Yang looked at Cheng Jian with slight dissatisfaction. Under Su Yang's gaze, Cheng Jian was obviously a little guilty and asked uneasily, Brother, what's wrong? Don't you understand the stakes involved in this matter? Su Yang said with annoyance. Brother, please enlighten me. Chapter 40. Su Yang snorted coldly, irritated. You know Zheng Ming is ruthless. If it weren't for a woman, he would have eliminated Laughing Buddha long ago. He's in trouble now. If we help him, he'll be eternally grateful. If you want to take down Laughing Buddha, Zheng Ming is your best asset. With Zheng Ming's help, all of Jiangling will be yours. Cheng Jian suddenly understood. He looked at Su Yang and asked, "Brother, you mean we do him a favor and make him completely loyal to us?" "Exactly. Zheng Ming can't die, and he can't leave Jiangling. He's the key to you becoming the #1 in Jiangling's underworld." "Brother, I was wrong. I didn't think it through like you. Please don't be angry." "Angry?" Su Yang laughed. "Why would I be angry? I understand your concerns. But sometimes you can't be sentimental. To recruit a capable subordinate, you must be fearless and win their hearts." "Brother, I understand. I will learn from you and consider the bigger picture, not just my own safety." Cheng Jian bowed his head respectfully. "All right, go back. Things got a bit out of hand tonight. Lay low for a while. Tell your men not to cause any trouble." "Brother, I understand," Su Yang responded and left the nightclub. Even at 1 in the morning, Shen Qianyao was still restless at home. She lay in bed, checking the time every few minutes, unable to sleep, her mind filled with thoughts of when Su Yang would return. Unconsciously, she had come to rely on Su Yang, someone she had previously considered inconsequential. Her parents had no say in the Shen family, but Su Yang could give them a voice. Perhaps one day, just as Su Yang had said, she would rule the Shen family. The more she thought, the more she realized her mind was full of Su Yang. Her cheeks flushed slightly, and she shook her head vigorously. This feeling made her panic. The thought of relying completely on Su Yang terrified her. As she was pondering, she heard the faint sound of the door opening. Knowing Su Yang had returned, Shen Qianyao quickly closed her eyes, controlling her breathing, trying not to let him know she was still awake. After the door fully opened, Su Yang tiptoed into the room. After carefully closing the door, he quietly approached the floor mattress he had prepared. Just as he was about to lie down, he heard uneven breathing coming from the bed. He paused and glanced at Shen Qianyao. A person's breathing is even and subtle during sleep. He had shared a room with Shen Qianyao for 4 years and knew her sleeping habits well. But tonight, Shen Qianyao's breathing was not only rapid but also irregular. She was clearly pretending to be asleep. Thinking that Shen Qianyao might be waiting for him, Su Yang felt a surge of happiness. He casually lay down on the floor mattress and stared at Shen Qianyao for a long time before softly asking, "Still awake?" Shen Qianyao didn't answer, but her heart raced. Had Su Yang discovered her pretense? Determined not to let him know she was waiting for him, she kept her eyes tightly shut. Su Yang smiled, looking at Shen Qianyao's efforts to feign sleep. He sighed and said, "Qianyao, some men are willing to give up everything they've fought for the woman they love, because the woman they love shouldn't be treated casually." Shen Qianyao's heart trembled. She knew Su Yang was talking to her, and that he knew she wasn't asleep. But she had already started pretending, and she didn't want to face the awkwardness. "You are the woman I love. For you, I am also willing to give up everything. But if anyone tries to harm you, even if it means mutual destruction, I will protect you." Su Yang finished softly, closed his eyes, and quickly fell asleep. These words warmed Shen Qianyao even more. Su Yang used to be unable to meet her gaze when speaking to her, but now he was saying such tender words, making her heart race. After hesitating for a long time, Shen Qianyao finally decided to respond. "What are you talking about? Why aren't you sleeping? When did you get back?" However, she was only met with Su Yang's even and steady breathing. Annoying, falling asleep so fast. Shen Qianyao propped herself up and glanced at Su Yang, lying peacefully on the floor mattress. She muttered resentfully. Early the next morning, while Shen Qianyao was still asleep, Su Yang had already prepared breakfast. Today was the 28th, Shen Qianyao's birthday. Since taking over the company, Shen Qianyao had never celebrated her birthday, dedicating all her time to work. On Shen Qianyao's birthday, Su Yang wanted to take her to the revolving restaurant in the city center and give her a special celebration. As usual, Shen Qianyao came out of her room and started eating breakfast. Su Yang brought her a glass of milk and softly asked, "Qianyao, can you take a day off today?" "What's wrong?" "It's your birthday, and I don't want to see you working so hard." "Birthday?" Shen Qianyao was stunned. She had actually forgotten her own birthday, but Su Yang remembered. Although touched, she remembered that old Master Shen had called last night after Su Yang left, asking her to go to the villa early this morning. Today was the day of the bidding for the new city district project in the east of the city by Sunset Group, and he wanted everyone in the Shen family to be prepared for this exciting moment. I'm afraid I can't today. Shen Mingzhi is going to participate in the bidding, so we all have to go to the villa and wait for the results. Shen Xianyao felt a little disappointed. She had been looking forward to the surprise Su Yang might have planned for her. That's all right, we can celebrate after it's over. Su Yang smiled. Seeing Su Yang's hesitant expression, Shen Xianyao tentatively asked, Su Yang, is there something you want to tell me? Su Yang froze. He did want to wish Shen Xianyao a happy birthday, but every time the words reached his lips, he couldn't utter them. This was strange. He used to be fearless back in the Su family in Jingcheng, but now he didn't have the courage to say those 4 words. With a wry smile, Su Yang shook his head and said, No. Really? Really? Shen Xianyao sighed. After finishing breakfast, she went downstairs with Su Yang, got in the car, and headed straight to old Master Shen's villa. The villa was already crowded. Because of the incident Shen Mingzhi had caused last time, some members of the Shen family deliberately kept their distance from him, believing he would fall out of favor, and the new favorite would likely be Shen Xianyao. Therefore, they had been relatively polite to her these past few days. However, in the blink of an eye, old Master Shen had entrusted Shen Mingzhi with such an important task as negotiating with Sunset Group. These people were shrewd and knew that Shen Mingzhi was still beyond Shen Xianyao's reach. So when Shen Xianyao and Su Yang appeared at the villa, the mocking voices started again. Oh, Xianyao, look at the time. Coming so late. Do you really take Grandpa's words as nothing? Exactly. After securing the Yutian Mountain Villa decoration contract, you've become quite arrogant. You should know that this contract is nothing to our Shen family. Shen Xianyao, if I remember correctly, today is your birthday, right? How are you planning to celebrate? I heard that the most upscale revolving restaurant in the city center has been booked today. Apparently, some rich guy is planning to celebrate his wife's birthday there. Oh, how pitiful. Both celebrating birthdays, one in heaven, one on earth. What a difference. More than that, look at the men. One can book a revolving restaurant, while our useless son-in-law can only watch and take his wife to eat at a roadside stall. There's nothing you can do. Marry a chicken, follow the chicken. Marry a dog, follow the dog. This is fate. Everyone was chattering, completely ignoring Shen Xianyao's darkening expression. Su Yang remained calm. No one knew that the revolving restaurant was his property, and he was the one who booked it today. These ignorant fools, it was a waste of breath to talk to them, so Su Yang didn't bother responding. However, Su Yang's indifference was seen as submissiveness in their eyes. They snorted disdainfully, their expressions disgusting. The previously harmonious atmosphere turned into a competition as soon as Su Yang and Shen Xianyao arrived. Old Master Shen knew their thoughts, and he felt similarly. Since Shen Xianyao's branch was illegitimate and hadn't contributed much to the Shen family, he wasn't particularly fond of them. But dislike was one thing. Shen Xianyao's ability to secure the Yutian Mountain Villa decoration contract showed she had some skills. So he didn't reveal his emotions and instead tapped his cane. Xianyao, find a seat and sit down with Su Yang. Thank you, Grandpa. Shen Xianyao replied respectfully. The seats near old Master Shen were already taken, so she and Su Yang could only sit near the entrance. Xianyao, I really sympathize with you. If I had such a useless husband, I would be so ashamed I'd bash my head against a wall. Shen Linglong didn't forget to taunt Shen Xianyao, covering her mouth and sneering. Shen Xianyao didn't get angry. She chuckled and said, Linglong, only those with thin skin would bash their heads against a wall. Some people have such thick skin that they wouldn't kill themselves. Instead, they'd make a dent in the wall. Shen Xianyao, what do you mean? Are you saying I'm thick-skinned? Chapter 41. Sister Linglong, why are you saying that? I was just saying it casually. Besides, Sister Linglong's skin isn't thick, is it? It's oily and smooth. And with such heavy makeup, there must be an exquisitely breathtaking face underneath all that foundation. Shen Xianyao kept saying these so-called compliments, but her tone was very strange, and Shen Linglong could certainly understand. Are you done yet? Shen Linglong was immediately furious, but before she could finish, Elder Shun's assistant suddenly rushed in, excitedly saying, Elder Shun, it's done. Mingzhi closed the deal. Really? Elder Shun's eyebrows danced with excitement, and he hurriedly stood up from his stool with his cane. Where's Mingzhi? Why hasn't he come back? Mingzhi is parking outside. Before the car could even fully stop, I jumped out to report the news. This time, Shen Mingzhi and Shen Hao went together to the Xiang group's bidding, but Elder Shun was worried, so he sent his assistant to oversee the situation. Good. Our Shen family has finally risen to prominence. In my lifetime, we've finally partnered with the Xiang group, Elder Shun said excitedly. Everyone present was also excited. Being able to cooperate with the Xiang group was equivalent to their Shen family being promoted to a quasi-first-class family in Jiangling City. This exciting news made everyone incredibly thrilled. Dad, under your leadership, our Shen family will definitely reach new heights. Dad, if it weren't for your wise leadership, our Shen family wouldn't have achieved such a result. Grandpa, the Shen family will definitely become the largest first-class family in Jiangling City in the future. Listening to these increasingly loud flatteries, a sneer appeared on the corner of Su Yang's mouth. The Shen family, this insignificant second-rate family, actually wanted to cooperate with the Xiang group. If it weren't for his nod, the Shen family wouldn't be peaceful now. But in morning, as he was thinking, a burst of hurried footsteps came from outside. Shen Mingzhi, his face flushed with excitement, strode forward, followed by Shan Yinghao, who had already retired to the second line. The two came aggressively, obviously elated because they had secured the contract. After entering the villa, Shen Mingzhi stood in front of Elder Shen and excitedly said, Grandpa, it's done. Your grandson lived up to expectations and finally secured the Xiang group's contract. Mingzhi, you've worked hard this time. You will become a hero of our Shen family. Because of you, our Shen family will definitely add a glorious chapter to the history of Jiangling City. Grandpa, this is what I should do. Shen Mingzhi smiled modestly and glanced provocatively at Shen Qianyao. When Shen Qianyao secured the Yunding Villa project contract, Elder Shen was only somewhat surprised and disbelieving. But now, this was a collaboration with the Xiang group, and Elder Shen was as happy as a child of 80 or 90 years old. Those who liked to flatter were even more opportunistic. In their eyes, Shen Mingzhi would definitely become the head of the Shen family, and now was the time to curry favor. Various loud flatteries emerged endlessly. Shen Mingzhi obviously enjoyed this feeling of being the center of attention, smiling exceptionally brightly. Some even compared this matter to Shen Qianyao signing the Yunding Villa contract, flattering Shen Mingzhi while mocking Shen Qianyao. Stop talking for now. Mingzhi, in what area does the Xiang group intend to cooperate with our Shen family this time? Grandpa, here's the contract. Take a look. Shen Mingzhi took out a contract from his briefcase and handed it to Elder Shen, then turned to everyone and said, This time, the Xiang group intends to sign a long-term strategic cooperation agreement with our Shen family. With my eloquent persuasion, the Xiang group finally decided to let our Shen family provide all the building materials for the entire Qingdong new district project. What? All of them? Everyone was in an uproar. Shen Linglong's mouth dropped open in shock, and she said in surprise, Brother, this is a huge project. All the building materials for the entire Qingdong new district. This will require hundreds of billions to complete. Shen Mingzhi nodded and said, Sister Linglong, don't be afraid. Although our Shen family can't afford this money for a while, I've communicated with the Xiang group, and they are willing to pay 10 billion in working capital up front for us to use, as long as we can deliver the goods on time. 10 billion. Shen Linglong excitedly placed her hands under her chin, her eyes sparkling. Yes, Sister Linglong, you heard that right. And I've calculated carefully, this cooperation, we can say we haven't put in any capital. Once the new district is completed, just the profit alone, we can earn 2 billion. By then, our Shen family can truly become a first-class family in Jiangling City. Shen Mingzhi proudly extended 2 fingers and twirled them, his face full of smugness. Shen Mingzhi securing this cooperation for the Shen family was undoubtedly much more impressive than the prophet Shen Qianyao negotiated for the Yutian mountain villa. At this moment, he had become the focal point of the entire Shen family. After all, among the younger generation of the Shen family, Shen Mingzhi was the most capable, and he would also be the sole heir to the Shen family's fortune. Just as Shen Mingzhi was envisioning his future dominance in the Shen family, his phone suddenly rang. "Grandpa, it's a call from the Xi'an group." After Shen Mingzhi finished speaking, everyone present held their breath. "See what they want." Shen Mingzhi answered the phone. Before he could even speak, the excitement on his face instantly vanished, replaced by a look of shock. After hanging up the phone, he stood there like a wooden stake, his body trembling slightly. "Mingzhi, what's wrong?" Shen Mingzhi didn't respond, but instead cast a furious gaze at Shen Qianyao. His teeth gritted, as if he wanted to tear her apart. "Shen Qianyao, I'm going to kill you." Shen Mingzhi yelled and lunged at Shen Qianyao. Shen Qianyao was completely bewildered, having no idea what had happened. Shen Mingzhi had just answered a phone call and had become like this, making her extremely nervous. Just as Shen Mingzhi was about to reach out and grab Shen Qianyao's neck, Su Yang suddenly dashed forward, blocked Shen Mingzhi, and punched him in the chest, sending him flying. Everyone gasped, but no one blamed Su Yang for Shen Mingzhi's sake. No one understood why Shen Mingzhi would do such an extreme thing. Chapter 42. Mingzhi, what happened? Shen Mingzhi shouted angrily, "Sunset Group. Sunset Group revoke my position as the person in charge and let Shen Qianyao take full control." "What? How is that possible? What qualifications does Shen Qianyao have?" "This collaboration was negotiated by you." "Yeah, Shen Qianyao wasn't even involved. How can they let her take over?" Everyone was discussing amongst themselves, unable to recover from the shock. Shen Qianyao also had a blank expression. She didn't know what was going on at all, but for some reason, her gaze landed on Su Yang. Su Yang's face was calm, but a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. All of this was according to his plan. His goal was very clear: to crush Shen Mingzhi in front of everyone. And now, he had achieved half of his goal. Shen Mingzhi was on the verge of collapse. He would never have dreamed that the project he had worked so hard to secure would be handed over to someone else on a whim. The next day, after breakfast, the two went to the nearby vegetable market. This was a place Su Yang was very familiar with. For 3 years, he had come here almost every day, and the stall owners were familiar with him. Many of them greeted him. Seeing this scene, Shen Qianyao really couldn't understand how Su Yang, who was so domineering yesterday, could be so friendly with these small vendors today, and had been for 3 whole years. Shen Qianyao felt that she couldn't see through Su Yang more and more, but she had a feeling that he would bring her unimaginable surprises. After buying the groceries, the two returned home. Seeing the fish, meat, and ribs, Han Ling scolded Su Yang again. Shen Qianyao tried to defend him, which almost caused Han Ling to have a meltdown. In the end, Shen Shikong had to drag Han Ling back to their room to calm things down. During dinner, Shen Shikong received a phone call. It was unknown what was said on the other end, but his expression wasn't good. After hanging up, he looked hesitant. Seeing this, Han Ling said directly, "If it's about money, our family definitely won't go." It was old Tang. He said he's moved to a new house and invited us over. Shen Shikong said, moving to a new house meant giving a gift, but with Han Ling's current attitude, asking for money was like asking for her life. However, Tang Qingye had personally called, so they could not go. Did Uncle Tang's family move to a new house? Tang Qingye was Shen Shikong's old classmate. Their families used to be very close. Tang Qingye even wanted Shen Qianyao to be his daughter-in-law. After Su Yang married into the Shen family, the relationship between the two families faded. "Yes, I heard they moved to a big house, a duplex." Shen Shikong said, "We'll just be ridiculed if we go." "I'm not going," Han Ling said angrily. Tang Qingye used to be close to their family because his son had taken a liking to Shen Qianyao. But in recent years, they had rarely been in contact. Now he suddenly called, and Han Ling couldn't think of any other reason than to show off. Shen Shikong also knew this was a possibility, but since the invitation had been extended, it wouldn't do not to go. Moreover, many old classmates would be there. Tang Qingye had said to treat it as a class reunion, and he wouldn't be able to save face if he didn't go. Dad, I'll cover the gift money. How can we not go? Shen Shikong gave Shen Qianyao a grateful look. Han Ling grumbled, but didn't say anything. She knew that at most, she would just have to watch Tang Qingye show off. But if they didn't go, who knows how much gossip would be spread behind their backs. 3 days later, Su Yang drove to the residential area where Tang Qingye's new house was located. The environment of the residential area was very good. It was a recent high-end development in Jingcheng, with housing prices approaching 20,000 per square meter. For Jingcheng, apart from the Yutian Mountain Villa area, it was already very high-end. When Su Yang and the others arrived at Tang Qingye's house, many guests had already arrived, all unfamiliar faces. Old Su, you're late. I've already taken my old classmates on a tour. Why don't you go and have a look yourself? My house is small. There's really nothing to show off. A duplex, with just the ground floor over 100 square meters, this really wasn't small. Shen Shikong's face was full of embarrassment, and he could only force a smile and say, Old Tang, you're really living the good life now. Sigh. Tang Qingye sighed and said, I'm just enjoying the benefits. My son just bought me a new car a while ago. Our family relies on him now. When he said this, Tang Qingye deliberately glanced at Su Yang. Back then, his son had really liked Shen Qianyao, but this good-for-nothing had gotten in the way. Old Su, you must regret it now. Old Tang's son wanted to marry your daughter. Old Su had no choice. He doesn't have any say at home. Otherwise, Qianyao wouldn't have to suffer. Speaking of which, you, the live-in son-in-law, are you still doing the laundry and cooking at home? These old men were mercilessly teasing their juniors, roaring with laughter. Shen Shikong's face turned purple, and Han Ling pinched him hard on the waist. Just as the old couple felt so embarrassed they wanted to disappear, Su Yang spoke. Uncle Tang, our family has also moved to a new house recently. It's being renovated. In a while, we'll invite you over to our place to have a look. Shen Shikong and Han Ling were stunned by these words. Shen Qianyao also didn't expect Su Yang to boast like this for the sake of face. Boasting was fun for a moment, but how would he deliver on his promise? Although Shen Qianyao was now the person in charge of the West City project, it wasn't a gold mine. 2 cars plus 200,000 was already a large sum. If she took more money to buy a house, and the old lady found out, the consequences would be disastrous. More importantly, to save face, the house would have to be better than Tang Qingye's, right? Even if Shen Qianyao could take money from the company to cover up this lie, she wouldn't dare to buy such a good house. Han Ling glared at Su Yang and said, Su Yang, if you don't speak, no one will think you're mute. Mom, I bought the house a long time ago, but I wanted to surprise you, so I didn't tell you. Next month, I'll invite Uncle Tang to our house. Su Yang said. Tang Qingye sneered. From Shen Shikong's expression, he knew Su Yang was bragging. He also wanted to see this as a joke and replied, All right, don't forget about me then. I'll definitely come and take a look. Chapter 43. Old Shen, you're too much. Buying a house and not even telling us. Old Shen, which complex did you buy in? Is it bigger than Old Tang's? Don't tell me. Old Shen, you're not just bragging for face, are you? They were old classmates of over a decade, knowing each other inside and out. They knew exactly what Shen Shikong was capable of. Shen Shikong, born a concubine's son in the Shen family, had lived a mediocre life. He probably couldn't even pull out 200,000 yuan from his pocket, let alone have money to buy a house. Shen Shikong knew his own situation. He already felt awkward, and now he was even more embarrassed. If there was a hole in the ground, he would crawl into it right now. Han Ling was tyrannical at home, but much more docile outside, facing everyone's ridicule. She was like a mute, not daring to speak, only secretly resenting Su Yang in her heart. This good-for-nothing, showing off for nothing. Now, they had become a complete joke. The more Han Ling thought about it, the angrier she became, preparing to teach Su Yang a good lesson when they got back. Facing everyone's questions, Su Yang stepped forward. Uncles and aunts, you don't need to wonder. Our new house is currently being renovated. We're planning to invite you all to visit next month. Su Yang, Shen Qinyao couldn't refute Su Yang's face in front of everyone, but she was still startled to hear him say that. She couldn't help but tug on Su Yang's sleeve and whisper. Su Yang turned and looked at Shen Qinyao, his eyes calm and honest, not at all like he was bragging. Shen Qinyao's eyes were still full of disbelief. Su Yang had been useless in the Shen family for 3 years. Even the 1 million plus yuan for the car purchase. Who knew if it was borrowed? How could he possibly have money to buy a house? Seeing Shen Qinyao's expression, Su Yang sighed inwardly. He didn't expect that Shen Qinyao still didn't believe him. Everyone could see the clues from the Shen family's expressions. Seeing Su Yang still putting on a brave face, they were even more eager to watch the drama unfold. A waste is a waste. Still trying to act tough at a time like this. If he could afford a house, he would have been arrogant long ago. Why would he still be so meek? Even though Shen Qinyao had just gained a little confidence in Su Yang. After hearing everyone's words, a layer of embarrassed red surged onto her fair face. If I have it, I have it. If I don't, I don't. Why would I lie? Su Yang didn't take everyone's mockery to heart. The ridicule he had endured for 3 years had given him enough fortitude to not care about these insignificant voices. Shen Shikong felt so ashamed that he didn't even want to eat lunch. He pulled Su Yang and wanted to leave. I just remembered there's something urgent at home. Su Yang, Qinyao, let's go back first. Han Ling's resentment towards Su Yang had reached its peak. Anyone could see the anger on her face. Did you hear that, you good-for-nothing? Hurry up and go. In front of so many people, Shen Qinyao called out disapprovingly, Mom. Han Ling was furious. You're still speaking up for him? Look at him. Is there anything about him that's worthy of you? All right, let's go. Shen Shikong felt he couldn't bear everyone's scrutinizing gazes any longer and fled. Seeing her husband leave first, Han Ling gritted her teeth and dragged Shen Qinyao away as well. Su Yang, however, said unhurriedly, The 15th of next month, I'll invite you all to our new house. Make sure you don't miss it. After finishing, he turned and left, catching up to Shen Qinyao in a few strides. Seeing this scene, everyone felt even more disdainful, especially Tang Yecheng. Before Su Yang and his family had even left, he began to comment on Su Yang. Old Shen is such an honest man. How could he pick a good-for-nothing son-in-law? And this good-for-nothing son-in-law loves to brag. Hey, did you just see Han Ling's expression? Her face turned liver-colored. It was hilarious. If you don't have a house, why pretend? We'll go together and see how Su Yang conjures up a house. Ha, good. Even if he can buy a house, how good can it be? It definitely won't be as good as old Tang's. Then they'll be embarrassed. The more everyone talked, the more excited they became, completely unaware that Su Yang and his family hadn't gone far. Han Ling and the others hadn't gone far either. After hearing these words, their faces became even uglier. They quickened their pace and left the restaurant. As soon as they left the restaurant, Han Ling completely unleashed her anger. She threw her bag on the ground. Su Yang, you have no money, so why pretend? Are you happy making our whole family lose face? Shen Shikong was also somewhat dissatisfied with Su Yang, looking at him coldly. The atmosphere instantly became tense. Mom, don't be like this. Su Yang isn't that kind of person. Su Yang's heart warmed. He hadn't expected Shen Qinyao to speak up for him. However, what Shen Qinyao said next instantly extinguished the spark that had just ignited in his heart. Su Yang apologized to Mom and Dad. Bragging about buying a house in front of so many people really made them lose face. Shen Qinyao bit her lip and looked at Su Yang. Facing his wife's distrust, Su Yang took a deep breath and calmed down again. I did buy a house just recently. He was used to Han Ling's yelling, but hearing Shen Qinyao willing to speak for him instead of standing against him still warmed his heart. You bought a house? Your bragging needs a limit. Where did you get the money to buy a house? You idle around all day. Look at others, earning millions a year. Look at you, still relying on a woman to support you. You good for nothing. I'm not lying. The house is currently being renovated. When it's finished, Mom can come live there too. Oh, what kind of good house can a good-for-nothing like you buy? Even if you begged me to live there, I wouldn't go. Han Ling cursed for a bit, but seeing Su Yang's firm attitude, she wondered if he had actually bought a house. She still didn't forget to put on a strong front. Su Yang sneered inwardly. If Han Ling knew he bought a villa on the mountainside, she'd probably be rushing to move in. Shen Shikong didn't want to bask in the sun at the entrance. Seeing that Han Ling had vented enough, he drove the car over and took them away. Shen Qianyao looked at Su Yang, whose expression hadn't changed much, and couldn't help but feel curious. Last time, the two cars cost over 1 million yuan, and now he'd bought a house. After 3 years of marriage, she knew nothing about his affairs. Back home, Han Ling was furious. After so many years of marriage into the Shen family, her mother-in-law was picky, her husband was useless, and finally, she gave birth to a good daughter, who ended up marrying a good-for-nothing. The more she thought about it, the angrier she got. She pinched Shen Shikong's ear and went back to the bedroom. Marrying you was the worst luck of my 8 lifetimes. Others live comfortably after marriage, but following you, I haven't gained anything and only have to endure being looked down upon. Shen Qianyao sighed, seeing this scene. Han Ling had a fiery temper, and she didn't want to say much. Shen Qianyao was also a bit tired. She put down her bag and looked at Su Yang. She still didn't believe Su Yang had bought a house, but seeing him so calm, she couldn't help but feel uneasy after thinking about it. So, Shen Qianyao tentatively asked, "Where did you buy our new house? Why haven't I heard you mention it?" A smile surfaced on Su Yang's face. "You'll find out when the time comes." "Why so secretive? Can't you even tell me?" "Surprises are meant to be saved for last. Just tell me, just a little bit." Su Yang smiled helplessly. He wanted to save the best for last, so he chose not to say anything. "I really can't say." Seeing that Su Yang refused to tell her where the house was, Shen Qianyao felt more and more like he was brushing her off, so she simply stopped talking. Thinking that after 3 years of marriage, she actually knew nothing about this man, Shen Qianyao became even angrier. Her face turned cold. "Forget it if you don't want to say." Seeing Shen Qianyao's anger, Su Yang couldn't hide it anymore, lest she get even angrier. "Actually, you pass by it every day. You see it every day." Shen Qianyao widened her eyes. "Pass by it every day? Which development is it? Think about it yourself." His appearance made Shen Qianyao even more curious. The atmosphere was quite harmonious now, and Shen Qianyao unconsciously let down her guard in front of Su Yang. She wrapped her jade hand around Su Yang's arm, her voice soft. "Su Yang, just tell me." Su Yang felt Shen Qianyao's soft hand on his arm, and a refreshing fragrance drifted into his nose. He felt shy and a bit enchanted. "It's the hillside villa you pass by every day when you go for your morning jog. It's said that on foggy days, you can see a sea of clouds if you open the window." Shen Qianyao covered her mouth in surprise. "How is that possible? Are you talking about the villa on the top of Yutian Mountain?" Chapter 44. Su Yang looked at Shen Qianyao's expression and chuckled. "That's the one. How is that possible? That villa costs 100 million. Where did you get so much money, Su Yang?" Shen Qianyao's expression was still full of disbelief. Su Yang had been a good-for-nothing at the Shen family for 3 years. She believed he might have some private savings, but 100 million? Even if they sold him, they couldn't afford that villa. "Su Yang, don't be like this. It's just the two of us now. You don't have to lie." The more she thought about it, the more unbelievable it became. Shen Qianyao looked at Su Yang seriously. "Even if you didn't buy a house, I wouldn't say anything. Do you know how much a hillside villa costs? 100 million. Forget Su Yang not having the money. Even if they pooled the entire Shen family's assets, they still couldn't afford that villa." The more Shen Qianyao thought about it, the more impossible it seemed. She looked at Su Yang. His face didn't betray a hint of deception, but 100 million yuan villa was simply an astronomical price to her. "Didn't you say you liked that villa? So I bought it." Shen Qianyao simply didn't believe it. Shaking her head, she said speechlessly, "I'm going to cook." Seeing this, Su Yang could only smile wryly. If he didn't say anything, Shen Qianyao was curious, and if he did, she wouldn't believe him. It wasn't her fault for not believing him. 100 million yuan villa. Who would have thought the buyer would be Su Yang, the laughingstock of Jiangling City? "Qianyao, I hope you like the gift I gave you," Su Yang said as Shen Qianyao walked to the kitchen, but his voice was soft, and he didn't know if she heard him. Dinner was soon ready, and the family sat together neatly for their meal. Just then, Shen Qianyao's phone rang. Hello? Songing? Go shopping this afternoon? Okay, I haven't gone shopping in ages. She had stood Songing up last time they were supposed to shop together and promised to go next time they were both free. She didn't expect Songing to have time so soon. After hanging up, Shen Qianyao quickly finished her meal and said to Su Yang, I'm going out. I know. Have fun. Su Yang looked at Shen Qianyao, his expression very gentle. Shen Qianyao arrived at the Baidao Plaza, where she and Songing often went, and parked in the underground garage. As soon as Songing saw Shen Qianyao, her sharp eyes caught sight of the Audi car key that hadn't yet been put away in her bag. Yao Yao, not bad. You're doing well recently. You've even upgraded to an Audi. Seeing the genuine happiness in her best friend's face, not the jealousy of others, Shen Qianyao smiled. Not really. Su Yang bought it for me. Not only that, he also bought one for my parents. What? Su Yang bought it? Isn't Su Yang a good-for-nothing? He's been living off you for 3 years. I get angry for you, just seeing him so useless. Don't say that about him. Buying 2 cars at once must have cost a lot. Su Yang didn't steal or rob anyone. Did he? Tfeh. I doubt he could even if he tried, seeing how useless he is. Xiaoying, I'm getting angry if you keep talking like that. Seeing Shen Qianyao defending Su Yang, a gossipy smile appeared on Song Ying's face. She leaned closer to Shen Qianyao. You two are getting along well now, huh? You're even defending him. Shen Qianyao saw her quickly change the subject, and a faint blush appeared on her face. Oh, aren't we here to shop? Why keep talking about this? Since it was someone else's private matter, Songing felt it was inappropriate to ask too much. Although she also looked down on Su Yang, she still appreciated the fact that he had money to buy Shen Qianyao a new car. Yao Yao, men change when they have money. You have to be careful, hold on to his purse strings, and don't give him a chance to stray. Seeing her friend's genuine concern, Shen Qianyao smiled and spoke her mind. Su Yang isn't that kind of person. Oh really? Su Yang isn't that kind of person. Song Ying teased, then remembered she was still single and felt a pang of loneliness. Sigh, I envy you, Yao Yao. I also want such a good husband. Then I'll share him with you. What do you think? Really? Then I won't be polite. My looks and figure are no worse than yours. If your Su Yang runs off with me, don't cry. Shen Qianyao looked at Song Ying's confident expression and didn't say anything, but in her heart, she thought Su Yang wouldn't even look at her best friend. Seeing the genuine happiness on her friend's face, Song Ying also knew that Su Yang loved Shen Qianyao so much that she definitely couldn't steal him away. While Shen Qianyao and Song Ying were shopping, Su Yang went to the hillside villa. High-end villas didn't allow unfamiliar vehicles to enter freely. Even close friends or relatives of the villa owners needed prior notification to security. Although Su Yang was the owner of the hillside villa, he hadn't registered his car, so he was stopped at the gate. The security guard, used to seeing Lamborghinis and Ferraris, clearly forgot his own lowly status. Driving a beat-up Audi and trying to enter the villa area? Do you really think you belong here? Just then, a limited edition Porsche convertible sped towards them. It looked like the Porsche was about to rear-end the Audi, but it stopped just a foot away. What are you doing? Don't you know this young master comes home at this time every day? The guard recognized the Porsche owner. His face, just moments ago impatient with Su Yang, instantly blossomed into a servile grin. Mr. Zhao, you're back. Su Yang followed the guard's gaze to the Porsche convertible. Inside sat a man and a woman. The man was average-looking. The woman had a face full of fillers, but her figure was quite good, with ample cleavage barely contained by her clothing. A beat-up Audi dares to come to the hillside villa area? Don't they know what kind of place this is? This beat-up Audi probably wants to sneak into the villa area, probably to take a few photos to show off, but I stopped him. He's waiting for notification from above. After all, not everyone is like Mr. Zhao, living in such a high-class villa every day. Upon hearing this, the girl's eyes grew even brighter, and she practically glued herself to Zhao Lei, speaking in a sickeningly sweet voice. Mr. Zhao, do we have to wait here too? Kong Xiao, I don't want to wait. The sun is so strong outside, it'll tan my snow-white skin. Then I'll have him make way for Mr. Zhao right away. The guard was very attentive, saying this as he ran towards Su Yang, preparing to make a move for Zhao Lei. Feeling the girl's forwardness and the guard's attentiveness, Kong Wu felt even more smug. However, successful people didn't get angry easily, and we're not in a hurry. What if the guy in the beat-up Audi is the housekeeper for one of the villas? So we'll let him go first. Mr. Kong is so magnanimous, truly a successful person. Then his walkie-talkie crackled to life, informing him that Su Yang's car could enter. The guard found this a bit unbelievable. He put on his impatient expression again. You can go in? Su Yang entered the villa area, with Kong Xiao following behind him. The girl in the Porsche's passenger seat had never been to such a beautiful villa area. She was both excited and thrilled, pouting coquettishly. Kong Xiao, I heard there's a villa halfway up the mountain with the best view in Jiangling City. I want to see it. How could Kong Wu not know the famous hillside villa? However, the villa area had its rules, and no one could trespass on another's property. If caught, the consequences could be severe. The girl saw that Kong Wu didn't speak, his tone not as gentle as before, and he wasn't as close to her as before. Kong Xiao, why aren't you saying anything? You can't go, can you? Kong Wu, now consumed by lust, saw the girl he had finally managed to pick up suddenly turn cold. He thought that the villa was still under renovation, so they probably wouldn't be discovered. Seeing the girl's unhappy face, he quickly agreed. We'll go. I'll take you there right now. There's nowhere in Jiangling City that I, Kong Wu, can't go. Chapter 45. But, before going to the mountaintop villa, Zhao Lei leered at the woman in the passenger seat, his hand casually draping over her shoulder. They were alone, and the woman understood his meaning. She pouted playfully. Mr. Zhao, let's find somewhere secluded. Afterward, the woman immediately turned to Zhao Lei. Mr. Zhao, can we go to the hillside villa now? A man has no resistance to a woman's coquettishness after being satisfied. Although Zhao Lei was afraid of being discovered, the hillside villa was under renovation. A quick trip there and back shouldn't be a problem. Thinking this, Zhao Lei feigned composure. This young master will take you to broaden your horizons. Hold on tight. He slammed on the accelerator, eliciting shrieks from the woman. They arrived at the hillside villa. Seeing no one around, Zhao Lei breathed a sigh of relief, while praying silently that they wouldn't encounter any security guards. If they did, it would be disastrous. The hillside villa security wasn't the same as the security at the foot of the mountain. The hillside villa was the most exclusive area, and its security held the most power. The security here belonged to the Wang family, a top-tier aristocratic family. The Zhao family relied on the Wang family for their livelihood. If the Wang family found out he had trespassed on the hillside villa, it would leave a bad impression and affect the family business. He would be skinned alive, if not worse. Furthermore, he didn't know the owner of the hillside villa. Someone who could afford such a luxurious villa was likely of considerable status. If he angered them, he would be in serious trouble. The more Zhao Lei thought about it, the more apprehensive he became. He began to regret his impulsive decision to bring this woman to the mountaintop villa. While Zhao Lei was on edge, the woman was ecstatic. The hillside villa was both scenic and luxurious. Coupled with the limited edition Porsche she was sitting in and the rich second-generation man beside her, she felt like she was about to marry into wealth and prestige. Mr. Zhao, take some pictures of me in the car so I can post them on my moments, okay? She pouted and leaned closer to Zhao Lei. It's rare for me to come to a place like this. If my friends knew I came to the hillside villa with Mr. Zhao, they'd be so envious. With her insistence, Zhao Lei couldn't refuse. He pretended to be calm. Then get out. I'll take your picture. The woman's eyes lit up, and she quickly got out of the car, perching on the hood. Zhao Lei took her phone and started taking pictures. After a few quick clicks, he hastily returned the phone. Okay, take a look. The woman was somewhat dissatisfied, but didn't say anything seeing Zhao Lei's impatience. Looking at the phone, she said, Mr. Zhao, why did you make me look so ugly? Can you take a few more? Zhao Lei was nervous, But since no one had appeared after being there for so long, he felt a sliver of luck. All right, this young master will take a few more. Make sure you post them on your moments. The woman giggled. Mr. Zhao, you're so nice. She began swaying her hips, posing for more pictures. Zhao Lei had no interest in taking photos. After snapping a dozen or so, he lost his patience. All right, enough pictures. He tossed the phone back to her. They'd been at the hillside villa for too long. If they ran into security now, he'd be doomed. The woman scrolled through the photos. None of them were to her liking. She had wanted some nice pictures from this rare visit. But Zhao Lei had made her look terrible. How did you take these? I look so ugly. Zhao Lei became irritated. You look like that. What do you expect me to do? Women are so troublesome. I shouldn't have brought you to the hillside villa. The woman felt wronged and worried that Zhao Lei would lose interest in her. After all, she had finally snagged a wealthy man. But then she thought, she was so beautiful, surely she could find another rich man. You promised me, and now you're yelling at me. You're not the only man chasing me. Zhao Lei realized he had gone too far and calmed down. All right, I'll take a few more, okay? She was about to reply when a voice barked from behind. Who's there? Trespassing on the hillside villa. Zhao Lei froze. He turned to see a 6-foot-tall security guard in black, holding a baton, approaching them. Officer, just passing through. We were just passing through. Zhao Lei wiped the sweat from his brow. The clueless woman, unable to read the room, yelled at the guard. Who do you think you are? Yelling at Mr. Zhao? You're just a trashy security guard. What's there to be so arrogant about? I said you're a trashy security guard. You'll be a pathetic security guard your whole life. Don't think you're so great just because you work security at the hillside villa. Take a look at yourself, you loser. Terrified by her words and the guard's darkening expression, Zhao Lei slapped the woman without hesitation. The slap was hard, leaving half her face swollen. Shut up. Do you want to get me killed? The woman was about to retaliate when the guard spoke. Come with me to the detention room. Zhao Lei panicked. He had heard stories of trespassers being taken to the detention room and having their legs broken, without any recourse. The people who lived in this villa complex were not to be trifled with. Sir, please, I was just passing through. I didn't intentionally trespass. That woman didn't say that. Today, you're both in serious trouble. What's going on here? Su Yang, intending to have the hillside villa's flower beds trimmed, had heard voices and walked over to see Zhao Lei and the security guard. The guard, recognizing the seemingly unassuming Su Yang as the owner of the mountaintop villa, immediately became respectful. Mr. Su, these two trespassed on the hillside villa. I was about to take them to the detention room. Zhao Lei's blood ran cold. A terrifying thought arose. Could this be the owner of the hillside villa? He must be. Otherwise, the guard wouldn't be so deferential. The realization that he had been showing off in front of Su Yang made him want to disappear. Zhao Lei looked pleadingly at Su Yang, a stark contrast to his earlier arrogance. Su Yang glanced at him and said, I know him. No need to take him to the detention room. Let him go. Also, I'll be bringing some people to the villa on the 15th of next month. Please make arrangements. The guard bowed slightly. Yes, Mr. Su. Understood. The guard's deference confirmed Zhao Lei's suspicions. He immediately changed his tack. What's your name, brother? Changing to a humble demeanor, first admitting his mistake, then attempting to get acquainted. Su Yang replied indifferently, Su Yang. Su Yang, brother, I'm eternally grateful. My name is Zhao Lei. If you ever need anything, don't hesitate to ask. Chapter 46. After Zhao Lei left, Su Yang took out his phone and called the decorating department. Finish the villa's renovations before the 15th of next month. No matter the cost, it must be completed by the 15th. He hung up without waiting for a response. He checked the time. It was almost time to pick up Shen Xinyao from work, but remembering she had gone shopping, he abandoned the idea. Su Yang drove to the small convenience store he frequented. He usually bought a couple packs of cigarettes there. This time, he bought the entire store and arranged for Zheng Ming to work there, without Zheng Ming knowing it was Su Yang's doing. Zheng Ming was courteous, measured, dignified, and perceptive. Su Yang had a good impression of him. "You're here. Have a seat." "The usual Farong Wang?" "Yeah." "Boss, did you get a big order recently?" Su Yang looked at Zheng Ming, his expression relaxed. Zheng Ming was startled. He hadn't told anyone about the large order. How did Su Yang know? He'd also found this job at the convenience store immediately after Su Yang saved him, which he'd found odd at the time. Now, it all made sense. Zheng Ming was quick-witted. Understanding Su Yang was helping him, he felt deeply grateful. He grabbed a pack of manhwa cigarettes. "Brother, have a smoke." Su Yang accepted a cigarette and lit it. Through the smoke, Su Yang observed Zheng Ming. Cheng Jian was incompetent, indecisive, and a disappointment. Now, with Zheng Ming proving so capable, perhaps he could replace Cheng Jian. Zheng Ming watched Su Yang, saying nothing. Sometimes knowing too much wasn't a good thing. Though he knew Su Yang, a certain distance needed to be maintained. While everyone in Zhongling City had mocked and looked down on Su Yang, Zheng Ming never had. The aura Su Yang exuded was definitely not that of a loser. "You'll have to put up with this place for a while. There will be a time when I need you." Zheng Ming froze, then reacted with an ecstatic expression. "Really? A gentleman never goes back on his word." Zheng Ming thought Su Yang simply wanted to help him, not that he wanted to support him. Such an opportunity wasn't for everyone. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. "Brother, I'm deeply grateful. We're brothers. Don't mention it." After chatting for a while, Su Yang figured Shen Xianyao was done shopping and prepared to find her. Just then his phone rang. It was Han Ling. Su Yang raised an eyebrow. In the 3 years he'd been at the Shen family, this was the first time Han Ling had called him. "Hello, Mom." "Su Yang, come to Tianqing Road quickly." "Hurry." She hung up immediately. Arriving at the scene, Su Yang found Han Ling and Shen Shikong standing by the roadside. A middle-aged woman lay on the ground, clutching her leg and moaning in pain. Blood soaked her jeans. A crowd had gathered, pointing and whispering. Su Yang frowned. "Stop pretending. It hurts my foot." "We didn't hit you. You can't scam us like this." "What happened?" Hearing Su Yang, Han Ling became even more arrogant. "What happened? Can't you see? Are you blind? This woman's trying to extort money, but she met me. She won't succeed. You stay here and deal with it. Your dad and I are leaving." Su Yang examined the scene. An electric scooter lay on its side, and the front of Shen Shikong's Audi had a scrape. It seemed Shen Shikong had hit the woman. Before he could speak, the woman began to cry. "I'm not trying to extort money. They hit me. How could they do this? They're taking advantage of us because we're poor." The woman sobbed, and Su Yang felt she wasn't lying. "Nonsense. Do you have proof? Do you? Husband, let's go." "Ignore this crazy woman." Han Ling was panicking, afraid the traffic police would arrive. She tugged at Shen Shikong, trying to leave. Shen Shikong looked conflicted. He had glanced at his phone while driving and hadn't braked in time. If the traffic police checked the surveillance footage, everything would be exposed. His face paled, and his steps grew heavy. Seeing Shen Shikong's cowardice, Han Ling became furious. Su Yang stepped in front of her. He was much taller, and she had to look up at him. "You stay here and deal with this. Your dad and I are leaving." Seeing the growing crowd, Han Ling felt they couldn't delay any longer. If the police came, even 100 mouths couldn't turn black into white. "Not until you explain what happened." "How dare you? You ungrateful wretch. You've been eating and drinking at our expense for 3 years, and now you won't even handle this small matter?" "They hit me. I'm not lying." "Whoever lies will die a horrible death. You'll die a horrible death. Your whole family will." Han Ling, enraged, looked as if she might attack the woman if Shen Shikong wasn't holding her back. Su Yang observed everything. Han Ling's anger stemmed from the truth of the woman's words. Su Yang turned and helped the woman up. "How's your leg?" "I'll call 110. Don't worry. We'll take full responsibility." "What? Who said we'd take responsibility?" "I called you here to solve the problem, not create more trouble. If you hit someone, you're responsible." "Who said I hit her?" "Which eye of yours saw that? I'll have Qinyao divorce you. You useless waste." Han Ling, seeing Su Yang's resolve, used her trump card and pulled Shen Shikong, preparing to leave. If you leave today, I'll call the police right now. Chapter 47. Su Yang. If you dare call the police today, I swear I'll make Qian Yao divorce you. Han Ling's chest heaved, her face livid. She couldn't believe Su Yang was getting bolder, even disobeying her. Even now, Han Ling remained unrepentant, once again renewing Su Yang's understanding of her character. He patiently held his ground. Mom, if Qian Yao knew, she would do the same thing. He pulled out his phone, signaling to Han Ling that one more step and he'd call the traffic police. Then it would be clear whether the middle-aged woman was faking it or if they were truly at fault. Han Ling gulped, raising her voice. You want us to pay? No way. I absolutely refuse to pay today. And Su Yang, you don't come home tonight. Shen Shikong watched Han Ling, not daring to interrupt. He still felt Han Ling was right. If Su Yang wouldn't help them with such a small matter, what about bigger issues in the future? Neither side yielded as the middle-aged woman continued to moan. Shen Shikong gritted his teeth and finally spoke. Maybe we should listen to Su Yang. Listen to him? Who does he think he is? Even if I leave, what can he do? You really don't respect the law. A voice suddenly rang out from the crowd. Han Ling and Shen Shikong jumped, turning to see two stern-faced traffic officers looking at them. Their hearts dropped. They glared at Su Yang. Su Yang, you traitor, pack your things and get out of my Shen family tomorrow. Publicly humiliated repeatedly by Han Ling, even the tolerant Su Yang's face darkened. He wouldn't have come if not for Shen Qianyao. He ignored Han Ling, who scoffed and tried to curse again, but was stopped by the officers. Come with us. Knowing they were in the wrong, Han Ling feared a worse penalty for a bad attitude and forced a smile. Yes, yes, officer. Having witnessed her unreasonable behavior, the officer ignored her pleasantries and led them to the traffic bureau. Surveillance footage clearly showed Shen Shikong glancing at his phone while driving, causing the accident. They were fully responsible. You're responsible for this woman's lost wages, medical expenses, and nutritional supplements, the officer stated flatly, handing them a bill. Han Ling's eyes bulged. That much? Are you robbing us? Her anger flared. Why should she pay? They were already leaving. It was all Su Yang's fault. She thrust the bill at Su Yang, fuming at the officer. This is my son-in-law. He'll pay. We're leaving. She dragged Shen Shikong away, both quickly disappearing. Su Yang's furrowed brow relaxed. He gently addressed the woman. Annie, please don't mind my in-laws. I'll cover every penny. Let's go to the hospital. The woman, recognizing Su Yang's decency, softened. Okay. Su Yang, feeling apologetic, said, we should have taken you to the hospital immediately, but it's okay. Let's go. At the hospital, the doctor examined the x-rays. The leg injury is serious. She needs at least a week in the hospital and a month of recovery at home. No activity during that time. The woman panicked. A month in the hospital? What about my child? He needs care. Her eyes pleaded with Su Yang, who felt responsible due to his in-laws' actions. Where do you live? I'll help care for him. He felt obligated to take responsibility. Thank you. I live in Chaoyang community. The woman expressed her gratitude, but Su Yang insisted it was his duty. Arriving at the remote, run-down Chaoyang community, the most backward area in Jiangling City, Su Yang saw a group of teenagers beating another boy. A glance made him freeze. The boy was identical to the photo the woman showed him. Stop! What are you doing? The rebellious teens, feeling invincible, disregarded him. Guys, he's interfering. What should we do? They stopped, eyeing Su Yang menacingly. Bullying their peers no longer satisfied their fighting urge, and Su Yang seemed like easy prey. Su Yang, amused and annoyed, prepared to teach them a lesson. As they approached, the woman's son watched from the ground. Let's go, brothers! The leader yelled, and the five charged. Su Yang effortlessly dodged, seizing the leader's neck. Feeling tough, he slapped him twice, leaving the boy dizzy and ears ringing. He then kicked each teen to the ground, leaving them groaning. The leader, recovering to see his gang defeated, felt humiliated. They were the bullies, not the bullied. You, just wait, he yelled, fleeing with his followers. Su Yang chuckled. helping the boy up. The boy, Zhang, a seventh grader, stared at him, slightly intimidated. Don't be scared. Remember, always target the leader. Zhang stared. Uncle, you're so strong. You can be too. Su Yang calmly spoke with Zhang Wen about his mother's situation, which Zhang Wen understood. After making dinner for Zhang Wen, Su Yang rushed to pick up Shen from shopping. Unbeknownst to him, shortly after he left, the same group of teenagers cornered and beat Zhang Wen again. Damn, he got away. If I catch him, I'll beat him to a pulp. Chapter 48. Dad, you're so awesome. I want to be awesome like you when I grow up. Wang Wei held his chin high, smugly enjoying his son's adoration. He was the local gang leader, and his son had followed in his footsteps, becoming a little gang leader himself. He wasn't ashamed. Instead, he considered it a sign of his son's promise. Hearing that his son had been bullied, he'd immediately rushed over with his men to back him up. A hateful expression crossed Wang Yi's face as he recalled Su Yang. Damn it, that kid got away. If I catch him again, I'll kill him. My son's growing up. You're more and more like your old man. You'll definitely be more successful than me. Wang Wei said with satisfaction, seeing his son so eager. Su Yang hadn't driven far out of the urban village when he suddenly remembered he'd been in such a hurry to leave that he hadn't given the boy any money. He quickly turned the car around. Returning to the middle-aged woman's house, he saw the door was open before he even went inside. The group of teenagers and a few thug-like men were crowded in the small room. Zhang Wen was being stepped on by Wang Yi. Su Yang hadn't expected things to escalate so quickly in his short absence. Seeing him return, Zhang Wen struggled violently, only to be pinned down again by the thugs. Damn, this kid's pretty strong. Don't you think it's ridiculous for a few grown men in their 30s to be holding down a teenager? Su Yang asked, his anger giving way to laughter. He stood at the doorway, looking at the room full of people, and started rubbing his palms together. You little bastard, you dare come back? Good. I'll show you what happens when you mess with my son. Do you know who our boss is? He's the boss of Chaoyang District. Su Yang was amused by the thug's arrogant ignorance. His laughter seemed out of place in the tense atmosphere. The thugs, who had been gloating just moments before, changed their expressions instantly upon seeing his smile. Damn it, you dare laugh. Wang Wei's face darkened. He charged at Su Yang, who, without a second thought, kicked Wang Wei to the ground. As Wang Wei tried to get up, Su Yang landed a few more punches. Wang Wei hadn't expected his prized fighting skills to be so useless against Su Yang. Forgetting all pride, he gritted his teeth and addressed his underlings. What are you waiting for? The thugs swarmed Su Yang, surrounding him completely. Su Yang looked at them with disdain and easily dodged their punches. The thugs couldn't even touch Su Yang's shirt. Frustrated and speechless, they watched as Su Yang undid the top button of his shirt. Is that all you got? Let me show you how it's done. With that, Su Yang's previously amiable expression turned deadly serious. In an instant, the thugs were scattered across the floor. The teenagers were pale with fright, their legs trembling, terrified that Su Yang would target them next. They knew Su Yang could fight, but they hadn't realized he was this capable. 4 or 5 men in their 30s were no match for him. Wang Wei glared at Su Yang resentfully. You dare touch me? Do you know who my boss is? Su Yang didn't reply, his eyes filled with mockery. If Wang Wei truly had powerful backing, he wouldn't be ruling over a small urban village. I'm Cheng Jian's man. Scared now? Beg for mercy from your grandpa. Cheng Jian? Go ask around town about the relationship between Cheng Jian and me. Su Yang hadn't expected him to name-drop someone so insignificant. Seeing Su Yang's calm demeanor, Wang Wei's expression shifted. Could it be? Was he one of Cheng Jian's men? The thought drained the color from Wang Wei's face. If he offended Cheng Jian, he could forget about ever showing his face in Jiangling City again. He had offended one of Cheng Jian's people. If Su Yang told Cheng Jian what happened, he was finished. Boss, I was wrong. I'll leave now. I'll never bother him again. Wang Wei wasn't stupid. He knew that if he stayed, Su Yang would definitely tell Cheng Jian. He had to leave before he truly angered him. The thugs left as quickly as they had arrived, leaving the small room empty once again. Su-young looked at Zhang Wen and took out the money he had left over from paying Zhang Wen's mother's hospital bills. Here, you did well earlier. Next time something like this happens, don't be afraid. Fight back with all your might. A man should be brave and strong. Zhang Wen stared at Su-young, stunned, and nodded. Study hard. I'll come visit you often. Seeing the longing for strength in Zhang Wen's eyes, Su-young thought of his younger self. He wanted to help Zhang Wen, but he knew that relying on others wasn't enough. One's own understanding was crucial. After saying this, Su-young patted Zhang Wen's head and left. Shen had been busy all day working on the collaboration with Sunset Group. They had been surprisingly accommodating, making Shen feel a little overwhelmed. However, she knew their agreeable nature wasn't a reason for her to slack off. She worked even harder, earning the favor of most of the Sunset Group staff. Shen knew that Su-young must have played a part in Sunset Group's cooperative attitude. The thought brought a warmth to her heart. With this sweet feeling, Shen returned home. She had just taken off her high heels when she heard Han Ling yelling. "Oh my god, Yao, you're finally back. You have no idea how outrageous Su-young has been. I'm gonna make you divorce that good-for-nothing today." Shen looked bewildered. What happened? That useless Su-young dared to disrespect me. Today, it's either him or me in this house. Shen was confused. Mom, how could Su-young disrespect you? You must have done something. The memory of that afternoon's events made Han Ling's blood boil. That damn Su-young, after freeloading off the Shen family for 3 years, dared to disobey her. She would show him the consequences. Today, it's either him or me in this house. Chapter 49. Mom, what happened? Shen was skeptical of Han Ling's words. She knew Su-young's character. He wouldn't bully Han Ling. Yao, that good-for-nothing bullied your mom. Are you still going to speak up for him? Dad, what happened today? Why is Mom so angry? Faced with his daughter's questioning, Shen Shikong glanced weakly at the domineering Han Ling with a hesitant expression. It's just like your mom said, Su-young bullied her. After careful consideration, Shen Shikong chose to side with Han Ling. He also felt that Su-young needed to be taught a lesson, to let this freeloader know that he owed his livelihood to the Shen family. This afternoon, someone staged a fake accident and scratched our car. I called Su-young to deal with it, but he actually sided with the outsider and even called the police saying we wanted to hit and run. He's not only useless, but he's also a traitor. This afternoon, your dad and I were targeted by a scammer on the road, and Su-young actually asked us to compensate that woman. He has no other skills besides bullying his own family. I want him out of the Shen family today. Mom, how could Su-young side with an outsider? If someone tried to scam you, he would be the first to stand up for you. Oof. You didn't see how Su-young acted. He kept lecturing your dad and me, and even called the police in front of so many people. We were so humiliated. Mom, stop it. Shen frowned at Han Ling. Knowing her mother's personality, if anyone dared to scam her, she would definitely make them pay. There was no way she would come home to complain. Oh, woe is me. What sin have I committed? My daughter married a good-for-nothing, and now she doesn't even side with me. I painstakingly gave birth to you, and this is how you treat me. Mom, don't be like this. I'll ask Su-young when he gets back. Shen sighed, unable to deal with Han Ling for the time being. She didn't agree to kick Su-young out of the house. Su-young initially wanted to return to the Shen family home, but after thinking it over, he took Zhang Wen to the hospital. As soon as they arrived, they saw the older woman being wheeled out, crying. I paid. Why are you taking me out of my room? Su-young's expression changed, and he immediately stepped forward to block Zhang Ma's bed. What's going on? Why are you taking her out? The person pushing Zhang Ma was a young nurse. She said haughtily, we're short on beds in the hospital. If you want a room, you have to pay extra. That's ridiculous. I've never heard of such a rule in any hospital. Do you believe I'll report you to your head nurse? Su-young was speechless at the nurse's arrogance. She was just a nurse in a small hospital. What was she so arrogant about? The nurse's face flashed with panic when she heard Su-young threaten to report her, but she quickly regained her composure. Let me tell you the truth. Our director's brother-in-law needs this bed. It just so happens we're short on beds. I have no choice. It's her fault for not having connections in the hospital. Hospital connections were complex. It was an unspoken rule everyone knew. Xiao Su, she just forced me to pay extra. I didn't have the money, and she didn't even ask, just pushed me out. Zhang Ma continued to cry. She didn't understand why everyone bullied her just because she was poor. Han Ling did it, and now the hospital was doing it. Was it a crime to be poor? Su Yang sneered angrily. Your director? Who does your director think he is? Where is he? The nurse sized up Su Yang, seeing his simple clothes. The director is in his office, of course. Where else would he be? Push her back in first. Money is not a problem. Su Yang addressed the nurse and then took Zhang Wen's hand, leading him to the orthopedics department. Just like Su Yang, Shen Qinyao was also angered by the doctor's behavior. They walked to the department together, where a group of people were playing cards. Hey, what do you two want? Don't you know not to come into the office if you have nothing to do? Who told someone to push Zhang Li out of room 316? The middle-aged doctor's expression changed. He was the one who told the nurse to push Zhang Li out. It was me. What do you want? Su Yang watched the middle-aged doctor approach and glanced at his name tag. Wu Zhang, Deputy Director of Orthopedics. A mere deputy director dared to be so arrogant? It seemed he had some connections in this hospital. Wu Zhang had anticipated that family members would come to cause trouble, but he chose to kick Zhang Li out because she was poorly dressed and had no one to care for her in the ward. How much power could the family of such a person have? They were easy to handle. How can you be like this? The hospital isn't your personal property. How can you make someone push my mom out of her room? Haha, the hospital may not be mine, but I'm in charge of orthopedics. Next month, I'll be promoted to Director of Orthopedics. I decide who gets a room. Wu Zhang didn't hide his words, which angered Zhang Wen. He was about to berate Wu Zhang when Su Yang stopped him. Su Yang squeezed Zhang Wen's hand, signaling him to be quiet. Being the director gives you the right to be this arrogant? Wu Zhang met Su Yang's gaze. He hadn't taken Shen Xinyao's anger seriously, but for some reason, he felt a trace of fear towards this calm man. Are you leaving or not? If not, I'll call security. Seeing Su Yang and Zhang when still standing at the entrance of the orthopedics department, Wu Zhang didn't hesitate to call security. The security guards arrived quickly, 5 or 6 of them surrounding Su Yang. Patients passing by stopped to watch the commotion at the entrance of the orthopedics department. As the crowd grew, Su Yang sneered. Are you sure you want to do this? I know your hospital director. Chapter 50. Do you know the director? Wu Zhang stared suspiciously at Su Yang. Their hospital director was renowned for his medical skills and had a small reputation throughout Jiangling City. It wouldn't be surprising if Su Yang knew him. Su Yang didn't answer him, instead looking at him calmly. Wu Zhang took this as a tacit agreement. The crowd was growing, and the other party even knew the director. It wouldn't be good if this matter escalated. He was due to be promoted to director next month, and if anything went wrong at this time, he might lose that plum position. Director, if he knew the director, would Zhongli be staying in a common ward? Look at the way he's dressed. How could he possibly know the director? Let alone him. Even we haven't seen the director. He's a pauper. Where would he know the director? Wu Zhang thought about it and realized they had a point. Looking at Su Yang's attire, he probably couldn't even scrape together 200 yuan. How could a pauper like this know the director? Thinking this, Wu Zhang's courage suddenly grew. He looked at Su Yang. Who are you trying to fool? Don't think that just by name-dropping our director I'll be afraid of you. Su Yang looked coldly at the deputy director. It seemed this Wu Zhang really wouldn't give up until he hit rock bottom. If I didn't know your director, why would I say I did? Su Yang found it rather amusing. He looked at Wu Zhang with disdain. Wu Zhang, stung by his gaze, thought this poor kid must be delusional. A pauper bragging about knowing the director was one thing, but to look at him with such an expression. Seeing the curious expressions of the surrounding people, Wu Zhang shouted to the crowd, "Everyone quiet! This is a hospital. Too much noise will disturb the patients. This person is causing trouble, wanting to stay in a ward without paying. I'll have security throw them out." The people surrounding Su Yang immediately revealed expressions of sudden understanding, murmuring softly, "Hey, how can he be like this? He looks quite honest." Hearing the crowd talking about Su Yang, Wu Zhang felt even more smug. "Security! Security! Get them out!" 4 or 5 security guards pulled at Su Yang and Zhang Wen's arms. Su Yang wasn't moved by the security guards, but Zhang Wen was nearly pushed over by them. The crowd was already dense, and with the security guards forcibly pushing Su Yang and Zhang Wen, it became even more crowded. "You're quite good at sophistry. Aren't you afraid that I really do know your director?" Wu Zhang had seen a bit of the world, and seeing Su Yang like this, it didn't seem like he was lying. But he couldn't believe that Su Yang would know their director. After all, Su Yang was wearing a 30 yuan shirt and a 100 yuan pair of jeans. Wu Zhang met Su Yang's gaze, and the surrounding people all looked at them curiously. Wu Zhang hardened his heart and took a gamble. "Don't you just want Zhang Li to stay in a ward? If you don't know the director, then you don't know him. Why pretend? Security, what are you waiting for?" Seeing Wu Zhang's firmness, the security guards immediately started pushing Zhang Wen again. "Stop! What are you doing?" So many people crowded together. What kind of behavior is this? A cold shout came from somewhere in the crowd. Following the sound, they saw a dirty, scruffy-looking old man. The old man struggled to squeeze through the crowd. In the process, he bumped into a plump woman who was displeased. "What's with the shoving? In a hurry to be reborn? You reek of disinfectant." The old man ignored the plump woman, which made her even angrier. "I'm talking to you, didn't you hear me? You bumped into me, apologize." The plump woman's voice was shrill, attracting everyone's attention. She was dressed extravagantly, in a Chanel jacket and Dior high heels, but her appearance was somewhat chilling. Just as she was about to grab the old man's clothes, Wu Zhang suddenly ran into the middle of the crowd. Wu Zhang rubbed his hands enthusiastically, fawning over the old man. "Director, why are you here?" Then, he turned to the plump woman and scolded. "What are you yelling about? Don't you know this is our director?" Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in an uproar. No one expected that the director of such a large hospital would be such an ordinary, even somewhat sleazy-looking old man. "If I didn't come, what kind of chaos would you have created?" "Oh, director, I had no idea. Please don't mind me." The plump woman's previously arrogant expression immediately turned obsequious. She looked at the director ingratiatingly, afraid he would hold a grudge. The director didn't even glance at her, only looking seriously at Wu Zhang. Wu Zhang, afraid the director would find out about the situation, quickly stepped forward. "Director, you don't know this person wants to stay in a ward without paying. Our hospital beds are already scarce, and he's acting like this, so I had to call security to throw him out." Hearing this, Su Yang chuckled. He was quite the actor. His ability to slander was no less than Han Ling's. "Is that so?" Yes, it's true. Ask anyone around here." From beginning to end, Su Yang hadn't spared Wu Zhang a glance. And even though Zhang Wen had repeatedly tried to speak, Su Yang had signaled him to stay quiet. Zhang Wen didn't understand what Su Yang was up to, but he obediently kept silent. "Director, it's this person. He's causing trouble, refusing to pay for his hospital stay, and claiming he knows you, thinking he can get away with it." The director followed Wu Zhang's pointing finger and saw Su Yang. Su Yang stood there calmly, and the director felt a strange feeling as he looked at him. Wu Zhang's ability to become a director wasn't solely due to his medical skills. He was also good at reading people. He immediately understood the meaning of the expression on the director's face. Seeing the director's expression, he knew that the director definitely didn't recognize this pauper. Wu Zhang grinned, smugly saying, "Kid, now our director is really here. Didn't you say you know our director? Why don't you ask him if he knows you?" Upon hearing this, everyone revealed expressions of anticipation, looking at Su Yang mockingly, eager to see him humiliated. The director, puzzled by this man who hadn't spoken a word, walked up to Su Yang. "You said you know me? Why have I never seen you before?"